Classic Science Fiction, The First Golden Age, edited by Terry Carr. Copyright 1978 by Terry Carr. Narrated by Jim Walton, Richard Braun, David Palmer, and Andy Chappell.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
From the book jacket. Although an Englishman named H.G. Wells virtually invented the genre of adult science fiction stories around the turn of the century, science fiction's first golden age was almost entirely an American phenomenon. It began in the late 1930s when the pulp magazines such as Astounding Science Fiction, Astonishing Stories, Super Science Stories, and Future Fantasy and Science Fiction published wonderful new stories by unknowns such as Isaac Asimov, Robert A. Heinlein, and Donald A. Wollheim. No one had ever written stories quite like these, full of energy, invention, and vision. They were about things no one had ever thought of before. Now, almost 40 years later, Terry Carr has brought together 12 of these marvelous tales. Here are stories by Asimov, Heinlein, and Wollheim, as well as Lester del Rey, Ross Rocklynne, A.E. Van Vogt, Eric Frank Russell, Theodore Sturgeon, Lee Brackett, and Henry Kuttner. Terry Carr introduces each story with an essay that provides us with fascinating personal glimpses of the author and editor and places this age in its exciting perspective. Here is a superstellar collection put together by one of the country's most distinguished authors and editors. About the editor. Terry Carr was born in Grants Pass, Oregon, and attended the University of California at Berkeley. He has worked as a literary agent and editor at a New York publishing house, and since the early 1970s as a freelance writer and editor. He now lives in Oakland, California with his wife, Carol. Dedication for Lynn Hickman, Alva Rogers, and Bob Silverberg, with gratitude. Table of Contents. The Smallest God by Lester del Rey, Astounding Science Fiction, January 1940, Side 1 and 2. Into the Darkness by Ross Rocklynne, Astonishing Stories, June 1940, Side 2 and 3. Vault of the Beast by A.E. Van Vogt, Astounding Science Fiction, August 1940, Side 3 and 4. The Mechanical Mice by Eric Frank Russell, Astounding Science Fiction, January 1941, Side 4 and 5. And He Built a Crooked House by Robert A. Heinlein, Astounding Science Fiction, February 1941, Side 5. Microcosmic God by Theodore Sturgeon, Astounding Science Fiction, April 1941, Side 5 and 6. Nightfall by Isaac Asimov, Astounding Science Fiction, September 1941, Side 6 and 7. By His Bootstraps by Robert A. Heinlein, Astounding Science Fiction, October 1941, Side 7, 8, and 9. Child of the Green Light by Lee Brackett, Super Science Stories, February 1942, Side 9. Victory Unintentional by Isaac Asimov, Super Science Stories, August 1942, Side 9 and 10. The Twonky by Henry Kuttner, Astounding Science Fiction, September 1942, Side 10 and 11. Storm Warning by Donald A. Wollheim, Future Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1942, Side 11. Introduction by Terry Carr. In the 50-plus years since science fiction became a discrete literary genre, many changes have marked its history. We've had periods of economic boom and bust, of innovation and consolidation, of emphasis on magazines or books. Writers, editors, artists have come and gone. Dominant themes changed from space travel and robots to atomic power or genetic engineering ad infinitum. The changes usually came gradually so that they could be seen clearly only in retrospect. And even now, different readers come up with varying interpretations of the many periods through which science fiction has passed. The one era of SF's history, about which all readers agree, is that of the early 1940s. It was such a remarkable time for science fiction that even the most critical admit that it was a golden age. Those few years between the end of the Great Depression of the 1930s and the chaos of World War II produced an explosion of new science fiction magazines, new writers, ideas, and techniques. The results were sensational then, and they remain so today. Simply citing a few names is enough to identify this period in science fiction. Robert A. Heinlein, Theodore Sturgeon, L. Ron Hubbard, Clifford D. Simak, A. E. Van Vogt, Henry Kuttner, Lester del Rey, Fritz Leiber, C. L. Moore, L. Sprague de Camp, Isaac Asimov. Actually, it's difficult to confine such a list to only a few names, for there were so many writers then who were either new to the field or just beginning to show the full range of their abilities. Usually, the SF historian who wants to sum up the golden age of the early 1940s resorts to just one name, John W. Campbell, Jr. Campbell took over the editorial reins of Astounding Stories in 1938 and immediately began making changes that established the magazine as preeminent in the field. He had already been two of the most popular science fiction writers of the 1930s. Under his own name, he had written a series of galaxy-spanning space opera novels after the manner of E. E. Smith, and as Don A. Stewart, he published a number of moody, atmospheric stories of the far future that showed he was interested in exploring new science-fictional territory. He stopped writing shortly after becoming Astounding's editor, but his belief that even the youngest of our readers are mentally older than has been believed was implemented even more broadly in his editorial work. He changed the title of Astounding Stories to Astounding Science Fiction with the March 1938 issue, and by means of thoughtful letters and long discussions with authors, he induced a revolutionary maturation in science fiction. Beginning writers such as Heinlein and Asimov were guided by his ideas and criticisms, and established writers like Clifford Simak and Jack Williamson were inspired to new heights. Indeed, Simak had entirely lost interest in science fiction for 4 years, till Campbell's policy brought him back to SF writing. Having quit writing himself, Campbell fed ideas for stories to many of his writers. The details of how he suggested the idea for Asimov's Nightfall will be told later in this book, and it's already well known that Heinlein's 6th column was based on a story Campbell had actually written but had never published. Lester del Rey has said that nobody has any idea of how many of the stories in Campbell's magazine came from ideas he suggested, but a group of us once determined that the figure must be greater than half. Cleve Cartmill, who lived in California, relates that Campbell wrote his writers at great length and in detail. I have letters from him about story ideas that add up to wordage equal to the wordage of the finished stories. Campbell was clearly the single most important influence in this golden age, but we're left as always with a question: did the leader produce the era, or did the era call forth the leader? Donald A. Walheim has some interesting thoughts on this. He says of the SF writers of the early 1940s that they were actually the first generation of writers who had grown up on science fiction, had been grounded and, as it were, schooled in science fiction, and hence were able to utilize this in advancing further. This generation of writers reached their 20s in time to write for Campbell, when he was waiting and looking for better stuff. Campbell became an editor when the field itself came of age. There's a lot of truth here. The first all-science fiction magazine, Amazing Stories, had been launched in 1926, just 14 years before the start of this golden age. Virtually all of the major writers of the early 1940s had begun reading science fiction when they were 10 or 12 years old, so by 1940 they were well into maturity. They had grown up reading Weinbaum, Keller, Smith, E. and Clark Ashton, Williamson, Hamilton, Breuer, and yes, Campbell. So now they were ready to add their own contributions to the field. In addition to the new writers, there were the editors. Raymond A. Palmer at Amazing Stories and Fantastic Adventures, Frederick Pohl at Astonishing Stories and Super Science Stories, Mort Weisinger at Startling Stories, Thrilling Wonder Stories, and Captain Future, Donald Wollheim editing cosmic and stirring science stories, Robert Lowndes with Future and Science Fiction Quarterly, and more. They had all been fans before they became editors. Well, John Campbell, too, had been a fan as much as a writer in his early days, sending letters of criticism and praise to the magazines. It was the second generation in science fiction, and there were now people writing and buying science fiction stories who were determined to fulfill the dreams they'd had as teenage readers. The time was right. The United States was finally lifting itself out of the economic disasters of the 1930s. Industries were flourishing, and science was the wave of the future. The New York World's Fair of 1939, avowedly intended by big business to show off the marvels of its industrial technology, featured General Motors' Futurama, which drew crowds of thousands every day to view the world of 1960, with emphasis on super express highways. Visitors received buttons reading, "I have seen the future." This exhibit, by the way, included a movie puppet named Pete Rollian, an oil-drop-headed fellow who gave an alarming demonstration of the desolation that would soon reign in a world deprived of oil. But there were more ominous signs for the future. World War II had already begun in Asia and Europe. Japan had invaded China and was enjoying increasing victory there. The Axis powers of Europe, principally Germany and Italy, were conquering nation after nation. In 1940, they overran Denmark, Norway, Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Greece, Yugoslavia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. All British forces were driven from the continent, and France sued for armistice in June. The United States had been following a policy of isolationism, hoping to stay out of the war. But by August, this officially ended when Congress enacted a law requiring alien residents to register with the government and approve this country's first peacetime draft. On December 7, 1941, Japanese air forces attacked the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. A declaration of war against Japan came the next day, and within a week, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States, which responded in kind. 1942 saw Japan capture the Philippine Islands, after which the U.S. government began its internment of Japanese-American citizens. United States counterattacks began in the Pacific and in North Africa, and in November 1942, Congress voted to lower the draft age from 21 to 18. This was a grim background for science fiction's first golden age, and the war's effects on SF will be seen throughout this book. The war affected all the arts. Popular songs of the period included "The Last Time I Saw Paris," "This is the Army, Mr. Jones," "When the Lights Go On Again," "Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition," and "We're Going to Find the Fellow Who Is Yellow and Beat Him Till He's Red, White, and Blue." Major books included "For Whom the Bell Tolls" and "See Here, Private Hargrove." In the movies, "The Great Dictator" and "Mrs. Miniver" were important full-length productions, while documentaries such as Battle of Midway and Prelude to War won Academy Awards, as did a Walt Disney cartoon, Der Fuhrer's Face. The effect of the war on science fiction pervaded every aspect of publishing. Frederick Arnold Kummer, Jr. published a story as early as the beginning of 1940 in which he felt it necessary to change a German scientist named Schmidt to a Dutch one named Tromp. Robert Bloch recalls that the publishers of Amazing Stories, fearful of charges of anti-Semitism as a result of Nazi persecution of the Jews, changed a character named Gorilla Goldfarb to Gorilla Gabface. There were a great many science fiction stories whose plots grew directly from the war. Nazi scientists inventing machines to aid the Axis, time travelers from the future returning to 1942 to aid the Allied cause, German agents allying with alien invaders of Earth to help them destroy all but the super race. There were also stories that attempted to comment on warfare from a future and saner viewpoint. That strange, horrible practice men have engaged in for centuries. What was it? This practice which ran through all the dealings of the Dawn men, right up through the 20th century. Ah, yes, that was it. A little word, war. I knew that it was not the common people of Jupiter's moons who wanted war. The rank and file never want war until their leaders wave the hot red flag of Jovian or Venerian or Aryan superiority. Typically, it was John Campbell who came to a pragmatic conclusion about the stories in his magazine. In a 1942 editorial, he wrote, "There is a pretty good probability that a large portion of the material to be published in the near future will be laid in the far future. The devices of 7000 AD can reasonably be presumed to be based on principles so far extended from our known data that good guessing won't be interference with national defense." However, this consideration didn't prevent Campbell from publishing 2 years later a story by Cleve Cartmill, whose speculations about atomic bombs were so close to the work then being done at the Manhattan Project that Campbell was visited by U.S. military agents demanding to be told how he or Cartmill had obtained this information. Campbell was able to show them papers in scientific journals available to all that had made the guesswork easy. He also convinced them that if science fiction magazines were prohibited from publishing stories about atomic research, that could tip off the enemy to our government's serious involvement in the subject. World War II had much more influence on this period of SF history than simply suggesting plots for writers. In truth, the war was as much a cause of the Golden Age as was Campbell, or second-generation writers and editors. The United States had suffered through a decade of economic depression until U.S. manufacturers realized that the outbreak of war overseas offered a burgeoning market for war material. As a result, war-connected industries, and even those that were only secondarily involved in armaments, shipping, food supplies, communications, and military clothing, were able to gain significant profits years before the United States itself was officially involved in warfare. Jobs were becoming available again even in the late 1930s, and wages were beginning to go up. The publishing industry quickly benefited from increasing prosperity in the U.S. In 1939, 10 U.S. science fiction magazines produced 53 issues. By 1941, there were 15 magazines, totaling 87 issues. But the numbers began to decrease as soon as the U.S. entered the war. By 1943, we were back to 11 magazines and 57 issues. The decline didn't occur because of poor sales. On the contrary, Robert Lowndes remembers that war conditions made every pulp magazine that could get paper a profit-making proposition. But paper had been rationed, so publishers cut editorial and typesetting costs by stopping production of their less popular magazines and concentrating all of their paper allotments on their top sellers. For some publishers, Western, detective, and other genre pulps sold more than did their SF magazines. So marginally profitable magazines such as Future and Science Fiction Quarterly were suspended. Other publishers had strong entries in the SF field, and these were retained. Though Ziff Davis ceased 3/4 of their pulp magazine production, they continued to publish amazing stories and fantastic adventures. The war also brought rationing of gasoline and rubber, so travel became difficult. This had the effect of preventing writers in other parts of the country from visiting New York editorial offices, so Raymond A. Palmer was able to gather a group of steady contributors for his Chicago-based Amazing and Fantastic Adventures. Robert Bloch says, "From where I stood, Milwaukee in those days, it seemed to me that SF writers could be roughly divided into two groups. The Eastern-based majority, who contributed the bulk of material published in New York, and the second-class citizens like myself, who found it more convenient to sell to Ziff Davis in Chicago. Of course, there were exceptions, but those of us who lacked contact with an idea dispenser like Campbell were at a distinct disadvantage." C.L. Moore, who lived in New Jersey then, remembers that she never wrote for Amazing because it was way out yonder in Chicago, and that was too far. That was beyond the bounds of human thought. Palmer tried to lure some of the New York authors to his magazines by employing David Verne as a New York-based associate editor. But Verne, a teenager who wrote SF under the pen name of David V. Reed, wasn't noticeably successful, perhaps because he too had difficulties communicating with the home offices in Chicago. Once, in fact, he tried to send a telegram stating, "Shipping corpse who walks at night to replace laboratory monsters." But Western Union refused to transmit such an ominous message until he convinced them that he was an editor, and the telegram referred to titles of manuscripts. This fragmentation of the science fiction community led to the formation of a number of informal groups of writers in various cities. New York City, the hub of the industry, had at least 3 writers' circles, with some overlapping. The authors who wrote for Astounding constituted one such group, running into each other at Campbell's office or being invited to his home. Science-fictional ideas were discussed at length and very critically. One such gathering included John Campbell, L. Ron Hubbard, and R.D. Swisher. Hubbard, a prolific pulp writer and later the founder of Dianetics and Scientology, was then establishing himself as one of Astounding's star writers. Swisher was a knowledgeable fan who had been on the faculty of MIT for over a decade. F. Towner Laney, who wrote about the meeting a decade later, said, "It seems that Hubbard had gotten some story idea involving a city suspended in the sky, and was discussing the pseudoscience he would use to suspend it there. Campbell and Swisher were having a field day showing L. Ron why his theories were untenable. As fast as they'd demolish a Hubbardian idea, he'd come back with another one. At the end of 4 or 5 hours, Hubbard's city was still in the sky, with its colors flying merrily." Another group met every Friday at Steuben's Tavern in mid-Manhattan. These were mostly the writers whose stories appeared in startling and thrilling wonder stories. Manly Wade Wellman, Henry Kuttner, Edmund Hamilton, Otto Eando Binder, Malcolm Jameson, science fiction's premier agent Julius Schwartz, and, of course, the startling and thrilling wonder editors Mort Weisinger and Oscar J. Friend. Discussions covered every conceivable subject, but the talk most frequently turned to science fiction, and many of the stories of the authors present were plotted and discussed at the table. Alfred Bester, who joined this group when he was a fledgling writer, remembers that, "Once I broke Kuttner up quite unintentionally. I said to Weisinger, 'I've just finished a wild story. It's awfully long, 20,000 words, but I can cut the first 5,000. Kuttner burst out laughing. Then, as now, SF magazine writers were paid by the word, so for one to volunteer to shorten a story by 25% must have seemed truly silly to a working author such as Kuttner. A third New York City group was the Futurians, which had begun as a fan club a few years before, but quickly became a group of writers when 3 members became editors of SF magazines: Frederick Pohl, Donald A. Wollheim, and Robert W. Lowndes. They bought many stories from each other and from their friends in the Futurians. C.M. Kornbluth, James Blish, Richard Wilson, John B. Mitchell, and Damon Knight made their first sales to these magazines. Even the illustrations were often done by people in the Futurians' wide circle of friends. Damon Knight did much of his early professional work as an artist, and Hannes Bach's drawings and paintings were featured in all the Futurian magazines. This seeming favoritism was largely a result of financial limitations. Pohl, for instance, had been hired by Popular Publications, one of the biggest publishers of pulp magazines. Popular paid at least 1 cent per word, which was comparatively high in those days, but they decided to launch a bargain basement line of pulps that would pay ½ a cent per word. They invented a supposedly separate company called Fictioneers Incorporated with a different address, and it was for this company that Pohl worked. Most pulps then sold for 15 or 20 cents a copy, but astonishing stories went onto the newsstand selling for only a dime. 10 stories, 10 cents, they advertised. Pohl's total budget per issue was $405 when he began, for stories, covers, and interior art. Compare this with the budget for Amazing Stories the same year, $825 per issue for stories and artwork. Amazing sold for 20 cents. When he assumed the editorship of Future, Robert Lowndes, too, was able to pay just ½ a cent per word, but the payments from his publisher weren't made when the stories were accepted, only after they were published. Even then, the authors sometimes had to wait for their money. Fritz Leiber remembers that he was paid $100 for a 20,000-word story in Future in 4 monthly installments of $25 each, after publication. Donald A. Wollheim's budget made these editors seem like plutocrats. He was allotted no money whatsoever to pay authors, and thus had to get stories from friends and writers who were unable to sell them elsewhere. By the 3rd issue of Cosmic, Wollheim was able to make token payments of $5 or $10 per story, but this can't have helped very much. Wollheim did a remarkable job anyway, and several of the fantasy stories he published are still being reprinted today. The Futurians as a group were talented but young. Pohl, for instance, was only 19 when he became an editor, and C. M. Kornbluth was just 17 when he published his first story. James Blish and Damon Knight were still in their teens. Most of them were eccentric and iconoclastic. Knight tells the story of Kornbluth in 1941, then 18 years old, buying a drawing by Ed Cartier at a convention auction, then tearing it in half because he didn't like it. But the most determined individualist of all those around the Futurians was Hannes Bach, who sold a number of stories to John Campbell as well as to Futurian editors in addition to his artwork. Wollheim remembers that Bach would work for anyone who would not edit or make changes. Money was never an objective of his. Lowndes confirms this judgment of Bach's attitude with an anecdote about an illustration Bach did for one of Lowndes' own stories. Lowndes loved the drawing, but was disturbed by 2 characters looking very much like pretty young men lying in each other's arms. He asked Bach to cover them up in some way, and Bach complied. But Lowndes didn't notice till after his magazine had been published that there were 4 legs in one corner that could belong only to 2 people who were copulating. It was just as well that Bach wasn't overly concerned with money, for he was working in a field where most artists were paid $5 per drawing, and cover paintings might bring $50 or $75. Much pulp magazine artwork was churned out by artists who could devote little time or talent to it. But the SF magazines attracted a surprising number of excellent artists who were willing to work cheaply because they loved science fiction. Besides Bach, they included Virgil Finlay, Hubert Rogers, J. Allen St. John, Charles Schneemann, Frank R. Paul, and Ed Cartier. Campbell lured Cartier away from the shadow by giving him comparatively lucrative cover assignments in addition to interior illustration. Science fiction writers in the Midwest gathered around Amazing's editor Raymond A. Palmer, who organized frequent poker games and even gathered a team of authors to play in a bowling league. The latter was surprising, for Palmer had been hit by a truck when he was 7. His back had been broken, and he'd been left with a pronounced spinal curvature that made him very short and limited his physical mobility. He was, I think you could say, a hunchback. He only stood about 4 feet tall, but it was all guts, says Theodore Sturgeon. Palmer's determination led him to a remarkable career as an author, editor, and publisher. Between 1930 and 1938, when he took over the reins of Amazing, Palmer sold 6 stories to SF magazines, including Campbell's Astounding. But he made his living primarily by writing more than 3 million words for such publications as True Gang Life and Scarlet Adventures. People who knew him in the early 1940s remember him as mercurial and devious, a little Napoleon to his staff authors, from whom he'd commissioned 10 or 20,000 words each month. Writers such as William P. McGivern, Don Wilcox, Robert Moore Williams, Leroy Yerxa, and David Wright O'Brien, who had 57 stories in Amazing and Fantastic Adventures between January 1941 and August 1942, were dependent on him for their livelihoods, so even though they suspected that he cheated at poker, they didn't dare call him on it. In California, the SF writers gathered in Los Angeles, sometimes attending meetings of the local fan club, or getting together to entertain visitors from far-off money-dispensing New York City. One of these was the agent Julius Schwartz, whose visits to Los Angeles brought about the meeting of Lee Brackett and Edmund Hamilton, and who read and offered helpful criticism of stories by the kid who sold newspapers on our corner, 20-year-old Ray Bradbury. Brackett is told of the Ping Penny incident of 1941, when Ed was doing a Captain Future or something, and he was pounding his typewriter, and Schwartz was lying there looking at the ceiling, listening to the bell going ping, ping, ping. Schwartz, who was Hamilton's agent, received 10% of his earnings. Therefore, since Hamilton's rate was 1 cent per word, and every line he wrote included about 10 words, each time the bell went off, Schwartz was richer by a penny. There was a somewhat more formal meeting place for SF writers in Los Angeles, the Manana Literary Society, hosted by Robert A. Heinlein, and including from time to time such members as Anthony Boucher, Arthur K. Barnes, Edmund Hamilton, L. Ron Hubbard, Henry Kuttner, C. L. Moore, L. Sprague de Camp, Cleve Cartmill, Lee Brackett, and Jack Williamson. Heinlein's house was atop Lookout Mountain, and Schwartz recalls that driving down that winding road at night was a harrowing experience. For that reason, Bob never served hard liquor. Looking back on it, Heinlein was more than a considerate, generous host. He could have wiped out half his SF competition with a few bottles of scotch. The science fiction field in these years was simply a branch of the pulp magazine industry, which supplied millions of readers with inexpensive fiction, much as the paperback industry does today. Paperbacks began to be published as early as 1939, when Pocket Books Incorporated was founded, but they weren't yet a major field of publishing. Most pulp publishing was done by giant corporations that produced chains of magazines in every imaginable genre. Jungle Stories, Dime Mystery Magazine, Western Story, South Sea Stories, RAF Aces, Navy Stories, Spicy Mystery, Railroad Stories, Doc Savage, Popular Love, Sports Story Magazine, Far East Adventures, and etc., etc. Popular Publications Incorporated published 50 or more magazines. Better Publications Incorporated had nearly 40. These high-volume publishers required large editorial staffs and standardized office procedures. Editors often had to work in several different fields at once. Walheim was once an editor for 10 Detective Aces, Ace Detective, Ace Sports, 12 Sports Aces, Western Trails, and Western Aces. Lowndes simultaneously edited science fiction, westerns, detective, love, and sports magazines. Interoffice memos were made in triplicate, and editors had a variety of printed rejection letters to use, each explaining a common story error. H.L. Gould, who was an assistant editor for Better Publications Incorporated, says the job was so mechanical that 2 years of it destroyed the pleasure of editing. Some idea of just how mechanical pulp magazine editing could be can be gained from Frederick Pohl's description of life in the offices where Gould worked. Each day's work by an editor was checked over by the boss. He didn't bother to read the stories. He did carefully assess the quantity of pencil markings on each page. If there wasn't a lot, the editor was called on the carpet. Nor was the pay enough to make these conditions worthwhile. A top editor such as Leo Margulies, editor-in-chief of Better Publications Incorporated, might make $25,000 or more a year. But lowly junior editors like Pohl were hired at $10 a week. That wasn't so bad, says Pohl. They hired another editor at the same time, and he had to work 3 months for nothing before they raised him to $10 a week. Gould, hired to work on more magazines than Pohl, made $30 a week. Many editors coped with low salaries by writing stories and selling them to themselves under pen names. Pohl was one of these, and even Raymond A. Palmer, who had contrived to make a decent living by working for a percentage of the profits from amazing and fantastic adventures, and then raising their circulation so much that he was soon making more than the vice president of the company, wrote stories for himself under pen names in order to make more money. He said in 1975 that his publishers had been aware of it, but had looked the other way. Pulp magazine publishers were accustomed to such tactics. The editors of startling and thrilling wonder stories, however, were expected to write stories for their magazines as part of their editorial duties. Leo Margulies, interviewed in 1974, remembered showing a visitor around the offices one day. His guest asked him why Oscar J. Friend, one of the assistant editors, had been sitting at his desk staring blankly at a painting. Margulies explained that Friend had been plotting a story he was assigned to write around that painting. John W. Campbell had no such problems. He worked for perhaps the most prestigious of the pulp publishers, Street and Smith Publications Incorporated, which paid him a living wage, and didn't require him to write stories in addition to his editorial duties. Moreover, his work was focused strictly on Astounding and its companion fantasy magazine, Unknown. Donald Wollheim has suggested this may have been the reason Campbell was so successful as an editor. He had the time to do a better job than usual, to give more attention to each story. Nonetheless, Campbell's work's surroundings were far from plush. Street and Smith's headquarters were in an old building whose elevator had seen better days. To get to Campbell's office, one went through a gloomy, barn-like space piled high with enormous bales of pulp paper, down a series of tiny hallways, and finally, behind a door obscured by more rolls of paper, there was the office. Small, cluttered with magazines, manuscripts, and illustrations, and vibrating with the sound of nearby printing presses. Campbell dominated the room. He was a large man, barrel-chested and sharp-nosed. His eyes were piercing, and he talked as if each idea were a move in some absorbing mental game. But when he smiled, he suddenly looked like some overgrown pixie. It was here in this office and from this man, for whatever reasons we may care to postulate, that the first golden age of science fiction came into being. It didn't seem so golden to the writers and artists who worked hard for pittances. Even Jack Williamson, already a top author for more than a decade, had never made as much as $2,000 a year, nor to most of the editors, who worked for just as little in noisy word factories. The threat, and then the actuality of global war, was a frightening background. Yet science fiction suddenly began to grow up in these years, gaining ideas and writing techniques whose influences can be seen in even the best stories written today. It was an era that's worth revisiting in an anthology of many of its finest stories. You'll find such a selection here. In addition, because of the importance of this period in science fiction, it's worth our study and understanding. My notes throughout are intended to show not only what happened, but also how, and to evoke the flavor of the entire science fiction experience in the first golden age. References. In the interest of readability, I've decided against using numbered footnotes. The references that follow this introduction and the introductions to each story are given in the order in which they were used. I believe interested readers will be able to correlate them with the text rather easily. John W. Campbell by Walter Gillings, Science Fiction Monthly, Volume 2, Number 1, 1974. The Encyclopedia of Science Fiction and Fantasy, Volume 1, by Donald H. Tuck, Advent, Publishers, 1974. MFS Members by Squanchfoot, The Fantasite, November-December 1941. Big, Big, Big by Isaac Asimov, Introduction to The Space Beyond by John W. Campbell, Jr., Pyramid Books, 1976. Early Del Rey by Lester Del Rey, Doubleday, 1975. A Rose is a File Folder by Cleve Cartmill, Bixel, December 1962. The Universe Makers by Donald A. Wollheim, Harper & Row, 1971. World's Fair, Life, March 13, 1939. At the New York World's Fair by Dick Wilson, Super Science Stories, September 1940. Variety Music Cavalcade by Julius Matfeld, Prentice Hall, 1952. The Academy Awards, A Pictorial History by Paul Michael, Bobbs Merrill, 1964. Frederick Arnold Coomer, Jr., in The Reader Speaks, Thrilling Wonder Stories, July 1940. Letter from Robert Bloch, February 20th, 1975. Silence is Deadly, by Bertrand L. Shurtleff, Astounding Science Fiction, April 1942. The Flight That Failed, by E. Mayne Hull, Astounding Science Fiction, December 1942. The Whispering Spheres, by R. R. Winterbotham, Comet Stories, July 1941. Passage to Sharoney, by Carol Gray, Robert W. Lowndes, Future Combined with Science Fiction, April 1942. Factory in the Sky, by Basil E. Wells, Astonishing Stories, September 1941. Too Good at Guessing, by John W. Campbell, Jr., Astounding Science Fiction, April 1942. Explorers of the Infinite, by Sam Moskowitz, World Publishing, 1963. The Complete Checklist of Science Fiction Magazines, by Bradford M. Day, Science Fiction and Fantasy Publication, 1961. The Columbia Pulps, by Robert A. W. Lowndes, The Pulp Era, May-June 1967. Down to Earth, by Robert W. Lowndes, Future Science Fiction, January 1954. Letter from Raymond A. Palmer, August 1975. Interview with C.L. Moore, October 23, 1977. Fantasy News, March 24, 1940. The Encyclopedia of Science Fiction and Fantasy, Volume 2, by Donald H. Tuck, Advent, Publishers, 1978. Fantasy News, March 10, 1940. Dianuts and Dianetics, by F. Towner Laney, The Unspeakable Thing, April 1952. 50 Years of Heroes, by Edmund Hamilton, Weird Heroes, Volume 6, Pyramid Books, 1977. The Campbell Era, by Jack Williamson, Algol, Summer 1975. Fantasy News, April 21, 1940. My Affair with Science Fiction, by Alfred Bester, Hell's Cartographers, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1975. The Early Pole, by Frederick Pohl, Doubleday, 1976. Letter from Frederick Pohl, March 12, 1974. The Sky's No Limit, by Jerry K. Westerfield, Writer's Digest, January 1940. Interview with Fritz Leiber, September 20th, 1974. Letter from Donald A. Walheim, April 11th, 1975. Night Piece, by Damon Knight, Hell's Cartographers, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1975. Letter from Robert A. W. Lowndes, January 22, 1977. Letter from Damon Knight, April 7, 1976. Hannes Bach, Artist and Man, by Ben Indick, Chappell, Winter, 1976. Fantasy News, April 28, 1940. Interview with Frank M. Robinson, July 10, 1976. The History of the Science Fiction Magazine, Part 2, by Michael Ashley, New English Library, 1975. Interview with Theodore Sturgeon, October 23, 1977. Interview with Lee Brackett, October 23, 1977. Afterword, by Julius Schwartz, Weird Heroes, Volume 6, Pyramid Books, 1977. The Early Asimov, by Isaac Asimov, Doubleday, 1972. The Early Williamson, by Jack Williamson, Doubleday, 1975. The Smallest God, by Lester del Rey. We begin with a story from the January 1940 issue of Astounding Science Fiction, which is an appropriate starting point, even though the magazine actually appeared on the newsstands in December 1939. Lester del Rey, whose full name is Ramon Felipe San Juan Mario Silvio Enrico Smith Heathcourt Brace Sierra Alvarez del Rey y de los Huerdes, had been writing science fiction for less than 2 years. He had produced 14 previous stories, 9 of which he'd sold, most to Astounding and Unknown. Just 24 years old, Del Rey didn't regard himself as a professional writer, despite the fact that he'd made over $1,000 from his fiction in 1939, more than he was to make for many years to come. He had begun writing on a dare. As he recalled, nearly 40 years later, he was reading a story in a January 1938 Astounding when my girlfriend dropped by to see me. She appeared just as I was throwing the magazine rather forcibly onto the floor. When she asked what the fuss was about, Del Rey responded with a long and overly impassioned diatribe against the story. In return, I got the most irritating question a critic can receive. What makes you think you have the right to judge writers when you can't write a story yourself? So what makes you think I can't write? I wanted to know. Prove it, she answered. He did. In 3 hours the next night, he wrote a 4,000-word story titled The Faithful, which he sent to John Campbell. He didn't expect to sell it, but he did hope Campbell would say something sufficiently nice in his rejection to enable him to win his bet. Instead, 2 weeks later, he received a check for $40. His point was proven, but as he stared at the check, he thought, how long has all this been going on? So he wrote a second story, which Campbell rejected, and a third also rejected. He nearly quit then, fearing that he was a one-story writer, but when The Faithful was published, Campbell wrote him a note. Your story was darn well received, Del Rey, and it's been moving up steadily in the reader's choice. But as I look through my inventory, I don't find anything more by you. I hope you'll remedy this. So Del Rey wrote a short story called Helen O'Loy, about a female robot who fell in love with her owner and convinced him to accept her as his wife. It was saccharine and male-chauvinistic, but it was just the sort of story that would appeal to the teenage boy bookworms who made up most of the science fiction readership then. And it was an enormous hit. It made Del Rey's reputation as a writer, and to this day it's often referred to by male critics as a science fiction classic. Del Rey followed with many other popular stories during this golden age, such as The Day Is Done, The Wings of Night, and Nerves, a suspenseful novello that would have been included in this book if it weren't so long, 30,000 words. But John Campbell insisted that his writers keep on their toes, so even with his mounting list of successes, Del Rey still suffered an occasional rejection. One that he remembers in particular came when he delivered to Campbell a story called The Milksop. When I came back that evening, there was a strange look on Campbell's face, half puckish, half troubled. When I was seated, he reached over to his manuscript pile and extracted my story. Holding it gingerly at the corner between thumb and one finger, he moved it over above the wastebasket. Do you really want this back, he asked, or should I just drop it in the permanent file? I suppose I gulped. Really that bad? He nodded sadly and dropped it into the wastebasket. Del Rey later reread his carbon copy of the story and found that he agreed with Campbell. The story has never been published. Campbell was much kinder when someone sent him a story he particularly liked. He paid bonuses for them, usually a quarter of a cent a word. The Smallest God is one of the stories for which Del Rey received a bonus. Running to about 15,000 words, it earned a check from Campbell for $187.50. It's easy to see why Campbell liked it so much. Not only is it original and amusing, but it fulfilled Campbell's wish to publish stories showing how scientists really worked. Prior to John Campbell's tenure at Astounding, the typical inventor in science fiction was an eccentric recluse who built spaceships in his backyard or smashed atoms in his basement laboratory. Campbell knew better, and so did Del Rey. Laboratory equipment is expensive, and researchers need incomes with which to buy food, no matter how eccentric they may be. This means they work for corporations or universities, where they have to justify their expenditures in advance. Interdepartmental battles for funding are common. So Del Rey built his story around such a rivalry between the chemist, Arlington Brew, and the biochemist, Hiram Hodges, and the result was that, for all its playfulness, the tale had a ring of authenticity that had been rare in science fiction till then. Del Rey didn't manage to avoid every cliché endemic to 1940s science fiction, however. On the very first page, we meet Dr. Ernst Mayr, a stereotyped German scientist complete with vaudevillian accent. Later in the story comes a drunk who sees snakes, then a gruff Irish cop, and a superstitious Irish woman, both of whom seem to have taken elocution lessons from Barry Fitzgerald. Such ethnic stereotypes were as common in pulp science fiction as in other forms of pulp fiction, and in the movies of the time, and on radio. Frederick Braun, in his famous story The Star Mouse, featured a German inventor whose accent was indistinguishable from that of Del Rey's Dr. Ernst Mayr. Und now we will see whether this exhaust tube was properly machined. It should fit within 1/100,000th of an inch. Ah, it is perfect. Und now? Manly Wade Wellman had a Brooklyn cop in one story who said things like, "So you turned the goil down. Moider, huh? That means the electric chair. Thousands of volts all through your body. Boring you to death." Lester Del Rey himself, in another 1940 story, used a Chinese cook who spoke like this. "Maybe so. You fella catchy plenty man. You fella catchy little planet. Fine only same time, catchy time, makey free." Such dialects, rendered painstakingly, not to say painfully, were supposed to lend colorful characterization to stories, and of course a bit of humor. They were not meant as racist slurs. Del Rey later chided himself for the way he presented the Chinese cook. "I knew better, since a couple of my friends in college were Chinese." Still, it's upsetting to see the stereotype of the black man as presented in some of these early 1940s stories. Mary Elizabeth Councilman, in a rare science fiction story in Weird Tales, wrote this: "The Negro delivery boy shambled in, then shuffled over to the table. 'Aw,' he grinned, 'you just funnin' me, ain't you, Captain?' And one of her characters, discounting the fact that the delivery boy had witnessed a scientific apparition, said, 'Why, that big seein' it doesn't prove a thing. The dark is very sensitive, like dogs.'" Even Clifford D. Simak, one of the most compassionate writers in science fiction, wrote one story that included a black man named Rastus, who was always stealing whiskey and feeling lonesome because no one would shoot a game of craps with him. At one point in the story, he bellowed, "Good Lord, where is I?" Later, confronted with strange Mercurian natives who resembled whirlwinds, he exulted, "You give me a razor. I's a powerful, dangerous man with a razor blade." But even here, the intention was clearly nothing more dire than to provide humorous leavening for an adventure story, for Simak's other characters included a white man named Old Creepy, a hillbilly who played hoedown music on his fiddle. The world seemed much less complex to most people in the early 40s. There was less mingling of races and nationalities, so people's assumptions about other groups were less frequently challenged by experience. We'll see some more startling examples of this when we consider the effects of World War II propaganda. Nor will we miss noticing the attitude of science fiction writers toward that most numerous of all underprivileged groups, women. But for now, here's one of the stories that helped make Lester Del Rey a giant among the writers of science fiction's first golden age. The Smallest God, a tale of a rubber doll who came to life in a laboratory and set about finding how to grow up. References: Lester Del Rey, An Appreciation by Robert Silverberg, Nikon 3, Program and Memory Book 1967, Early Del Rey by Lester Del Rey, Doubleday 1975, The Star Mouse by Frederick Braun, Planet Stories, Spring 1942, There Was No Paradise by Manly Wade Wellman, Thrilling Wonder Stories, August 1940, The Stars Look Down by Lester Del Rey, Astounding Science Fiction, August 1940, Drifting Atoms by Mary Elizabeth Councilman, Weird Tales, May 1941, Masquerade by Clifford D. Simak, Astounding Science Fiction, March 1941. Grateful acknowledgment is made for permission to reprint The Smallest God by Lester del Rey. Copyright 1940 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1968 by Lester del Rey. From Astounding Science Fiction, January 1940. Reprinted by permission of the author and his agents, Scott Meredith Literary Agency, Incorporated, 845 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. Dr. Arlington Brew led his visitor around a jumble of machinery that made sense only to himself, and through a maze of tables and junk that occupied most of his laboratory. "It's a little disordered just now," he apologized, glad that his assistant had been able to clear up the worst of the mess. "It sort of gets that way after a long experiment." Herr Dr. Ernst Meyer nodded heavy agreement. "Ja, so. Und mit all this machinery, no wonder. It gives yet no good place where I can mit comfort work, also in mine own laboratory. Und, what have we here?" "Oh, that's Hermes, my mascot." Brew picked up the little hollow rubber figure of the god Hermes. Mercury, the Romans called him. "The day I bought him for my daughter, the funds for my cyclotron were voted on favorably, so I've kept him in here. Just a little superstition." Meyer shook his head. "Nein, I mean here." He tapped a heavy lead chest bearing a large keep-out label. "Is maybe what you make?" "That's right." The physical chemist pulled up the heavy cover and displayed a few dirty crystals in a small compartment and a thick tarry goo that filled a half-liter beaker. "Those are my latest success and my first failure. By the way, have you seen Dr. Hodges over in the biochemistry department?" "Ja, wonderful work he makes yet, nicht wahr?" Opinions differ. I'll admit he did a good job in growing that synthetic amoeba, and the worm he made in his chemical bath wasn't so bad, though I never did know whether it was really alive or not. Maybe you read about it. But he didn't stick to the simple things until he mastered his technique. He had to go rambling off trying to create a synthetic man. Meyer's rough face gleamed. "Ja, so, das ist hübsch, nice, mit veins und muscles. Only it is not mit der life upfilled." Bruce sifted a few of the crystals in the chest out onto a watch glass where they could be inspected more carefully, and then he put them into an open drawer and closed it until the crystals were in a much dimmer light. In the semi-darkness, a faint gleam was visible, hovering over the watch glass. "Radioactive," he explained. "There is the reason Hodges' man isn't filled with life. If there had been some of this in his chemical bath when he was growing anthropos, that's what he calls the thing, it would be walking around today. But you can't expect a biochemist to know that, of course. They don't keep up with the latest developments the way the physical chemists do. Most of them aren't aware of the fact that the atom can be cracked up into a different kind of atom by using Bertha." "Bertha? Maybe she is the daughter?" Brew grinned. "Bertha's the cyclotron over there. The boys started calling her Big Bertha, and we just named her Bertha for short." He swung around to indicate the great mass of metal that filled one end of the room. "That's a lot of material to make so few crystals of radioactive potassium chloride, though." "Ach so. Then it is the radioactivated salt what would give life to the synthetic man, eh?" "Right. We're beginning to believe that life is a combination of electricity and radioactivity, and the basis of the last seems to be this active potassium we produce by bombarding the ordinary form with neutrons. Put that in Anthropos, and he'd be bouncing around for his meals in a week." Meyer succeeded in guessing the meaning of the last and cocked up a bushy eyebrow. "Then why not the salt to the man Gif? And have Hodges hog all the glory again? Not a chance." He banged his hand on the chest for emphasis, and the 6-inch figure of Hermes bounced from its precarious perch and took off for the watch glass. Brew grabbed frantically and caught it just before it hit. "Someday I'll stuff this thing with something heavy enough to hold it down." The German looked at the statue with faint interest. then pointed to the gummy mess in the beaker.
Und this?
Oh, that's a failure. Someday I might analyze a little of it, but it's too hard to get the stuff out of that tar, and probably not worth a quarter of the energy. Seems to be a little of everything in it, including potassium, and it's fairly radioactive, but all it's good for is, well, to stuff Hermes so he can't go bouncing around. Brute propped the little white figure against a ring stand and drew out the beaker, gouging out a chunk of the vari-colored tar. He plopped it into a container and poured methyl alcohol over it, working with a glass rod until it was reasonably plastic. "Darn stuff gets soft, but it won't dissolve," he grumbled. Meyer stood back, looking on, shaking his head gently. Americans were naturally crazy, but he hadn't expected such foolishness from so distinguished a research man as Dr. Braun. In his own laboratory, he'd have spent the next 2 years, if necessary, in finding out what the tar was, instead of wasting it to stuff a cheap rubber cast of a statue.
This, Herr Dr. Hodges, you don't like him, I think. Warum?
Braun was spooning the dough into his statue, forcing it into the tiny mouth and packing it in loosely. Hodges wanted a new tank for his life culture experiments when I was trying to get the cyclotron and the cloud chamber. I had to dig up the old anti-vivisection howl among the students' parents to keep him from getting it, and he thought that was a dirty trick. Maybe it was. Anyway, he's been trying ever since to get me kicked out and switch the appropriations over to his department. And by the way, I'd hate to have word of this get around.
Aber anti-vivisection.
Meyer was faintly horrified at such an unscientific thing. Braun nodded. "I know, but I wanted that cyclotron, and I got it. I'd do worse. There. Hermes won't go flying around again. Anything else I can show you, Dr. Meyer?"
"Thank you, no. The clock is late now, and I must catch my train by the hour. It has a pleasure been, Dr. Braun."
"Not at all." Braun set the statue on a table and went out with the German, leaving Hermes in sole possession of the laboratory, except for the cat. The clock in the laboratory said 4 o'clock in the morning. Its hum and the gentle breathing of the cat that exercised its special privileges by sleeping on the cyclotron were the only noises to be heard. Up on the table, Hermes stood quietly, just as Dr. Braun had left him, a little white rubber figure outlined in the light that shone through from the outside. A very ordinary little statue he looked. But inside, where the tar had been placed, something was stirring gently. Faintly and low at first, life began to quiver. Consciousness began to come slowly, and then a dim and hazy feeling of individuality. He was different in being a unit, not directly connected in consciousness with the dim outlines of the laboratory. What, where, when? Who, why, and how? Hermes knew none of the answers, and the questions were only vague and hazy in his mind, but the desire to know and to understand was growing. He took in the laboratory slowly through the hole that formed his partly open mouth, and let the light stream in against the resinous matter inside. At first, only a blur was visible, but as his eyes grew more proficient from experience, he made out separate shapes. He had no names for them, but he recognized the difference between a round tube and a square tabletop. The motion of the second hand caught his attention, and he studied the clock carefully, but could make no sense of it. Apparently some things moved, and others didn't. What little he could see of himself didn't, even when he made a clumsy attempt at forcing motion into his outthrust arm. It took longer to notice the faint breathing of the cat. Then he noticed it not only moved, but did so in an irregular fashion. He strained toward it, and something clicked in his mind. Tabby was dreaming. But Hermes couldn't know that, nor understand from whence came the pictures that seemed to flash across his gummy brain. Tabby didn't understand dreams either. But the little god could see some tiny creature that went scurrying rapidly across the floor, and a much distorted picture of Tabby was following it. Tabby had a definitely exaggerated idea of herself. Now the little running figure began to grow until it was twice the size of the cat, and its appearance altered.
It made harsh, explosive noises and beat a thick tail stiffly. Tabby's picture made a noise and fled, but the other followed quickly, and a wide mouth opened. Tabby woke up, and the pictures disappeared. Hermes could make no sense of them, though it was plain in Tabby's mind that such things often happened when her head turned black inside. But the cat awake was even more interesting than she was sleeping. There were the largest groups of loosely classified odor, sights, and sensations to be absorbed, the nicest memories of moving about and exploring the laboratory. Through Tabby's eyes he saw the part of the laboratory that was concealed from him, and much of the outside in the near neighborhood. He also drew a hazy picture of himself being filled, but it made no sense to him, though he gathered from the cat's mind that the huge monster holding him was both to be despised and respected, and was, all in all, a very powerful person. By now his intelligence was great enough to recognize that the world, seen through the cat's eyes, was in many ways wrong. For one thing, everything was in shades of white and black, with medial grays, while he had already seen that there were several colors. Hermes decided that he needed another point of view, though the cat had served admirably to start his mind on the way to some understanding of the world about him. A low howling sound came from outside the laboratory, and Hermes recoiled mentally, drawing a picture of a huge and ferocious beast from his second-hand cat's memory. Then curiosity urged him to explore. If the cat's color sense was faulty, perhaps her ideas on the subject of dogs were also wrong. He thrust his mind out toward the source of the sound, and again there was the little click that indicated a bridge between two minds. He liked the dog much better than the cat. There was more to be learned here, and the animal had some faint understanding of a great many mysteries which had never interested Tabby. Hermes also found that hard, selfish emotions were not the only kind. On the whole, the mind of Shep seemed warm and glowing after the frigid self-interest of Tabby. First in the dog's mind, as in all others, was the thought of self, but close behind was mistress and master, the same person whom the cat's mind had pictured filling the god. And there were the two little missies. Something about the dog's mental image of one of them aroused an odd sensation in the little god, but it was too confused to be of any definite interest. But the dog retained hazy ideas of words as a means of thought, and Hermes seized on them gratefully. He gathered that men used them as a medium of thought conveyance, and filed the 60 partly understood words of Shep's vocabulary carefully away. There were others with tantalizing possibilities, but they were vague. Shep's world was much wider than that of Tabby, and his general impression of color, for dogs do see colors, was much better. The world became a fascinating place as he pictured it, and Hermes longed for the mysterious power of mobility that made wide explorations possible. He tried to glean the secret, but all that Shep knew on the subject was that movement followed desire and sometimes came without any wish. The god came to the conclusion that in all the world, the only animals that could satisfy his curiosity were men. His mind was still too young to be bothered with such trifles as modesty, and he was quite sure there could be no animal with a better intelligence than he had. The dog couldn't even read thoughts, and Hermes had doubts about man's ability to do the same. Otherwise, why should the master have punished Shep for fighting when the other dog had clearly started it? And if he hadn't, Shep would have been home instead of skulking around this place, where he sometimes came to meet the master after work. Hermes tried to locate a man's mind, but there was none near. He caught a vague eddy of jumbled thought waves from someone who was evidently located there to guard the building, but there was a definite limit to the space that thought could span. The cat's brain had gone black inside again, with only fitful images flickering on and off, and the dog was drifting into a similar state. Hermes studied the action with keen interest, and decided that sleep might be a very fine way of passing the time until a man came back to the laboratory, as he gathered they did every time some big light shone from somewhere high up above. But as he concentrated on the matter of turning off his mind, he wondered again what he was. Certainly neither a dog nor a cat. He had no real belief that he was a man. The dog didn't know about him, but the cat regarded him as a stone.
Maybe he was one, if stones ever came to life. Anyway, he'd find out in the morning when the master came in. Until then, he forced thoughts from his mind and succeeded in simulating sleep. A strange noise wakened Hermes in the morning. From what he had seen in Shep's mind, he knew it was the sound of human speech and listened intently. The people were talking at a point behind him, but he was sure it was the master and one of the little missies. He tuned his mind in on that of the master and began soaking up impressions. We should stay away from young Thomas, Dr. Brew was saying. I think he's the nephew of Hodges, though he won't admit it. Your mother doesn't like him either, Tanya. Tanya laughed softly at her father's suspicions, and Hermes felt a glow all over. It was a lovely sound. You never liked my boyfriend, she said. I think you want me to grow up into an old-maid schoolmarm. Johnny's a nice boy. To hear you talk, a person would think Hodges and his whole family were ogres. Maybe they are. But Brew knew better than to argue with his older daughter. She always won, just as her mother always did. Hodges tried to swindle me out of my appropriations again at the meeting last night. He'd like to see me ruined. And you swindle him out of his tanks. Suppose I prove to the president who sent those anonymous vivisection letters to all the parents. Brew looked around hastily, but there was no one listening. Are you trying to blackmail me, Tanya? She laughed again at his attempted anger. You know I won't tell a soul. Bye, Dad. I'm going swimming with Johnny. Hermes felt a light kiss through Brew's senses and saw her start around the table to pass in front of him. He snapped the connection with the master's mind and prepared his own eyes for confirmation of what he had seen by telepathy. Tanya was a vision of life and loveliness. In the fleeting second it took her to cross the little god's range of sight, he took in the soft, waving brown hair, the dark, sparkling eyes, and the dimple that lurked in the corner of her mouth, and something happened to Hermes. As yet he had no word for it, but it was pure sensation that sped through every atom of his synthetic soul. He began to appreciate that life was something more than the satisfaction of curiosity. A sound from Brew, who was puttering around with a cloudy precipitate, snapped him back to reality. The questions in his mind still needed answering, and the physicist was the logical one to answer them. Again he made contact with the other's mind. This was infinitely richer than the dogs and cats combined. For one thing, there was a seemingly inexhaustible supply of word thoughts to be gleaned. As he absorbed them, thinking became easier, and the words provided a framework for abstractions, something utterly beyond the bounds of the animal minds. For half an hour he studied them, and absorbed the details of human life gradually. Then he set about finding the reasons for his own life. That necessitated learning the whole field of physical chemistry, which occupied another half hour, and when he had finished, he began putting the knowledge he had gleaned together until it made sense. All life, he had found, was probably electricity and radioactivity, the latter supplied by means of a tiny amount of potassium in the human body. But life was really more than that. There were actions and interactions between the two things that had thus far baffled all students. Some of them baffled the rubber god, but he puzzled the general picture out to his own satisfaction. When the experiment had gone wrong and created the tarry lump that formed the real life of Hermes, there had been a myriad of compounds and odd arrangements of atoms formed in it, and the tarry gum around them had acted as a medium for their operations. Then, when they were slightly softened by the addition of alcohol, they had begun to work, arranging and rearranging themselves into an interacting pattern that was roughly parallel to human life and thought. But there were differences. For one thing, he could read thoughts accurately, and for another, he had a sense of perception which could analyze matter directly from its vibrations. For another, what he called sight and sound were merely other vibrations, acting directly on his life substance instead of by means of local sensory organs. He realized suddenly that he could see with his mouth instead of his eyes, and hear all over. Only the rubber casing prevented him from a full 360-degree vision. But because of the minds he had tapped, he had learned to interpret those vibrations in a more or less conventional pattern.
Hermes analyzed the amount of radioactive potassium in Bru's body carefully and compared it with his own. There was a great difference, which probably accounted for his more fully developed powers. Something ached vaguely inside him, and he felt giddy. He turned away from his carefully ordered thoughts to inspect this new sensation. The alcohol inside him was drying out, almost gone, in fact, and his tarry interior was growing thicker. He'd have to do something about it. Dr. Brew, he thought, fixing his attention on the other. Could I have some alcohol, please? My thoughts will be slowed even below human level if I can't have some soon. Arlington Brew shook his head to clear it of a sudden buzz, but he had not understood. Hermes tried again, using all the remaining thought power he could muster. This is Hermes, Dr. Brew. You brought me to life, and I want some alcohol, please. Brew heard this time, and swung suspiciously toward the end of the room where his assistant was working. But the young man was engaged in his work and showed no sign of having spoken or heard. Hermes repeated his request, squeezing out his fast-failing energy, and the master jerked quickly, turning his eyes slowly around the room. Again Hermes tried, and the other twitched. Brew grabbed for his hat and addressed the assistant. "Bill, I'm going for a little walk to clear my head. That session last night seems to have put funny ideas in it." He paused. Better toss that little rubber statue into the can for the junk man. It's beginning to get on my nerves." He turned sharply and walked out of the room. Hermes felt the rough hands of the assistant and felt himself falling, but his senses were leaving him, drained by the loss of alcohol and the strain of forcing his mind on the master. He sank heavily into the trash can, and his mind grew blank. A splatter of wetness against Hermes' mouth brought him back to consciousness, and he saw a few drops fall near him from a broken bottle that was tipped sidewise. Occasionally one found its way through his mouth, and he soaked it up greedily. Little as he got, the alcohol still had been enough to start his dormant life into renewed activity. There was a pitch and sway to the rubbish in which he lay, and a rumbling noise came from in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a line of poles running by, and knew he was on something that moved. Momentarily he tapped the mind of the driver and found he was on a truck bound for the city dump, where all garbage was disposed of. But he felt no desire to use the little energy he had in mind-reading, so he fell back to studying the small supply of liquid left in the bottle. There was an irregular trickle now, running down only a few inches from him. He studied the situation carefully, noting that the bottle was well anchored to its spot, while he was poised precariously on a little mound of rubbish. One of Newton's laws of momentum flashed through his mind from the mass of information he had learned through Brew. If the truck were to speed up, he would be thrown backward, directly under the stream trickling down from the bottle, and with luck, he might land face up. Hermes summoned his energy and directed a wordless desire for speed toward the driver. The man's foot came down slowly on the accelerator, but too slowly. Hermes tried again, and suddenly felt himself pitched backward to land face down. Then a squeal of brakes reached his ears as the driver counteracted his sudden speed, and the smallest god found himself rolling over directly under the stream. There were only a few teaspoons left, splashing out irregularly as the bouncing of the truck threw the liquid back and forth on the fragment of glass, but most of them reached his mouth. The truck braked to a halt and began reversing, and the last drops fell against his lips. It was highly impure alcohol, filled with raw chemicals from the laboratory, but Hermes had no complaints. He could feel the tar inside him soften, and he lay quietly enjoying the sensation until new outside stimuli caught his attention. The truck had ceased backing and was parked on a slope leading down toward the rear. There was a rattle of chains, and the gate dropped down to let the load go spinning out, down the bank into the rubbish-filled gully. Hermes bounced from a heavy can and went caroming off sidewise, then struck against a rock with force enough to send white sparks of pain running through him. But the rock had changed his course and thrown him clear of the other trash. When he finally stopped, his entire head and one arm were clear, and the rest was buried under only a loose litter of papers and dirt. No permanent damage had been done. His tarry core was readjusting itself to the normal shape of the rubber coating, and he was in no immediate danger. But being left here was the equivalent of a death sentence. His only hope was to contact some human mind and establish friendly communications, and the dump heap was the last place to find men. Added to that, the need for further alcohol was a serious complication. Again he wished for the mysterious power of motion. He concentrated his mental energy on moving the free arm, but there was no change. The arm stayed at the same awkward angle. With little hope, he tried again, watching for the slightest movement. This time a finger bent slightly. Feverishly he tried to move the others, and they twisted slowly until his whole hand lay stretched out flat. Then his arm began to move sluggishly. He was learning. It was growing dark when he finally drew himself completely free of the trash and lay back to rest, exulting over his newfound ability. The alcohol was responsible, of course. It had softened the tar slightly more than it had been when he made his first efforts in the laboratory, and permitted motion of a sort through a change of surface tension. The answer to further motion was more alcohol. There were bottles of all kinds strewn about, and he stared at those within his range of vision, testing their vibrations in the hope of finding a few more drops. The nearer ones were empty, except for a few that contained brackish rainwater, but below him, a few feet away, was a small-sized one whose label indicated that it had contained hair tonic. The cork was in tightly, and it was still half full of a liquid. That liquid was largely ethyl alcohol. Hermes forced himself forward on his stomach, drawing along inch by inch. Without the help of gravity, he could never have made it, but the distance shortened. He gave a final labored hitch, clutched the bottle in his tiny hands, and tried to force the cork out. It was wedged in too firmly. Despair clutched at him, but he threw it off. There must be some way. Glass was brittle, could be broken easily, and there were stones and rocks about with which to strike it. The little god propped the neck of the bottle up against one and drew himself up to a sitting position, one of the stones in his hands. He could not strike rapidly enough to break the glass, but had to rely on raising the rock and letting it fall. Fortunately for his purpose, the bottle had been cracked by its fall, and the fourth stone shattered the neck. Hermes forced it up on the broken box and tipped it gingerly toward his mouth. The smell of it was sickening, but he had no time to be choosy about his drinks. There was room inside him to hold a dozen teaspoonfuls, and he meant to fill those spaces. The warm sensation of softening tar went through him gratefully as the liquid was absorbed. According to what he had read in Bruce's mind, he should have been drunk, but it didn't feel that way. It more nearly approximated the sensation of a man who had eaten more than he should and hadn't time to be sorry yet. Hermes wriggled his toes comfortably and nodded his approval of the ease with which they worked. Another idea came to him, and he put it to the test. Where his ear channels were, the rubber was almost paper-thin. He put out a pseudopod of tar from the lumps inside his head and wriggled it against the membrane. A squeaky sound was produced, like a radio speaker gone bad. He varied the speed of the feeler, alternating it until he discovered the variation of tones and overtones necessary, and tried a human word. Tanya. It wasn't perfect, but there could be no question as to what it was. Now he could talk with men directly, even with Tanya Brew if fate was particularly kind. He conjured up an ecstatic vision of her face and attempted a conventional sighing sound. Men in love evidently were supposed to sigh, and Hermes was in love. But if he wanted to see her, he'd have to leave the dump. It was dark now, but ultraviolet and infrared light were as useful to him as the so-called visible beams, and the amount of light needed to set off his sight was less than that for a cat. With soiled hands, he began pulling his way up the bank, burrowing through the surface rubbish. Then he reached the top and spied the main path leading away. His little feet twinkled brightly in the starlight, and the evening dew washed the stains from his body. A weasel, prowling for food, spied him and debated attack, but decided to flee when the little god pictured himself as a dog. Animals accepted such startling apparent changes without doubting their sanity. He chuckled at the tricks he could play on Tabby when he got back, and sped down the lane at a good 2 miles an hour. Brew worked late in the laboratory, making up for the time he had taken off to clear his head. All thoughts of his trouble with Hermes had vanished. He cleared up the worst of the day's litter of dirty apparatus, arranged things for the night, and locked up. Dixon, head of the organic chemistry department, was coming down the hall as the physicist left. He stopped, his pudgy face beaming, and greeted the other. "Well, hi there, Brew. Working late again, eh?" "A little. How's the specific for tuberculosis going?" Dixon patted his paunch amiably. "Not bad. We're able to get the metal poison into the dye and the dye into the bug. We still can't get much of the poison out of the dye after that to kill our friend the bacillus. But we've been able to weaken him a little. By the way, I saw your daughter today out with Hodges' nephew, and she told me—" "You mean Johnny Thomas?" Brew's eyebrows furrowed tightly and met at the corners. "So Hodges is his uncle. Still fighting the biochemistry department?" By a miracle of tact and good nature, Dixon had managed to keep on friendly terms with both men. "I wish you two would get together. Hodges is really a pretty decent sort." "Well, I didn't think so. You're both too stubborn for your own good. That nephew of his isn't so good, though. Came up here to pump money out of his uncle and get away from some scandal in New York. His reputation isn't any too savory. Wouldn't want my daughter going with him." "Now, don't worry. Tanya won't be going with Hodges' nephew any longer. Thanks for the tip." They reached the main door, and Brew halted suddenly. "Darn!" "What is it?" "I left my auto keys on the work table upstairs. Don't bother waiting for me, Dixon. I'll see you in the morning." Dixon smiled. "Absent-minded professor, eh? All right. Good night." He went out and down the steps, while Brew climbed back to his laboratory, where he found the keys without further trouble. Fortunately, he carried a spare door key to the lab in his pocket. It wasn't the first time he'd done this fool trick. As he passed down the hall again, a faint sound of movement caught his ear, and he turned toward Hodges' laboratory. There was no one there, and the door was locked, the lights all out. Brew started for the stairs, then turned back. "Might as well take advantage of an opportunity when I get it," he muttered. "I'd like to see that creation of Hodges, as long as he won't know about it." He slipped quietly to the door, unlocked it, and pulled it shut after him. The one key unlocked every door in the building and the main entrance. He had too much trouble losing keys to carry more than needed with him. There was no mistaking the heavy tank on the low table, and Brew moved quietly to it, lifted the cover, and stared inside. There was a light in the tank that went on automatically when the cover was raised, and the details of the body inside were clearly defined. Brew was disappointed. He had been hoping for physical defects, but the figure was that of a young man almost too classically perfect in body, and with an intelligent, handsome face. There was even a healthy pink glow to the skin. But there was no real life, no faintest spark of animation or breathing. Anthropus lay in his nutritive bath, eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling and seeing nothing. "No properly radioactive potassium," Brew gloated. "In a way, it's a pity, too. I'd like to work on you." He put the cover down and crept out again, making sure that the night watchman was not around. The man seldom left the first floor anyway. Who'd steal laboratory equipment? Brew reached for his keys and fumbled with them, trying to find the proper one. It wasn't on the key ring. "Damn," he said softly. "I suppose it fell off back on the table." But he still had the spare, and the other could stay on the table. With a duplicate, he opened and relocked the door, then slipped down the hall to leave the building. Again a faint sound reached him, but he decided it was the cat or a rat moving around. He had other worries. Mrs. Brew would give him what for being late again, he supposed, and Tanya probably wouldn't be home yet from the beach. That was another thing to be attended to. There'd be no more running with that young Thomas. In the latter supposition, he was wrong. Tanya was there, fooling with her hair and gushing to her mother about a date she had that night with Will Young. She usually had 7 dates a week, with at least 4 different men serving as escorts. Brew thoroughly approved of Young, however, since he was completing his Ph.D. work and acting as lab assistant. Mrs. Brew approved of him because the young man came from a good family and had independent means, without the need of the long grind up to a full professorship. Tanya was chiefly interested in his 6'2", his football reputation, and a new Dodge he owned. Margaret Brew spied her husband coming through the door and began her usual worried harangue about his health and overwork. He muttered something about a lost key, and Tanya changed the subject for him. Brew threw her a grateful smile and went in to wash up. He decided to postpone the lecture on Thomas until after supper. Then she was in too much of a hurry to be bothered, and he put it off until morning. The old Morris chair was soothing after a full meal, so soothing that the paper fell from his lap and scattered itself over the floor unnoticed, until the jangling of the telephone brought him back with a jerk. "It's for you," his wife announced. The voice was that of Hodges, his nasal Vermont twang unmistakable. "Brew, your latest brainstorm backfired on you. I've got evidence against you this time, so you'd better bring it back." The pitch of the voice indicated fury that was only partly controlled. The back hairs on Brew's neck bristled up hotly, and his voice snapped back harshly. "You're drunk or crazy, like all biochemists. I haven't done anything to you. Anyway, what is it you want back?" "You wouldn't know. How touching, such innocence. I want Anthropus, my synthetic man. I suppose you weren't in the laboratory this evening?" Brew gulped, remembering the faint noises he had heard. So it had been a trap. "Oh, of course. But we had trouble before, someone trying to force their way in, and we set up a photoelectric cell and camera with film for UV light. Didn't expect to catch you, but there's a nice picture of your face on it, and your key is in the lock. The number shows it's yours. I didn't think even you would stoop to stealing." Brew made strangling sounds. "I didn't steal your phony man. Wouldn't touch the thing. Furthermore, I didn't leave a key. Go sleep your insanity off. Are you going to return Anthropus?" "I don't have him." Brew slammed the receiver down in disgust, snorting. If Hodges thought that he could put such a trick over, he'd find out better. With all the trumped-up evidence in the world, they'd still have to prove a few things. He'd see the president in the morning before Hodges could get to him. But he wasn't prepared for the doorbell a half-hour later, nor for the blue-coated figures that stood outside. They wasted no time. "Dr. Arlington, Brew, we have a warrant for your arrest, charge being larceny. If you'll just come along quietly." They were purposeful individuals, and words did no good. Brew went along, but not quietly. Hermes spied the public highway below him and began puzzling about which direction to take back to town. Brew had never been out this way, and he had failed to absorb the necessary information from the garbage man, so he had no idea of the location of Corton. But there was a man leaning against a signpost, and he might know. The little god approached him confidently, now that he could both move and talk. He wanted to try his new power instead of telepathy, and did not trouble with a man's thoughts, though a faint impression indicated they were highly disordered. "Good evening, sir," he said pleasantly, with only a faint blur to the words. "Can you direct me to Corton University?" The man clutched the signpost and gazed down solemnly, blinking his eyes. "Got him again," he said dispassionately. "And after cutting down on stuff, too. It's funny. They never talked before. Wonder if the snakes will talk, too, when I begin seeing them." It made no sense to Hermes, but he nodded wisely and repeated his question. From the vibrations, the man was not unacquainted with the virtues of alcohol. The drunk pursed his lips and examined the little figure calmly. "Never had one like you before. What are you?" I suppose I'm a god," Hermes answered. "Can you direct me to Corton, please?" "So it's gods this time, eh? This is what I get for changing brands. Go away and let me drink in peace." He thought it over slowly as he drew out the bottle. "Want a drink?" "Thank you, yes." The little god stretched up and succeeded in reaching the bottle. This time he filled himself to capacity before handing it back. It was worse than the hair tonic, but there was no question of its tar-softening properties. "Could you—" "I know, Corton. To your right and follow the road." The man paused and made gurgling noises. "Why don't you stick around? I like you. Snakes never would drink with me." Hermes made it quite clear he couldn't stay, and the drunk nodded gravely. "Always women. I know about that. There's a woman that drove me to this. Seeing you. It's too bad. Well, so long." Filled with the last drink, the god stepped his speed up to almost 5 miles an hour. There was no danger of fatigue, since the radioactive energy within him poured out as rapidly as he could use it, and there were no waste products to poison his system. His tiny legs flickered along the road, and the little feet made faint tapping sounds on the smooth asphalt surface. He came over a hill and spied the yellow lights of Corton, still an hour's trot away. It might have been worse. The swishing of the water inside him bothered him, and he decided that he'd stick to straight alcohol hereafter. Whiskey contained too many useless impurities. Hermes flopped over beside the road and let the water and some of the oil from the hair tonic trickle out. The alcohol was already well inside his gummy interior, where there was no danger of losing it. For some reason, it seemed to be drying out more slowly than the first had, and that was all to the good. The few cars on the road aroused a faint desire for some easier means of locomotion, but otherwise they caused him no trouble. He clipped off the miles at a steady gait, keeping on the edge of the paving, until the outskirts of the town had been reached. Then he took to the sidewalk. A blue-coated figure ornamented with brass buttons was pacing down the street toward him, and Hermes welcomed the presence of the policeman. One of the duties of an officer was directing people he had gathered, and a little direction would be handy. The smallest guard stopped and waited for the other to reach him. "Could you direct me to the home of Dr. Arlington Brew, please?" The cop looked about carefully for the speaker. Hermes raised his voice again. "I'm here, sir." Officer O'Callaghan dropped his eyes slowly, expecting a drunk, and spied the guard. He let out a startled bellow. "So it's tricks, is it now? Confound that Bergen after driving the brats wild about ventriloquents. Come out of there, you spalpeen. Trying your tricks on an honest police? Like as if I didn't have worries of my own." Hermes watched the officer hunting around in the doorways for what he believed must be the source of the voice, and decided that there was no use lingering. He put one foot in front of the other and left the cop. The sound came from an alley, a couple of houses below, and Hermes paused. In the shadows he made out a dirty old woman, her frowsy hair blowing about her face, her finger crooked enticingly. Evidently she wanted something, and he turned in hesitantly. "That dumb Irish Mick," she grunted, and from her breath Hermes recognized another kindred spirit. Apparently humans were much easier to get along with when thoroughly steeped in alcohol, as he was himself. "Sure now, a body might think it's never a word he'd heard of the little folks, and you speaking politely, too. Ventriloquents, indeed. Was you wanting to know what I might be telling you?" Hermes stretched his rubber face into a passable smile. "Do you know where Dr. Arlington Brew lives? He's a research director at Corton University." She shook her head, blinking bleary eyes. "That I don't. But maybe you'd take the university. It's well I knew where that may be." Dr. Brew lived but a short distance from the campus, he knew, and once on the university grounds, Hermes would have no trouble in finding the house. He nodded eagerly. She reached down a filthy hand and caught him up, wrapping a fold of her tattered dress about him. "Come along, then. I'll be taking you there myself." She paused to let the few last drops trickle from a bottle into her wide mouth and stuck her head out cautiously. The policeman had gone. With a grunt of satisfaction, she struck across the street to a streetcar stop. "'Tis the last dime I have, but a sorry day it'll be when Molly McCann can't do a favor for a little folk." She propped herself against the car stop post and waited patiently, while Hermes pondered the mellowing effects of alcohol again. When the noisy car stopped, she climbed on, clutching him firmly, and he heard only the bumping of a flat wheel and her heavy breathing. But she managed to keep half awake and carried him off the car at the proper place. She set him down as gently as unsteady nerves would permit, and pointed a wavering finger at the buildings on the campus. "There you be, and it's the best of luck I'm wishing you. Maybe now that I've helped the little man, good luck'll be coming to me. A very good night to you." Hermes bowed gravely as he guessed she expected. "My thanks, Molly McCann, for your kindness, and a very good night to you." He watched her totter away and turned toward the laboratory building, where he could secure a few more drops of straight alcohol. After that, he could attend to his other business. Tanya Brew was completely unaware of the smallest guard's presence as he stood on a chair looking across at her. A stray beam of moonlight struck her face caressingly, and made her seem a creature of velvet and silver, withdrawn in sleep from all that was mundane. Hermes probed her mind gently, a little fearfully. Across her mind, a flickering pageant of tall men, strong men, lithe and athletic men, ran in disordered array, and none of them were less than 6 feet tall. Hermes gazed at his own small body, barely 6 inches high. It would never do. Now the face of John Thomas fitted itself on one of the men, and Tanya held the image for a few seconds. The god growled muttered oaths. He had no love for the Thomas image. Then it flickered into the face of Will Young, Bru's assistant. Hermes had probed her thoughts to confirm his own ideas of the wonderful delight that Tanya must be, and he was faintly disappointed. In her mind were innocence and emptiness, except for men of tall stature. He sighed softly and reverted to purely human rationalization until he had convinced himself of the rightness of her thoughts. But the question of height bothered him. Children, he knew, grew up, but he was no child, though his age was measured in hours. Some way he must gain a new body or grow taller, and that meant that Dr. Bru would be needed for advice on the riddle of height increase. He dropped quietly from the chair and trotted toward the master's bedroom, pushing against the door in the hope that it might be open. It wasn't, but he made a leap for the doorknob and caught it, throwing his slight weight into the job of twisting it. Finally the knob turned, and he kicked out against the door jamb with one foot until the door began to swing. Then he dropped down and pushed until he could slide through the opening. For his size, he carried a goodly portion of strength in his gum and rubber body. But the master was not in the bed, and the mistress was making slow strangling sounds that indicated emotional upset. From Bru's mind, Hermes had picked up a hatred of the sound of a woman crying, and he swung hastily out, wondering what the fuss was about. There was only one person left, and he headed toward the little Missy Catherine's room. She was asleep when he entered, but he called softly, "Miss Kitty?" Her head popped up suddenly from the pillow, and she groped for the light. For an 8-year-old child, she was lovely, with the sleep still in her eyes. She gazed at the little white figure in faint astonishment. Hermes shinnied up the leg of a chair and made a leap over onto the bed where he could watch her. "What happened to your father?" he asked. She blinked at him with round eyes. "It talks. A little doll that talks. How cute!" "I'm not a doll, Kitty. I'm Hermes." "Not a doll? Oh, goody. You're an elf, then?" "Maybe." It was no time to bicker about a question that had no satisfactory answer, but his heart warmed toward the girl. She wasn't drunk, yet she could still believe in his existence. "I don't know just what I am, but I think I'm the smallest of the gods. Where's your father?" Memory overwhelmed Kitty in a rush, and her brown eyes brimmed with tears. "He's in jail," she answered through a puckered mouth. "A nasty man came and took him away, and Mama feels awful. Just 'cause Mr. Hodges hates him."
"Where's jail?" "Never mind, I'll find out." It would save time by taking the information directly from her head, since she knew where it was. "Now go back to sleep, and I'll go find your father. And bring him home to Mama? And bring him home to Mama." Hermes knew practically nothing of jails, but the feeling of power was surging hotly through him. So far, everything he had attempted had been accomplished. Kitty smiled uncertainly at him and dropped her head back on the pillow. Then the little god's sense of vibration perception led him toward the cellar in search of certain vital bottles. A child's toy truck, overburdened with a large bottle and a small god, drew up in front of the dirty white building that served as jail. Hermes had discovered the toy in the yard and used it, as a boy does a wagon, to facilitate travel. Now he stepped off, lifted the bottle, and parked the truck in a small shrub where he could find it again. Then he began the laborious job of hitching himself up the steps and into the building. It was in the early morning hours, and there were few men about, but he stayed carefully in the shadow and moved only when their backs were turned. From his observation, men saw only what they expected, and the unusual attracted attention only when accompanied by some sudden sound or movement. Hermes searched one of the men's minds for the location of Bru, then headed toward the cell, dragging the half-pint bottle behind him as noiselessly as he could.
Dr. Braun sat on the hard iron cot with his head in his hand, somewhat after the fashion of Rodin's Thinker, but his face bore rather less of calm reflection. An occasional muttered invective reached the little god, who grinned. Arlington Braun was a man of wide attainments, and he had not neglected the development of his vocabulary. Hermes waited patiently until the guard was out of sight, and slipped rapidly toward the cell, mounting over the bottom brace and through the bars. The scientist did not see him as he trotted under the bunk and found a convenient hiding place near the man's legs. At the moment, Braun was considering the pleasant prospect of attaching all police to Bertha and bombarding them with neutrons until their flesh turned to anything but protoplasm. Hermes tapped a relatively huge leg and spoke softly. "Dr. Braun, if you'll look down here, please." He held up the bottle, the cap already unscrewed. Braun lowered his eyes and blinked. From the angle of his sight, only a half-pint bottle of whiskey raising itself from the floor could be seen. But he was in a mood to accept miracles without question, and he reached instinctively. Ordinarily, he wasn't a drinking man, but the person who won't drink on occasion has a special place reserved for him in heaven, well removed from all other saints. As the bottle was lowered again, Hermes reached for it and drained the few remaining drops, while Braun stared at him. "Well?" the god asked finally. The alcohol was leaving the scientist's stomach rapidly, as it does when no food interferes, and making for his head. The mellowing effect Hermes had hoped for was beginning. "That's my voice you're using," Braun observed mildly. "It should be. I learned the language from you. You made me, you know." He waited for a second. "Well, do you believe in me now?" Braun grunted. "Hermes, eh? So I wasn't imagining things back in the lab. What happened to you?" A suspicious look crossed his face. "Has Hodges been tinkering again?" As briefly as he could, the little god summarized events and explained himself, climbing up on the cot as he did so and squatting down against the physicist's side, out of sight from the door. The other chuckled sourly as he finished. "So, while Hodges was fooling around with amoebas and flesh, I made superlife. Only I didn't know it, eh?" There was no longer doubt in his mind, but that might have been due to the whiskey. The reason for more than one conversion to a new religious belief lies hidden in the mysterious soothing effect of ethanol in the form of whiskey and rum. "Well, glad to know you. What happens now?" "I promised your daughter I'd take you home to the mistress." But now that he was here, he wasn't so sure. There were more men around than he liked. "We'll have to make plans." Braun reflected thoughtfully. "That might not be so good. They'd come after me again, and I'd have less chance to prove my innocence." Hermes was surprised. "You're innocent? Why, I thought you'd murdered Hodges." After all, it was a reasonable supposition, based on the state of the physicist's mind the day before. "What happened?" "No, I haven't murdered him yet." Braun's smile promised unpleasant things at the first chance. "It's still a nice idea after this trick, though. It all started with the key." "Maybe I better take it from your head," Hermes decided. "That way, I'll be less apt to miss things and more sure to get things straight." Braun nodded and relaxed, thinking back over the last few hours. He lifted the bottle and tried to extract another drop, but the only dampness in it was such as condensed from his breath. Hermes followed the mental pictures in memory until the story was complete in his head. "So that's the way it was," he grunted, finished. "Some of it doesn't make sense." "None of it does. All I know is that I'm here, and Hodges has enough trumped-up evidence to convict me. He wanted to make the charge kidnapping, but they suggested corpse stealing and compromised on larceny. Grand larceny, I guess." "I still might be able to swipe the guards' keys and attract their attention." Braun gathered his somewhat pickled senses. "No, your biggest value to me is in your ability to get in places where a man couldn't and find out things without anyone knowing it. If I get out, I can do no more than I can here. I'm not a detective when it comes to human reactions, just physical or chemical puzzles." Well, there was something in that, Hermes had to concede. "Then I'm to work outside?" "If you want to. You're a free agent, not bound to me. Slaves have gone out of fashion. You're hardly a robot." The physicist shook his head. Why should you help me, come to think of it? Because I want to grow up, and you might help me. And because, in a sense, we both have the same memories and thought actions. I started out with a mixture of dog-cat and you. He climbed off the bunk and scuttled across the floor. I'll give Hodges your love if I see him. Brew grinned crookedly. Do. Professor Hiram Hodges stirred and turned over in his bed, a sense of something that wasn't as it should be troubling his mind. He grunted softly and tried to sleep again, but the premonition still bothered him, and then he realized that there was a rustling sound going on in his study, and that it was still too early for his housekeeper. He kicked off the sheet and rummaged under the bed for his slippers, drawing on the tattered old robe he'd worn for the last 6 years. As quietly as he could, he slipped across to the study door, threw it open, and snapped on the light switch, just as the rustling sound stopped. Probably his nephew up to some trick. But the room contained neither a nephew nor any other man. Hodges blinked, adjusting his eyes to the light, and stared at his desk. It had been closed when he went to bed. He was sure of that. Now it was open, and a litter of papers was strewn across it in haphazard fashion. Someone must have been there and disappeared in the split second it took to snap on the lights. Hodges moved over to the desk, stopping to pick up a few scraps of paper that had fallen on the floor, then reached up to close the roll top. As he did so, something small and white made a sudden frantic lunge from among the papers and hit the floor to go scuttling across the room. With startlingly quick reactions for his age, the professor spun his lank frame and scooped up the scurrying object. Apparently it was an animated rubber doll that lay twisting in his grasp. Words came spilling out, though the tiny mouth did not move. "All right, you've caught me. Do you have to squeeze me to death?" Some men, when faced with the impossible, go insane. Others refuse to believe. But Hodges' life had been spent in proving the impossible to be possible, and he faced the situation calmly. A robot wouldn't have spoken that way, and obviously this wasn't flesh and blood. Equally obviously, it was some form of life. He lifted the figure onto the desk and clamped the wire wastebasket down over it. "Now," he said, "what are you? Where from, and what do you want?" Hermes devoted full energy to picturing himself as a charging lion, but the professor was not impressed. "It's a nice illusion," he granted, smiling. "Come to think of it, maybe your other shape isn't real. Which is it? My nephew or Brew?" Hermes gave up and went over the story of his creation again, point by point, while dawn crept up over the roofs of the adjacent houses and urged him to hurry. Hodges' first incredulity turned to doubt, and doubt gave place to half-belief. "So that's the way it is. All right, I'll believe you, provided you can explain how you see without the aid of a lens to direct the light against your sensory surface." Hermes had overlooked that detail and took time off to investigate himself. Apparently, the surface is sensitive only to light that strikes it at a certain angle, he'd decided. My mouth opening acts as a very rough lens, something on the order of the old pinhole camera. The tar below is curved, and if I want clearer vision, I can put out a think bubble of fairly transparent surface material to rectify the light more fully, as a lens would. I don't need an iris. So Brew decided he'd made life and wanted to make a fool of me by bringing my man to consciousness, eh? Is that why he kidnapped Anthropus? Hermes grunted sourly. His mind was incapable of the sudden rages and dull hates that seemed to fill men's thoughts, but it was colored by the dislike Brew cultivated for the biochemist. It's a nice way of lying, Professor, but I know Dr. Brew had nothing to do with your creation. The other grinned skeptically. How do you know? I read his mind, for he had to reveal the truth. In proof, the little god transferred part of the picture he had drawn from Brew's mind to that of Hodges. The biochemist lifted the wastebasket off and picked up the little figure. That would account for the exposed film. Suppose you come with me while I get dressed and try reading my mind. You might be surprised. Hermes was surprised, definitely. In the professor's mind, there had been complete conviction of Brew's guilt, shaken somewhat now by the story transferred by Hermes. Instead of being a cooked-up scheme to ruin his rival, The theft of the synthetic man was unquestionably genuine. The god fixed on one detail, trying to solve the riddle. A note received the night before had first apprised the biochemist of the disappearance of his pet creation and sent him to the laboratory to investigate. "What happened to that ransom note?" Hermes asked. Hodges was struggling with man's symbol of slavery to the law of fashion, his necktie. "It's still in my pocket. Here." He flipped it across the room, where the other could study the crude scrawl. The words were crude and direct. "Professor, we got your artificial man. It'll cost you $1,000 to get him back. Leave the dough in a paper sack in the garbage can back of your house, noon tomorrow, and don't call the bulls." Obviously the work of a well-educated man, Hodges grunted, succeeding finally with a tie. "They always try to appear too illiterate when writing those notes. That's why I thought Dr. Braun wrote it, to throw me off the trail." "Well, hatred had nothing to do with it, I suppose. I don't hate Braun, and if his conscience didn't bother him, he wouldn't hate me. We used to be fairly good friends. We could still be, if we weren't so darn stubborn." The professor grinned as he picked up the small figure and moved toward the kitchen. "You don't eat, do you? Well, I do. Braun played a dirty trick on me, but I put over a few of them myself to get money for my department. At Corton it's always been dog-eat-dog when appropriations were under debate." "But did you think he'd leave his key lying around for evidence?" "Well, people do funny things, and only the department heads are permitted master keys. It had his number." Hodges swallowed the last of a bun and washed it down with milk. "It is funny, though. Let's see now. Braun left the keys on the table, and sometime yesterday he lost one of them. Tanya was in the laboratory in the morning, just before a date with that confounded nephew of mine." "But Tanya wouldn't." Hermes felt duty-bound to protect Tanya's reputation. Hodges cut in on his protest. "It's plain you don't know Tanya Braun. For herself, she wouldn't take it, but give her a fairly handsome young man with a smooth line, and she'd sell her own father down the river. That ransom note might be some of Johnny's pleasant work." "Then you think it's your nephew?" "I don't think anything, but it might be. He's the type. Tell you what I'll do. You try to get some of that potassium salt. Oh, yes, I knew about it long ago, from your patron, and I'll help you investigate Johnny." "If you'll help increase my size." That question was still a major one on the god's mind. "How'll we find out whether Thomas has the thing?" "That's your worry, son. I'll carry you there, but from then on, it's in your hands." Hodges pocketed Hermes and turned out of the kitchen. Johnny Thomas looked reasonably pleasant as he stuck his head out of the door, though the circles under his eyes were a little too prominent in the early morning hours. He grinned with evident self-satisfaction. "Ah, my dear maternal uncle, do come in." He kicked aside a newspaper that was scattered across the floor and flipped the cigarette ashes off the one comfortable chair in the room, seating himself in the bed. "What can I do for you this morning?" Hodges coughed to cover the noise of Hermes slipping across the room to a dark place under the table. With that attended to, he faced his nephew. "You know Anthropus, that synthetic man I grew in the culture bath? Somebody stole him last night, tank and all, and slipped a note under my door demanding $1,000 for his return." "Oh, too bad. But surely, Uncle, you don't think I had anything to do with it?" "Of course not. How could you get into the laboratory? But I thought you might help me contact the men and make arrangements to pay. Of course, I'd be willing to let you have a few dollars for your work." Thomas smiled and looked across the room, while apparently making up his mind. As he looked, a cat came out from where no cat should be, gravely lifted a bottle of whiskey, and drank deeply. "Excellent, my dear Thomas," the cat remarked. "I suppose when you collect that grand from your uncle, we'll have ever better drinks. Smart trick stealing that thing." The cat licked its chops, sprouted wings, and turned into a fairy. "Naughty, naughty," said the fairy. "Little boys shouldn't steal." It fluttered over to Thomas's shoulder and perched there, tinkling reproachfully. The young man swatted at it, felt his hand pass through it, and jumped for the chair. Now the room was empty, though his eyes darted into every corner. His uncle coughed again. "If you're done playing, John," he suggested. "Didn't you see it?" "See what?" "Oh, you mean that fly? Yes, it was a big one. But about this business I think he'd make a nice meal," said a grizzly bear, materializing suddenly, so young and succulent. A shining halo of light quivered violently. "You'd poison your system, Braun. Go back home." The bear obediently trotted to the window and passed through the glass. The halo of light struck a commanding note, and a face of wrath appeared in it. "Young man, repent of your ways and learn that your sins have found you out. Time is but short on this mortal sphere, and the bad that we do must follow us through all eternity. Repent, for the hour has come." Thomas quivered down onto the bed again, wiping his forehead. The idea of getting nervous at a time like this, the things couldn't be real. He turned back to Hodges, who was waiting patiently. "Just a little nervous this morning. Not used to getting up so early. Now, as we were saying—" Click. The sound was in the young man's head, and a soft purring voice followed it. "I know a secret, and I'm going to tell. Johnny, old kid, tell the old fossil what a smart guy you are, putting over a trick like that on him. Go ahead and tell." There was a hot flicker of pain that stabbed up the backbone, then ran around the ribs and began doing something on the order of a toe dance in Thomas's stomach. He gritted his teeth and groaned. Hodges became all solicitation. "Something you ate?" asked the professor. "Oh, just lie down on the bed and relax." There was a whole den of rattlesnakes curled up on the bed, making clicking sounds that seemed to say, "Come ahead, young fellow, it's breakfast time and we're hungry." Thomas had no desire to relax among even imaginary snakes. "Gulp," he said, and an angel unscrewed its head from the light socket and dropped near him. "Gulp. Ouch!" The angel sprouted horns and tail, and carried a red-hot fork that felt most unpleasant when rubbed tenderly along his shins. Click. Again the voice was in his head. "Remember that girl at Casey's? Well, when she committed suicide, it wasn't so nice. But that was gas, and she didn't feel any pains. When you commit suicide—" "I won't commit suicide!" The bellow was involuntary, forced out, just as the little devil decided his fork would feel worse in the stomach. "Take him away!" Hodges clucked sympathetically. "Dear, dear, do you have a dizzy feeling, Johnny?" Johnny did, just as the words were out. His head gave an unpleasant twang and leaped from his body, then went whirling around the room. A gnome picked it up, whittled the neck quickly to a point, and drew a whip. "Hi, fellas," called the gnome. "Come see the top I made." He drew the whip smartly across Thomas's head and sent it spinning as a horde of other little hobgoblins jumped out of odd places to watch. That was a little too much for Johnny, with the addition of 2 worms that were eating his eyes. Hodges chuckled. "All right, Hermes, let him alone. The boy's fainted. It's a pity I couldn't see the things you were forcing on his mind. Must have been right interesting." Hermes came out of the corner smiling. "They were very nice. I think he'll talk when he comes to." He persuaded Tanya to get him the key by pretending an interest in cyclotrons. Said he was writing a story. She wouldn't have done it, except that the key was lying so temptingly within reach. He worked on her innocence. "Okay, Hermes," Hodges grunted. "She's washed whiter than snow, if you want it that way. Better get back in my pocket. Johnny's coming around again." It was noon when Hodges came to the cell where Bruce sat. The biochemist dropped the little gout on the floor and grinned. "You're free now, Arlington," he informed the other. "Sorry I got you in here, but I've tried to make up for that." Brew looked up at the professor's voice, and his face wasn't pretty. "Ugh," he said. The smile on Hodges' face remained unchanged. "I expected that. But Hermes here can tell you I honestly thought you'd stolen Anthropus. We just finished putting him back where he belongs and seeing that young nephew of mine leave town. If you'll avoid committing homicide on me, the warden will unlock the door." "What about my reputation?" "Quite untouched," Hermes assured him. "Professor Hodges succeeded in keeping everything hushed up, and it's Sunday, so your absence from the university won't mean anything." The physicist came out of the cell, and his shoulders lifted with a touch of freedom. The scowl on his face was gone, but uncertainty still remained in the look he gave Hodges. The biochemist put out a hand. "I've been thinking you might help me on Anthropus," he said. "You know, Arlington, we might make something out of that yet, if we work together." Brew grinned suddenly. "We might at that, Hiram. Come on home to lunch, and we'll talk it over while Hermes tells me what happened." Hermes squirmed as a hand lifted him back into the pocket. "How about helping me grow up?" But the two men were busy discussing other things. The height increase would have to wait. Hermes sat on the edge of Anthropus's tank, kicking his small legs against it and thinking of the last 2 days. To live in the same house, breathe the same air as Tanya Brew. He dug up another sigh of ecstasy and followed it with one of despair. For Tanya regarded him as some new form of bug to be tolerated since he was useful, but not to be liked, an attitude shared by her mother. Dr. Brew had the greatest respect for the little god, and Kitty was fond of him. Of them all, Kitty treated him best, and Tanya worst. Of course, that was due to his height. John Thomas was gone, but there were still Will Young and her other escorts, none less than 6 feet in height, and Hermes was far from being tall. The consultation held with Brew and Hodges had resulted in nothing. When all was said and done, there was no hope for him. He sighed again, and Dixon, who was helping Hodges and Brew with Anthropus, noticed him. "What's the matter, son?" he asked good-naturedly. "Alcohol drying out again? Why not try carbon tetrachloride this time?" Hermes shook his head. "I don't need anything. The alcohol seems to have permanently combined with the tar, something like water with a crystal to form a hydrate. I'm softened thoroughly for all time." Hodges looked up and then turned back to the tank where the synthetic man lay, and Hermes turned his attention to it. As far as outward appearance went, Anthropus was nearly perfect, and a tinge of envy filled the little god's thoughts. Dixon wiped his forehead. "I give up. When 3 separate divisions of chemistry can't bring life to him, there's no hope. Hodges, your man is doomed to failure." "He's breathing, though," the biochemist muttered. "Ever since we injected the potassium into him and put it in his nutritive bath, he's been living, but not conscious. See, his heartbeat is as regular as clockwork." He indicated the meter that flickered regularly on the tank. Brew refused to look. "To anyone but a biochemist," he informed the room, "the answer would be obvious. Hiram's created life, yes, but he can't give it a good brain. That's too complex for his electric cell formation determiner. What Anthropus needs is a new brain. I suppose you'd like to stick his head full of that gummy tar of yours." Old habit made the words tart, though good fellowship had been restored between them. "Why not?" It was Hermes' voice this time. Inspiration had flashed suddenly through his small mind, opening a mighty vista of marvels to his imagination. "Why wouldn't that solve it?" "I'll bite. Why?" Dixon grinned, sweat rolling from his chubby face. "That's the best suggestion we've had today." "But he wouldn't be real life then, not organic life. Besides, we can't be sure that another batch of the tar would live. It might be an accident that Hermes contained just the right ingredients. The rest of the tar probably isn't the same." Hermes wriggled in his excitement. "Organic life is merely a chemico-electrical reaction, with radioactivity thrown in. And I'm all of that. What difference does it make?" He stretched out a small leg. "Dr. Brew, will you examine my feet?" With a puzzled frown, Brew complied. "Well, they're wearing out," he said. "The rubber is almost paper-thin. You'll need a new body soon, Hermes." "Precisely. That's what I'm talking about. Why couldn't I be put in Anthropus's brain pan?" Hodges let out a startled wail that died out and left his mouth hanging open. Finally he remembered to close it. "I wonder," he muttered, "would it work?" Dixon demurred. It'd be a delicate operation, removing the useless higher part of the brain and leaving the essential vital areas that control the heart and organs. Besides, could Hermes control the nerves? Why not? He can control your nerves at a distance if he tries hard enough. But the operation would need a doctor's skill. Hermes had that all figured out by now, and he voiced his plan while the others listened carefully. Hodges finally nodded. "It might work, son. An anthropus isn't much good as is. I promise to help you grow up, and if you can use this body, it's yours. The university doesn't seem to value it much." The borrowed dissecting equipment from the zoology department was in readiness, and the men stood looking on as Hermes prepared for his work. He paused at the brink of the tank. "You know what you're to do?" "We do. After you open it, we'll lower your temperature until you harden up to unconsciousness, remove your casing, pack you in the brain pan so there's no danger of nerve pressure, and cover the opening with a removed section of the skull." "Right. In that nutrient fluid, it should heal completely in a few hours." Hermes dropped into the tank and was immersed with the liquid. His ability to work in any medium facilitated the operation, and his sense of perception made him capable of performing the work with almost uncanny skill. As the others watched, he cut briskly around the skull, removed a section, and went into the brain, analyzing it almost cell by cell, and suturing, cutting, and scraping away the useless tissue. Blood oozed out slowly, but the liquid's restorative power began functioning, healing the soft nerve tissue almost as rapidly as it was cut. Hermes nodded approval and continued, until only the vital centers that functioned properly were left. Then he indicated that he was finished, and Hodges pulled him out. The dry ice was numbing as they packed it around him, and his thoughts began moving more sluggishly. But as consciousness left him, a heady exultation was singing its song through every atom of his being. He would be tall and handsome, and Tanya would love him. Consciousness faded as Hodges began the relatively simple job of removing his casing and inserting him into the vacancy in Anthropus's head. Darkness. That was the first thought Hermes felt on regaining consciousness. He was in a cave with no entrance, and light could not stream through. Around him was a warm shell that held him away from direct contact with the world. He started to struggle against it, and the uneasy sense of closeness increased. Then he remembered he was in the head of the synthetic man. He must open his eyes and look out. But his eyes refused to open. Again he concentrated, and nothing seemed to happen. Bru's voice, muffled as from a great distance, reached him. "Well, he's awake. His big toe twitched then." There was another sensation, the feeling of a faint current pouring in from one of the nerve endings, and Hermes realized that must be his ears sending their message to his brain. This time he tried to talk, and Hodges spoke. "Well, that was his leg moving. I wonder if he can control his body." Hermes was learning. The sound and nerve messages coordinated this time. Learning to use Anthropus's auditory system would not be too difficult. But he was having trouble. He had tried to open his eyes, and a toe had twitched. An effort to use his tongue resulted in a leg moving. There was only one thing to do, and that was to try everything until the desired result was obtained. It was several minutes later when Dixon's voice registered on his nerves. "See? His eyes are open. Can you see Hermes? Anthropus?" Hermes couldn't. There was a wild chaos of sensation pouring in through the optic nerve, which must be the effect of light, but it made little sense to him. He concentrated on one part that seemed to register less strongly, and succeeded in making out the distorted figure of a man. It was enough to begin with, but learning to use his eyes took more time than the ears had. He gave up trying to speak and sent his thought out directly to Bru. "Lift me out and move me around, so I can study which sensations are related to my various parts." Bru obeyed promptly with the help of the others, enthusiasm running high. Hermes had the entire job of learning to make his body behave before him, but he brought a highly developed mind to bear on the problem. Bit by bit, the sensation sent up by the nerves registered on his brain, were catalogued and analyzed, and became familiar things to him. He tried touching a table with his finger, and made it in 2 attempts. "You'll be better than any man when we're done with you," Hodges gloated. "If I'd brought consciousness into Anthropus, I'd still have had to educate him as a child is taught. You can learn by yourself." Hermes was learning to talk again, in the clumsy system of breathing, throat contraction, and oral adaptation that produces human words. He tried it now. "Let me walk alone." Another half-hour saw a stalwart young figure striding about the laboratory, examining this and that, trying out implements, using his body in every way that he could. It answered his commands with a smooth coordination that pleased them all. Brew was elated. "With a brain like that, Hermes, and the body you have now, we could make the world's greatest physical chemist out of you. A little wire-pulling and a few tricks, examinations and things, and you'd have your degrees in no time. I could use you here." "He'd be a wonderful biochemist," Hodges cut in. "Think of what that sense of perception would mean to us in trying to determine the effect of drugs on an organism." Dixon added his opinion. "As an organic chemist, think what it would mean in analyzing and synthesizing new compounds. But why not all three? What we really need is someone to coordinate the various fields, and Hermes is ideal." He held out an old pair of trousers, acid-stained but whole, and Hermes began climbing into them. And that was a complication he hadn't thought of, and one which was not entirely pleasant. He saw no reason to conceal the new body of which he was so proud. Brew had accepted Dixon's idea. "How about getting yourself added to our staff in a few years? It would mean a lot to science, and the board of directors couldn't refuse the appointment if you'd force a little thought into their empty heads." Hermes had been considering it, and the prospect appealed to him. But Tanya wouldn't like it, probably. He'd have to see her before he could make any decision. Of course, now that he was a real man instead of a rubber statue, she couldn't refuse him. There was an interruption from the door, a small child's voice. "Daddy? Daddy, are you there?" The door swung open, and Kitty Brew came tripping in. "Kitty, you don't belong here." Brew faced her with a scowl of annoyance. "I'm busy." "But Mama sent me." Her voice was plaintive. "She gave me this telegram to bring you." Brew took it and read it through, his face lighting up. "Great luck," he told Hermes, handing it over. "I never thought Tanya would choose so well." The telegram was as simple as most telegrams are. "Have married Will Young, and on honeymoon in Millsburg. Stop. Ever so happy. Stop. Love, Tanya." And with it the newly created man's hopes went flying out into nothingness. But somehow he felt much better than he should. He handed it back to Brew, and the sigh he achieved was half-hearted. Kitty's eyes noticed him for the first time. She squeaked delightedly. "Oh, what a pretty man! What's your name?" Hermes' heart went out to her. He stooped and picked her up in his strong young arms, stroking her hair. "I'm the little god, Kitty. I'm your Hermes in a new body. Do you like it?" She snuggled up. It's nice." There was no surprise for her in anything Hermes might do. He turned back to the three men then. "Dr. Brew, I've decided to accept your offer. I'd like nothing better than working with all of you here at Corton." "Splendid, my boy. Splendid. Hiram?" They crowded around him, shaking his hand, and he thoroughly enjoyed the flattery of their respect. But most of his thoughts were centered on Kitty. After all, she was the only woman, or girl, who had treated him with any consideration, and her little mind was open and honest. She'd make a wonderful woman in 10 more years. 10 more years. And he wasn't so very old himself. There might be hope here yet.
Into the Darkness by Rocklynne. About the time The Smallest God appeared in Astounding, Rocklynne heard that a new market had opened for science fiction. Frederick Pohl was starting a new magazine called Astonishing Stories. Rocklynne, not quite 27 years old, was already a veteran science fiction writer, having published more than a dozen stories in the preceding 5 years in magazines as diverse as Astounding and Fantastic Adventures. But he had one favorite manuscript that he'd never managed to get into print. Originally written in 1934, when F. Orland Tremaine had been featuring imaginative, thought-variant stories in Astounding, it was a kaleidoscope of cosmic wonders that was evidently beyond even Tremaine's grasp, for he had rejected it. Charles Hornig had accepted the tale for Wonder Stories, but that magazine had foundered in 1936 and passed on to new management. The manuscript had been returned to Rocklynne. He hadn't been paid for it. Wonder paid on publication, not acceptance. He'd tried it with every other science fiction editor around, but no one had been willing to take a chance on a story that didn't even have human characters. Its title was Into the Darkness, and he sent it to Pohl's new magazine. Then he went back to his typewriter to write new stories, for then, as now, the livelihood of a freelance writer depended on continuous production. He soon ran into a fallow period for ideas, though, so he resorted to a stratagem he'd employed before. He rolled a sheet of paper into his typewriter and began to type his thoughts as rapidly as he could, hoping to turn up an idea. Here's what he wrote. Should I lay this story in modern times on Earth or on another planet? Or should I put it in the future, when the imagination can be used more? Now in the canals of Mars the water flows toward the equator, doubtless, and so what? Lord, I can type faster when I ignore punctuations. Oh, the hell with it all. No, I can't take that attitude. Monday morning I will go up to the mailbox with a manuscript. I wonder if there will be a mailbox chock full of checks. I don't think so. Into the Darkness has already been rejected by Pohl, undoubtedly, and the only place would be strange stories or maybe science fiction. Tapping on this typer may so drive me into a stupor that a story will simply come popping out of this thing that I must call a brain. What a hell of a brain. No, it is a very good brain, so it is. Everybody has days like that, but Rocklynne needn't have worried about Pohl rejecting Into the Darkness. He loved it, and bought it immediately. His readers loved it too. The next issue's letter column was filled with reactions like, the most refreshing story to appear anywhere in science fiction in at least a year. One of the best science fiction stories I have ever had the pleasure of reading. And, I particularly like Ross Rocklynne's Into the Darkness. It surely was unusual and unexpected. The latter comment was from a 19-year-old named Ray Bradbury, then only a year away from selling his first story. Rocklynne received just $60, half a cent a word, for Into the Darkness, but its popularity induced Pohl to break his budget and pay a full cent a word for a sequel in 1941. This too was popular with the readers, so Rocklynne did another in 1942. Astonishing died during the war, but Rocklynne published a fourth novelette in the series in a 1951 issue of Imagination. In 1973, Ace Books collected the 4 stories for publication as half of an Ace double. Frederick Pohl was then the editor at Ace. So Rocklynne's faith in the story that had gone unpublished for 6 years was obviously justified. Written in a time when science fiction was dominated by the cosmic concepts of authors like E. Smith and the early Jack Williamson, Into the Darkness was so daring a story that it went without a market till Pohl, young and willing to experiment, took a chance on it. In fact, Harlan Ellison remembers that when the 4th story of the series appeared in 1951, it was well beyond the terms and intents of what was being written in the field, even then. I don't mean to suggest that Into the Darkness is the ultimate science fiction story, of course. It's written in pulp style, and for all its alienness, it indulges in anthropomorphism at times. Not only that, I realized with amusement at one point, but the main character knew of only 98 elements. He could travel between galaxies in seconds, create and destroy whole solar systems, but he thought there were only 98 elements, whereas today we know of over 100, with the number still climbing. I decided it was a good example of how even the most imaginative science fiction stories can become dated within a few years. After all, hadn't I seen many worse examples in the stories of the early 40s? Not only stories whose scientific backgrounds soon became embarrassingly inaccurate, such as the 1942 Henry Kuttner story that referred twice to Piltdown Man, but also those in which everyday aspects of life, circa 1940, were so taken for granted that they were carried forward into the future. Bob Olson had a story in which a married couple of the future replaced their icebox with a refrigerator and simultaneously bought a robot maid. The maid eloped with the refrigerator. One of Alfred Bester's early stories of the future included the line, The acceleration tumbled his attackers from the running board. Don Wilcox wrote a story set in the 30th century that included an invisible Venusian car. One of its remarkable features was built-in headlights. I have to wonder how many readers of this book have ever heard of iceboxes or running boards, and if anyone considers built-in headlights to be futuristic. I also wonder how understandable today are the following lines from stories by Robert Moore Williams and William P. McGivern. All the weight of his body was behind that blow. He drove it straight at Sharp's chin. It would have made Joe Louis bat his expressionless eyes. I popped out of the cab and did a Jesse Owens into the place. You probably know that Louis was the heavyweight boxing champion of the world for many years, but maybe his characteristic implacability in the ring is less well remembered. Owens was a famous Olympics sprinter. Some of the stories from this period fairly begged to become dated, such as C.M. Kornbluth's The Rocket of 1955, about the first trip to the moon, of course. But these stories were written in a time when SF authors had no markets beyond the pulp magazines, which would be on sale for a month or so. Science fiction anthologies simply did not exist then, so the idea of writing for the ages was unknown even to the authors of a genre devoted to the future. But it turns out that there's no need to pardon Ross Rocklynne for his 98 elements. Contrary to my initial assumption that Rocklynne had simply listed the number of elements known to science when he wrote the story, or that Pohl might have updated the number when he published the story in 1940, with a little checking, I found that in 1940, only 92 elements were known. Rocklynne had extrapolated the number forward. He had simply fallen a bit short. He didn't fall short with the story itself, though. Into the Darkness remains to this day one of the most unusual stories ever written, wondrous in its concepts and thematically resonant. The term far out hadn't entered the language in 1940, but it fits. References: Meet the Authors by Ross Rocklynne, Amazing Stories, June 1940. Index to the Science Fiction Magazines by Donald B. Day, Perry Press, 1952. Introducing the Author by Ross Rocklynne, Imagination, January 1954. The Time Stream by Sam Moskowitz, Fantasy News, February 25, 1940. Letter from Julius Schwartz, January 17, 1977. Gosticus Discii Destimabat by Ross Rocklynne, The Fantasite, May-June 1943. Conversation with Ross Rocklynne, April 26, 1974. Viewpoints, Astonishing Stories, August 1940. Letter from Frederick Pohl, March 12, 1974. Introduction by Harlan Ellison to Ching Witch by Ross Rocklynne. Again, Dangerous Visions, Doubleday, 1972. False Dawn by Henry Kuttner, Thrilling Wonder Stories, June 1942. Our Robot Maid by Bob Olson, Future Fiction, November 1940. Slaves of the Life Ray by Alfred Bester, Thrilling Wonder Stories, February 1941. Invisible Raiders of Venus by Don Wilcox, Amazing Stories, April 1941. Lord of the Silent Death by Robert Moore Williams, Comet, December 1940. The Dynamouse by William P. McGivern, Fantastic Adventures, January 1941. The Rocket of 1955 by Cecil Corwin, C.M. Kornbluth, Stirring Science Stories, April 1941. Grateful acknowledgment is made for permission to reprint Into the Darkness by Ross Rocklynne. Copyright 1940 by Fictioneers Incorporated. From Astonishing Stories, June 1940, by permission of the author and his agent, Forrest J. Ackerman, 2495 Glendower Avenue, Hollywood, California, 90027. Chapter 1. Birth of Darkness. Out in space, on the lip of the farthest galaxy, and betwixt two star clusters, there came into being a luminiferous globe that radiated for light years around. A life had been born. It became aware of light. One of its visions had become activated. First it saw the innumerable suns and nebulae, whose radiated energy now fed it. Beyond that, it saw a dense, impenetrable darkness. The darkness intrigued it. It could understand the stars, but the darkness it could not. The babe probed outward several light years and met only lightlessness. It probed further and further, but there was no light. Only after its visions could not delve deeper did it give up. But a strange seed had been sown. That there was light on the far edge of the darkness became its innate conviction. Wonders never seemed to cease parading themselves before this newly born. It became aware of another personality hovering near, an energy creature 30 millions of miles across. At its core hung a globe of subtly glowing green light, 1 million miles in diameter. He explored this being with his vision, and it remained still during his inspection. He felt strange forces plucking at him, forces that filled him to overflowing with peacefulness. At once, he discovered a system of energy waves having marvelous possibilities. "Who are you?" these waves were able to inquire of that other life. Softly, soothing, he received answer. "I am your mother." "You mean, you are my son, my creation. I shall call you Darkness. Lie here and grow, Darkness, and when you are many times larger, I will come again." She had vanished, swallowed untraceably by a vast spiral nebula, a cloud of swiftly twisting stardust. He lay motionless, strange thoughts flowing. Mostly, he wondered about the sea of lightlessness, lapping the shore of this galaxy in which he had been born. Sometime later, he wondered about life, what life was, and its purpose. "When she comes again, I shall ask her," he mused. "Darkness," she called me. "Darkness." His thoughts swung back to the darkness. For 5 million years, he bathed himself in the rays that permeate space. He grew. He was 10 million miles in diameter. His mother came. He saw her hurtling toward him from a far distance. She stopped close. "You are much larger, Darkness. You grow faster than the other newly born." He detected pride in her transmitted thoughts. "I have been lying here thinking," he said. "I have been wondering, and I have come to guess at many things. There are others, like you and myself. There are thousands of others. I am going to take you to them. Have you tried propellants?" "I have not tried, but I shall." There was a silence. "I have discovered the propellants," said Darkness, puzzled, "but they will not move me." She seemed amused. "That is one thing you do not know, Darkness. You are inhabiting the 17th band of hyperspace. Propellants will not work there. See if you can expand." All these were new things, but instinctively he felt himself expand to twice his original size. "Good. I am going to snap you into the first band. There. Try your propellants." He tried them, and to his intense delight, the flaring lights that were the stars fled past. So great was his exhilaration that he worked up a speed that placed him several light years from his mother. She drew up beside him. "For one so young, you have speed. I shall be proud of you. I feel, Darkness," and there was wistfulness in her tone, "that you will be different from the others." She searched his memory swirls, "But try not to be too different." Puzzled at this, he gazed at her, but she turned away. "Come." He followed her down the aisles formed by the stars, as she accommodated her pace to his. They stopped at the sixth galaxy from the abyss of lightlessness. He discerned thousands of shapes that were his kind, moving swiftly past and around him. These, then, were his people. She pointed them out to him. You will know them by their vibrations, and the varying shades of the colored globes of light at their centers. She ran off a great list of names, which he had no trouble in impressing on his memory swirls. Radiant, vibrant, swift, milky, incandescent, great power, sun-eater, light-year. Come, I am going to present you to Oldster. They whirled off to a space 7 light-years distant. They stopped just outside the galaxy. There was a peculiar snap in his consciousness. Oldster has isolated himself in the 6th band of hyperspace, said his mother. Where before he had seen nothing save inky space, dotted with masses of flaming, tortured matter, he now saw an energy creature whose aura fairly radiated old age. And the immense purple globe which hung at his core lacked a certain vital luster, which darkness had instinctively linked with his own youth and boundless energy. His mother caught the old being's attention, and darkness felt his thought rays contact them. Oh, it's you, Sparkle, the old being's kindly thought said. And who is it with you? Darkness saw his mother, Sparkle, shoot off streams of crystalline light. This is my first son. The newly born felt Oldster's thought rays going through his memory swirls. And you have named him Darkness, said Oldster slowly, because he has wondered about it. His visions withdrew, half absently. He is so young, and yet he is a thinker. Already he thinks about life. For long and long, Oldster bent a penetrating gaze upon him. Abruptly, his vision rays swung away and centered on a tiny, isolated group of stars. There was a heavy, dragging silence. Darkness, Oldster said finally, your thoughts are useless. The thoughts now seemed to come from an immeasurable distance, or an infinitely tired mind. You are young, Darkness. Do not think so much that the happiness of life is destroyed in the overestimation of it. When you wish, you may come to see me. I shall be in the 6th band for many millions of years. Abruptly, Oldster vanished. He had snapped both mother and son back in the 1st band. She fixed her vision on him. Darkness, what he says is true. Every word. Play for a while. There are innumerable things to do. And once in great intervals, if you wish, go to see Oldster. But for a long time, do not bother him with your questions. I will try, answered Darkness in sudden decision. Chapter 2. Cosmic Children. Darkness played. He played for many millions of years. With playmates of his own age, he roamed through and through the endless numbers of galaxies that composed the universe. From one end to another, he dashed in a reckless obedience to Oldster's command. He explored the surfaces of stars, often disrupting them into fragments, sending scalding geysers of belching flame millions of miles into space. He followed his companions into the swirling depths of the green-hued nebulae that hung in intergalactic space. But to disturb these mighty creations of nature was impossible. Majestically they rolled around and around, or coiled into spirals, or at times condensed into matter that formed beautiful, hot suns. Energy to feed on was rampant here, but so densely and widely was it distributed that he and his comrades could not even dream of absorbing more than a trillionth part of it in all their lives. He learned the mysteries of the 47 bands of hyperspace. He learned to snap into them, or out again, into the 1st or true band at will. He knew the delights of blackness impenetrable in the 15th band, of a queerly illusory multiple existence in the 23rd, and an equally strange sensation of speeding away from himself in an opposite direction in the 31st, and of the 47th, where all space turned into a nightmarish concoction of cubistic suns and galaxies. Incomprehensible were those 47 bands. They were coexistent in space, yet they were separated from each other by a means which no one had ever discovered. In each band were unmistakable signs that it was the same universe. Darkness only knew that each band was one of 47 subtly differing faces which the universe possessed, and the powers of his mind experienced no difficulty in allowing him to cross the unseen bridges which spanned the gulfs between them. And he made no attempts toward finding the solution. He was determined to cease thinking, for the time being at least. He was content to play, and to draw as much pleasure and excitement as he could from every new possibility of amusement. But the end of all that came, as he had suspected it would. He played and loved all this until he had come to his 50-millionth year, still a youth. The purple globe at his core could have swallowed a sun 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and his whole body could have displaced 50 suns of that size. For a period of 100,000 years he lay asleep in the 7th band, where a soft, colorless light pervaded the universe. He awoke, and was about to transfer himself to the 1st band and rejoin the children of Radiant, Light Year, Great Power, and all those others. He stopped, almost dumbfounded, for a sudden, overwhelming antipathy for companionship had come over him. He discovered, indeed, that he never wanted to join his friends again. While he had slept, a metamorphosis had come about, and he was as alienated from his playmates as if he had never known them. What had caused it? Something. Perhaps, long before his years, he had passed into the adult stage of mind. Now he was rebelling against the friendships which meant nothing more than futile play. Play. Bouncing huge suns around like rubber balls, and then tearing them up into solar systems, chasing one another up the scale through the 47 bands, and back again, darting about in the immense spaces between galaxies, rendering themselves invisible by expanding to 10 times normal size. He did not want to play, and he never wanted to see his friends again. He did not hate them, but he was intolerant of the characteristics which bade them to disport amongst the stars for eternity. He was not mature in size, but he felt he had become an adult, while they were still children, tossing suns the length of a galaxy, and then hurling small bits of materialized energy around them to form planets, then just as likely to hurl huger masses to disrupt the planetary systems they so painstakingly made. He had felt it all along, this superiority. He had manifested it by besting them in every form of play they conceived. They generally bungled everything, more apt to explode a star into small fragments than to whirl it until centrifugal force threw off planets. I have become an adult in mind, if not in body. I am at the point where I must accumulate wisdom, and perhaps sorrow, he thought whimsically. I will see Oldster and ask him my questions, the questions I have thus far kept in the background of my thoughts. But, he added thoughtfully, I have a feeling that even his wisdom will fail to enlighten me. Nevertheless, there must be answers. What is life? Why is it? And there must be another universe beyond the darkness that hems this one in. Darkness reluctantly turned and made a slow trail across that galaxy and into the next, where he discovered those young energy creatures with whom it would be impossible to enjoy himself again. He drew up and absently translated his time standard to one corresponding with theirs, a rate of consciousness at which they could observe the 6 planets whirling around a small, white-hot sun as separate bodies, and not mere rings of light. They were gathered in numbers of some hundreds around this sun, and darkness hovered on the outskirts of the crowd, watching them moodily. One of the young purple lights, Cosmic by name, threw a mass of matter a short distance into space, reached out with a tractor ray, and drew it in. He swung it round and round on the tip of that ray, gradually forming ever-decreasing circles. To endow the planet with a velocity that would hurl it unerringly between the two outermost planetary orbits required a delicate sense of compensatory adjustment between the factors of mass, velocity, and solar attraction. When Cosmic had got the lump of matter down to an angular velocity that was uniform, Darkness knew an irritation he had never succeeded in suppressing. An intuition which had unfailingly proved itself accurate told him that anything but creating an orbit for that planet was likely to ensue. Cosmic. He contacted the planet maker's thought rays. Cosmic. The velocity you have generated is too great. The whole system will break up. Oh, Darkness. Cosmic threw a vision on him. Come on, join us. You say the speed is wrong? Never. You are. I've calculated everything to a fine point. To the wrong point, insisted Darkness stubbornly. Undoubtedly, your estimation of the planet's mass is the factor which makes your equation incorrect. Lower the velocity. You'll see. Cosmic continued to swing his lump of matter, but stared curiously at Darkness. What's the matter with you? He inquired. You don't sound just right. What does it matter if I do calculate wrong and disturb the system's equilibrium? We'll very probably break up the whole thing later anyway. A flash of passion came over Darkness. That's the trouble, he said fiercely. It doesn't matter to any of you. You will always be children. You will always be playing. Careful construction, joyous destruction. That is the creed on which you base your lives. Don't you feel as if you'd like, sometime, to quit playing and do something worthwhile? As if they had discovered a strangely different set of laws governing an alien galaxy, the hundreds of youths, greens and purples, stared at Darkness. Cosmic continued swinging the planet he had made through space, but he was plainly puzzled. What's wrong with you, Darkness? What else is there to do except to roam the galaxies and make suns? I can't think of a single living thing that might be called more worthwhile. What good is playing? Answered Darkness. What good is making a solar system? If you made one, and then, perhaps, vitalized it with life, that would be worthwhile. Or think. Think. About yourself. About life. Why it is, and what it means in the scheme of things. Or, and he trembled a little, try discovering what lies beyond the veil of lightlessness which surrounds the universe. The hundreds of youths looked at the Darkness. Cosmic stared anxiously at him. Are you crazy? We all know there's nothing beyond. Everything that is right here in the universe. That blackness is just empty, and it stretches away from here forever. Where did you get that information? Darkness inquired scornfully. You don't know that. Nobody does. But I am going to know. I awoke from sleep a short while ago, and I couldn't bear the thought of play. I wanted to do something substantial. So I am going into the darkness. He turned his gaze hungrily on the deep abyss, hemming in the stars. There were thousands of years, even under its lower time standard, in which awe dominated the gathering. In his astonishment at such an unheard-of intention, Cosmic entirely forgot his circling planet. It lessened in velocity, and then tore loose from the tractor ray that had become weak, in a tangent to the circle it had been performing. It sped toward that solar system, and entered between the orbits of the outmost planets. Solar gravitation seized it. The lone planet took up an erratic orbit, and then the whole system had settled into complete stability, with 7 planets where there had been 6. You see, said Darkness, with a note of unsteady mirth, if you had used your intended speed, the system would have coalesced. The speed of the planet dropped, and then escaped you. Some blind chance sent it in the right direction. It was purely an accident. Now throw in a second sun and watch the system break up. That has always amused you. His aura quivered. Goodbye, friends. Chapter 3. Oldster. He was gone from their sight forever. He had snapped into the sixth band. He ranged back to the spot where Oldster should have been. He was not. Probably in some other band, thought Darkness, and went through all the others, excepting the 15th, where resided a complete lack of light. With a feeling akin to awe, since Oldster was apparently in none of them, he went into the 15th and called out. There was a period of silence. Then Oldster answered, in his thoughts, a cadence of infinite weariness. "Yes, my son. Who calls me?" "It is I, Darkness, whom Sparkle presented to you nearly 50 million years ago." Hesitating, an unexplainable feeling, as of sadness unquenchable, came to him. "I looked for you in the 6th, he went on in a rush of words, "but did not expect to find you here, isolated, with no light to see by." "I am tired of seeing, my son. I have lived too long. I have tired of thinking and of seeing. I am sad." Darkness hung motionless, hardly daring to interrupt the strange thought of this incredible ancient. He ventured timidly, "It is just that I am tired of playing, Oldster, tired of doing nothing. I should like to accomplish something of some use. Therefore I have come to you, to ask you 3 questions, the answers to which I must know." Oldster stirred restlessly. "Ask your questions." "I am curious about life." Oldster's visitor hesitated nervously, and then went on. "It has a purpose, I know, and I want to know that purpose. That is my first question." "But why, Darkness? What makes you think life has a purpose, an ultimate purpose?" "I don't know," came the answer. And for the first time, Darkness was startled with the knowledge that he really didn't. "But there must be some purpose," he cried. "How can you say, 'must'? Oh, Darkness, you have clothed life in garments far too rich for its ordinary character. You have given it the sacred aspect of meaning. There is no meaning to it. Once upon a time, the spark of life fired a blob of common energy with consciousness of its existence. From that, by some obscure evolutionary process, we came. That is all. We are born, we live and grow, and then we die. After that, there is nothing. Nothing." Something in Darkness shuddered violently, and then rebelliously, but his thoughts were quiet and tense. "I won't believe that. You are telling me that life is only meant for death, then? Why, if that were so, why should there be life?" "No, Oldster. I feel that there must be something which justifies my existence." Was it pity that came flowing along with Oldster's thoughts? "You will never believe me. I knew it. All my ancient wisdom could not change you, and perhaps it is just as well. Yet you may spend a lifetime in learning what I have told you." His thoughts withdrew, absently, and then returned. "Your other questions, Darkness." For a long time, Darkness did not answer. He was of half a mind to leave Oldster, and leave it to his own experiences to solve his other problems. His resentment was hotter than a dwarf sun, for a moment, but it cooled, and though he was beginning to doubt the wisdom to which Oldster laid claim, he continued with his questioning. "What is the use of the globe of purple light which forever remains at my center, and even returns, no matter how far I hurl it from me?" Such a wave of mingled agitation and sadness passed from the old being that Darkness shuddered. Oldster turned on him with extraordinary fierceness. "Do not learn that secret. I will not tell you. What might I not have spared myself had I not sought and found the answer to that riddle? I was a thinker, Darkness, like you. Darkness, if you value— Come, Darkness," he went on in a singularly broken manner, "your remaining question." His thought rays switched back and forth with an uncommon sign of utter chaos of mind. Then they centered on Darkness again. I know your other query, darkness. I knew, when first sparkle brought you to me eons ago. What is beyond the darkness? That has occupied your mind since your creation. What lies on the fringe of the lightless section by which this universe is bounded? I do not know, darkness, nor does anyone know. But you must believe there is something beyond, cried darkness. Darkness, in the dim past of our race, beings of your caliber have tried. 5 of them I remember in my time, billions of years ago. But they never came back. They left the universe, hurling themselves into that awful void, and they never came back. How do you know they didn't reach that foreign universe? Asked darkness breathlessly. Because they didn't come back, answered Oldster simply. If they could have gotten across, at least 1 or 2 of them would have returned. They never reached that universe. Why? All the energy they were able to accumulate for that staggering voyage was exhausted. And they dissipated, died, in the energyless emptiness of the darkness. There must be a way to cross, said darkness violently. There must be a way to gather energy for the crossing. Oldster, you are destroying my life dream. I have wanted to cross. I want to find the edge of the darkness. I want to find life there. Perhaps then I will find the meaning of all life. Find the... began Oldster pityingly, then stopped, realizing the futility of completing the sentence. It is a pity you are not like the others, darkness. Perhaps they understand that it is as purposeful to lie sleeping in the 7th band as to discover the riddle of the darkness. They are truly happy. You are not. Always, my son, you overestimate the worth of life. Am I wrong in doing so? No. Think as you will, and think that life is high. There is no harm. Dream your dream of great life, and dream your dream of another universe. There is joy even in the sadness of unattainment. Again that long silence, and again the smoldering flame of resentment in darkness' mind. This time there was no quenching of that flame. It burned fiercely. I will not dream, said darkness furiously. When first my visions became activated, they rested on the darkness, and my newborn thought swirls wondered about the darkness, and knew that something lay beyond it. And whether or not I die in that void, I am going into it. Abruptly, irately, he snapped from the 15th band into the 1st, but before he had time to use his propellants, he saw Oldster, a giant body of intense, swirling energies of pure light, materialize before him. Darkness, stop. And Oldster's thoughts were unsteady. Darkness, he went on, as the younger energy creature stared spellbound. I had vowed to myself never to leave the band of lightlessness. I have come from it a moment for you. You will die. You will dissipate in the void. You will never cross it, if it can be crossed, with the limited energy your body contains. He seized darkness thought swirls in tight bands of energy. Darkness, there is knowledge that I possess. Receive it. With newborn wonder, darkness erased consciousness. The mighty accumulated knowledge of Oldster sped into him in a swift flow, a great tide of space lore no other being had ever possessed. The inflow ceased, and as from an immeasurably distant space came Oldster's parting words. Darkness, farewell. Use your knowledge. Use it to further your dream. Use it to cross the darkness. Again, fully conscious, darkness knew that Oldster had gone again into the 15th band of utter lightlessness in his vain attempt at peace. He hung tensely motionless in the 1st band, exploring the knowledge that now was his. At the portent of one particular portion of it, he trembled. In wildest exhilaration, he thrust out his propellants, dashing at full speed to his mother. He hung before her. "Mother, I am going into the darkness." There was a silence, pregnant with her sorrow. "Yes, I know. It was destined when first you were born. For that I named you Darkness." A restless quiver of sparks left her, her gaze sad and loving. She said, "Farewell, Darkness, my son." She wrenched herself from true space, and he was alone. The thought stabbed him. He was alone, alone as oldster. Struggling against the vast depression that overwhelmed him, he slowly started on his way to the very furthest edge of the universe, for there lay the great energy. Absently, he drifted across the galaxies, the brilliant denizens of the cosmos lying quiescent on their eternal black beds. He drew a small sun into him, and converted it into energy for the long flight. And suddenly, afar off, he saw his innumerable former companions. A cold mirth seized him. Playing, the folly of children, the aimlessness of stars. He sped away from them, and slowly increased his velocity, the thousands of galaxies flashing away behind. His speed mounted, a frightful acceleration carrying him toward his goal. Chapter 4. Beyond Light. It took him 7 millions of years to cross the universe, going at the tremendous velocity he had attained, and he was in a galaxy whose far-flung suns, hung out into the darkness, were themselves traveling into the darkness at the comparatively slow pace of several thousand miles a second. Instantaneously, his vision rested on an immense star, a star so immense that he felt himself unconsciously expand in an effort to rival it. So titanic was its mass that it drew all light rays, save the short ultraviolet, back into it. It was hot, an inconceivable mass of matter, 1 billion miles across. Like an evil, sentient monster of the skies, it hung, dominating the tiny suns of this galaxy that were perhaps its children. To darkness, flooding the heavens with ultraviolet light from its great expanse of writhing, coiling, belching surface. And mingled with that light was a radiation of energy so virulent that it ate its way painfully into his very brain. Still another radiation impinged on him, an energy which, were he to possess its source, would activate his propellants to such an extent that his velocity would pale any to which his race had attained in all its long history, would hurl him into the darkness at such an unthinkable rate that the universe would be gone in the infinitesimal part of a second. But how hopeless seemed the task of rending it from that giant of the universe. The source of that energy, he knew, with knowledge that was sure, was matter. Matter so incomparably dense, its electrons crowding each other till they touched, that even that furiously molten star could not destroy it. He spurred back several million of miles and stared at it. Suddenly, he knew fear, a cold fear. He felt that the sun was animate, that it knew he was waiting there, that it was prepared to resist his pitiable onslaughts. And as if in support of his fears, he felt rays of such intense repelling power, such alive, painful malignancy, that he almost threw away his mad intentions of splitting it. "I have eaten suns before," he told himself, with the air of one arguing against himself. "I can at least split that one open, and extract the morsel that lies in its interior." He drew into him as many of the surrounding suns as he was able, converting them into pure energy. He ceased at last, for no longer could his body, a giant complexity of swarming, intense fields, 60 millions of miles across, assimilate more. Then, with all the acceleration he could muster, he dashed headlong at the celestial monster. It grew and expanded, filling all the skies until he could no longer see anything but it. He drew near its surface. Rays of fearful potency smote him, until he convulsed in the whiplash agony of it. At frightful velocity, he contacted the heaving surface and made a tiny dent, some millions of miles in depth. He strove to push forward, but streams of energy repelled him, energy that flung him away from the star in acceleration. He stopped his backward flight, fighting his torment, and threw himself upon the star again. It repulsed him with an uncanny likeness to a living thing. Again and again he went through the agonizing process, to be as often thrust back. He could not account for those repelling rays, which seemed to operate in direct contrariness to the star's obviously great gravitational field, nor did he try to account for them. There were mysteries in space which even Oldster had never been able to solve. But there was a new awe in him. He hung in space, spent and quivering. It is almost alive, he thought, and then adopted new tactics. Rushing at the giant, he skimmed over and through its surface in titanic spirals until he had swept it entirely free of raging incandescent gases. Before the star could replenish its surface, he spiraled it again, clinging to it until he could no longer resist the repelling forces or the burning rays which impinged upon him. The star now lay in the heavens, diminished by 1/10 of its former bulk. Darkness, hardly able to keep himself together, retired a distance from it and discarded excess energy. He went back to the star. Churning seas of pure light flickered fitfully across. Now and then there were belchings of matter bursting within itself. Darkness began again. He charged head-on. He contacted, bored millions of miles, and was thrown back with mounting velocity. Hurtling back into space, Darkness finally knew that all these tactics would in the last analysis prove useless. His glance roving, it came to rest on a dense, redly glowing sun. For a moment it meant nothing, and then he knew that here at last lay the solution. He plucked that dying star from its place, and, swinging it in huge circles on the tip of a tractor ray, flung it with the utmost of his savage force at the gargantuan star. Fiercely, he watched the smaller sun approach its parent. Closer, closer, and then they collided. A titanic explosion ripped space, sending out wave after wave of cosmic rays, causing an inferno of venomous, raging flames that extended far into the skies, licking it in a fury of utter abandon. The mighty sun split wide open, exhibiting a violet, hot, gaping maw more than 1 billion miles wide. Darkness activated his propellants and dropped into the awful cavity until he was far beneath its rim and had approached the center of the star, where lay that mass of matter which was the source of the great energy. To his sight, it was invisible, save as a blank area of nothingness, since light rays of no wavelength whatsoever could leave it. Darkness wrapped himself exotically around the sphere, and at the same time the two halves of the giant star fell together, imprisoning him at its core. This possibility he had not overlooked. With concentrated knots of force, he ate away the merest portion of the surface of the sphere and absorbed it in him. He was amazed at the metamorphosis. He became aware of a vigor so infinite that he felt nothing could withstand him. Slowly, he began to expand. He was inexorable. The star could not stop him. It gave. It cracked, great gaping cracks, which parted with displays of blinding light and pure heat. He continued to grow, pushing outward. With the sphere of great energy, which was no more than 10 million miles across, in his grasp, he continued inflation. A terrific blast of malignant energy ripped at him. Cracks millions of miles in length appeared. Cosmic displays of pure energy flared. After that, the gargantua gave way before Darkness so readily that he had split it up into separate parts before he ever knew it. He then became aware that he was in the center of thousands of large and small pieces of the star that were shooting away from him in all directions, forming new suns that would chart individual orbits for themselves. He had conquered. He hung motionless, grasping the sphere of great energy at his center, along with a mystic globe of purple light. He swung his vision on the darkness and looked at it in fascination for a long time. Then, without a last look at the universe of his birth, he activated his propellants with the nameless great energy and plunged into that dark well. All light, save that he created, vanished. He was hemmed in on all sides by the vastness of empty space. Exaltation, coupled with an awareness of the infinite power in his grasp, took hold of his thoughts and made them soar. His acceleration was minimum rather than maximum, yet in a brief space of his time standard he traversed uncountable billions of light years. Darkness ahead, and darkness behind, and darkness all around. That had been his dream. It had been his dream all through his life, even during those formless years in which he had played in obedience to Oldster's admonishment. Always there had been the thought, what lies at the other end of the darkness? Now he was in the darkness, and a joy such as he had never known claimed him. He was on the way. Would he find another universe, a universe which had bred the same kind of life as he had known? He could not think otherwise. His acceleration was incredible, yet he knew that he was using a minimum of power. He began to step it up, swiftly increasing even the vast velocity which he had attained. Where lay that other universe? He could not know, and he had chosen no single direction in which to leave his own universe. There had been no choice of direction. Any line stretching into the vault of the darkness might have ended in that alien universe. Not until 1,000,000 years had elapsed did his emotion subside. Then there were other thoughts. He began to feel a dreadful fright, a fright that grew on him as he left his universe farther behind. He was hurtling into the darkness that none before him had crossed, and few had dared to try crossing, at a velocity which he finally realized he could attain but not comprehend. Mind could not think it. Thoughts could not say it. And he was alone. Alone. An icy hand clutched at him. He had never known the true meaning of that word. There were none of his friends near, nor his mother, nor great-brained Oldster. There was no living thing within innumerable light centuries. He was the only life in the void. Thus, for almost exactly 90 millions of years, he wondered and thought, first about life, then the edge of the darkness, and lastly, the mysterious energy field eternally at his core. He found the answer to two, and perhaps, in the end, the other. Ever, each infinitesimal second that elapsed, his visions were probing hundreds of light years ahead, seeking the first sign of that universe he believed in. But no, all was darkness so dense it seemed to possess mass. The monotony became agony. A colossal loneliness began to tear at him. He wanted to do anything, even play, or slice huge stars up into planets. But there was only one escape from the phantasmal horror of the unending ebon path. Now and anon he seized the globe of light with a tractor ray and hurled it into the curtain of darkness behind him at terrific velocity. It sped away under the momentum imparted to it until sight of it was lost. But always, though millions of years might elapse, it returned, attached to him by invisible strings of energy. It was part of him. It defied penetration of its secret, and it would never leave him, until, perhaps, of itself, it revealed its true purpose. Infinite numbers of light years, so infinite that if written, a sheet as broad as the universe would have been required, reeled behind. 80 millions of years passed. Darkness had not been as old as that when he had gone into the void for which he had been named. Fear that he had been wrong took a stronger foothold in his thoughts. But now he knew that he would never go back. Long before the 89 millionth year came, he had exhausted all sources of amusement. Sometimes he expanded or contracted to incredible sizes. Sometimes he automatically went through the motions of traversing the 47 bands. He felt the click in his consciousness, which told him that if there had been hyperspace in the darkness, he would have been transported into it. But how could there be different kinds of darkness? He strongly doubted the existence of hyperspace here, for only matter could occasion the dimensional disturbances which obtained in his universe. But with the 89 millionth year came the end of his pilgrimage. It came abruptly. For one tiny space of time, his visions contacted a stream of light, light that was left as the outward trail of a celestial body. Darkness body, 50 millions of miles in girth, involuntarily contracted to half its size. Energy streamed together and formed molten blobs of flaring matter that sped from him in the chaotic emotions of the moment. A wave of shuddering thankfulness shook him, and his thoughts rioted sobbingly in his memory swirls. Oldster, Oldster, if only your great brain could know this. Uncontrollably inflating and deflating, he tore onward, shearing vast quantities of energy from the tight matter at his core, converting it into propellant power that drove him at a velocity that was more than unthinkable toward the universe from whence had come that light-giving body. Chapter 5. The Colored Globes. In the 90 millionth year, a dim spot of light rushed at him. And, as he hurtled onward, the spot of light grew and expanded and broke up into tinier lights that in turn broke up into their components, until the darkness was blotted out, giving way to the dazzling, beautiful radiance of an egg-shaped universe. He was out of the darkness. He had discovered its edge. Instinctively, he lessened his velocity to a fraction of its former self, and then, as if some mightier will than his had overcome him, he lost consciousness and sped unknowingly at steady speed through the outlying fringe of the outer galaxy, through its brothers, until, unconscious, he was in the midst of that alien galactic system. First, he made a rigid tour of inspection, flying about from star to star, tearing them wantonly apart as if each and every atom belonged solely to him. The galaxies, the suns, the very elements of construction, all were the same as he knew them. All nature, he decided, was probably alike in this universe or in that one. But was there life? An abrupt wave of restlessness, of unease, passed over him. He felt unhappy and unsated. He looked about on the stars, great giants, dwarfs fiercely burning, other hulks of matter, cool to black, forbidding cinders, intergalactic nebulae wreathing unpurposefully about, assuming weird and beautiful formations over periods of thousands of years. He, darkness, had come to them, had crossed the great gap of nothing. But they were unaffected by this unbelievable feat, went swinging on their courses, knowing nothing of him. He felt small, without meaning. Such thoughts seemed the very apostasy of sense, but there they were. He could not shake them off. It was with a growing feeling of disillusionment that he drifted through the countless galaxies and nebulae that unrolled before him, in search of life. And his quest was rewarded. From afar off, the beating flow of the life energy came. He drove toward its source, 30 or 40 light years, and hung in its presence. The being was a green light, that one of the two classes in which darkness had divided the life he knew. He himself was a purple light, containing at his core a globe of pure light, the purpose of which had been one of the major problems of his existence. The green light, when she saw him, came to a stop. They stared at each other. Finally, she spoke, and there was wonder and doubt in her thoughts. "Who are you? You seem alien." "You will hardly believe me," Darkness replied, now trembling with a sensation which, inexplicably, could not be defined by the fact that he was in converse with a being of another universe. "But I am alien. I do not belong to this universe." "But that seems quite impossible. Perhaps you are from another space, beyond the 47th. But that is more impossible." She eyed him with growing puzzlement and awe. "I am from no other space," said Darkness somberly. "I am from another universe, beyond the darkness." "From beyond the darkness?" she said faintly. And then she involuntarily contracted. Abruptly, she turned her visions on the darkness. For a long, long time, she stared at it. And then She returned her vision rays to darkness. "So you have crossed the darkness," she whispered. "They used to tell me that that was the most impossible thing it was possible to dream of, to cross that terrible section of lightlessness. No one could cross, they said, because there was nothing on the other side. But I never believed, Purple Light. I never believed them. And there have been times when I have desperately wanted to traverse it myself, but there were tales of beings who had gone into it and never returned. And you have crossed it." A shower of crystalline sparks fled from her. So evident was the sudden hero-worship carried on her thought waves that Darkness felt a wild rise in spirits. And suddenly he was able to define the never-before-experienced emotions which had enwrapped him when first this Greenlight spoke. "Greenlight, I have journeyed a distance the length of which I cannot think to you, seeking the riddle of the darkness. But perhaps there was something else I was seeking, something to fill a vacant part of me. I know now what it was. A mate, Greenlight, a thinker, and you are that thinker, that friend with whom I can journey, voyaging from universe to universe, finding the secrets of all that is. Look, the great energy which alone made it possible for me to cross the darkness has been barely tapped." Imperceptibly, she drew away. There was an unexplainable wariness that seemed half sorrow in her thoughts. "You are a thinker," he exclaimed. "Will you come with me?" She stared at him, and he felt she possessed a natural wisdom he could never hope to accumulate. There was a strange shrinkage of his spirits. What was that she was saying? "Darkness," she said gently, "you would do well to turn and leave me, a green light, forever. You are a purple light, I a green. Green light and purple light. Is that all you have thought about the two types of life? Then you must know that beyond the difference in color, there is another. The greens have a knowledge not vouchsafed the purples until it is too late. For your own sake, then, I ask you to leave me forever." He looked at her, puzzled. Then, slowly, "That is an impossible request, now that I have found you. You are what I need," he insisted. "But don't you understand?" she cried. "I know something you have not even guessed at. Darkness, leave me." He became bewildered. What was she driving at? What was it she knew that he could not know? For a moment he hesitated. Far down in him a voice was bidding him to do as she asked, and quickly. But another voice, that of a growing emotion he could not name, bid him stay, for she was the complement of himself, the half of him that would make him complete. And the second voice was stronger. "I am not going," he said firmly, and the force of his thoughts left no doubt as to the unshakable quality of his decision. She spoke faintly, as if some outside will had overcome her. "No, Darkness, now you are not going. It is too late. Learn the secret of the purple globe." Abruptly, she wrenched herself into a hyperspace, and all his doubts and fears were erased as she disappeared. He followed her delightedly up the scale, catching sight of her in one band just as she vanished into the next. And so they came to the 47th, where all matter, its largest and smallest components, assumed the shapes of unchangeable cubes. Even he and the green light appeared as cubes, gigantic cubes, millions of miles in extent, a geometric figure they could never hope to distort. Darkness watched her expectantly. Perhaps she would now start a game of chopping chunks off these cubed suns and swing them around as planets. Well, he would be willing to do that for a while, in her curious mood of playfulness. But after that, they must settle down to discovering possible galactic systems beyond this one. As he looked at her, she vanished. Probably gone down the scale, thought Darkness, and he dropped through the lower bands. He found her in none. Darkness, try the 48th Her thought came faintly. "The 48th!" he cried in astonishment. At the same time, there was a seething of his memory swirls, as if the knowledge of his life were being arranged to fit some new fact, a strange alchemy of the mind by which he came to know that there was a 48th. Now he knew, as he had always known, that there was a 48th. He snapped himself into it. Energy became rampant in a ceaseless shifting about him, a strange energy, reminding him of nothing so much as the beating flow of an energy creature approaching him from a near distance. His vision sought out the green light. She was facing him somberly, yet with a queerly detached arrogance. His mind was suddenly choked with the freezing sensation that he was face to face with horror. "I have never been here before," he whispered faintly. He thought he detected pity in her, but it was overwhelmed by the feeling that she was under the influence of an outside will that could not know pity. Yet she said, "I am sadder than ever before, but too late. You are my mate, and this is the band of life." Abruptly, while he stared, she receded, and he could not follow, save with his visions. Presently, as if an hypnotist had clamped his mind, she herself disappeared, all that he saw of her being the green globe of light she carried. He saw nothing else, knew nothing else. It became his whole universe, his whole life. A peacefulness, complete and uncorroded by vain striving, settled on him like stardust. The green globe of light dimmed, became smaller, until it was less than a pinpoint, surrounded by an infinity of colorless white energy. Then, so abruptly it was in the nature of a shock, he came from his torpor, and was conscious. Far off, he still saw the green globe of light, but it was growing in size, approaching a purple globe of light that in turn raced toward it at high velocity. "It is my own light," he thought, startled. "I must have unwittingly hurled it forth when she settled that hypnotic influence over me. No matter, it will come back." But would it come back? Green globe of light was expanding in apparent size, approaching purple, which in turn dwindled toward it at increasing speed. "At that rate," he thought in panic, "they will collide. Then how will my light come back to me?" He watched intently, a poignantly cold feeling clutching at him. Closer, closer. He quivered. Green globe and purple globe had crashed. They met in a blinding crescendo of light that brightened space for light years around. A huge mistiness of light formed into a sphere, in the center of which hung a brilliant ball. The misty light slowly subsided until it had been absorbed into the brighter light that remained as motionless as darkness himself. Then it commenced pulsating with a strange, rhythmic regularity. Something about that pulsing stirred ancient memories, something that said, "You, too, were once no more than that pulsing ball." Thoughts immense in scope, to him, tumbled in his mind. "That globe is life," he thought starkly. "The green light and I have created life." That was her meaning when she said this was the band of life. Its activating energy flows rampant here. That is the secret of the purple globe. With the green globe, it creates life. And I had never known the 48th band until she made it known to me. The purpose of life. To create life. The thought of that took fire in his brain. For one brief, intoxicating moment, he thought that he had solved the last and most baffling of his mighty problems. As with all other moments of exaltation he had known, disillusionment followed swiftly after. To what end was that? The process continued on, and what came of it? Was creation of life the only use of life? A meaningless circle. He recalled Oldster's words of the past, and horror claimed him. "Life, my life," he whispered dully. "A dead son and life, one of equal importance with the other. "That is unbelievable," he burst out. He was aware of the green light hovering near. Yes, she possessed a central light, while his was gone. She looked at him sorrowfully. "Darkness, if only you had listened to me." Blankly, he returned her gaze. "Why is it that you have a light, while I have none?" A provision of whatever it was that created us endows the green lights with the ability to replace their lights 3 times. Each merging of a purple and green light may result in the creation of one or several newly born. Thus the number born overbalances the number of deaths. When my 4th light has gone, as it will some day, I know I, too, will die. "You mean I will die?" "Soon." Darkness shuddered, caught halfway between an emotion of blind anger and mental agony. "There is death everywhere," he whispered, "and everything is futile." "Perhaps," she said softly, her grief carrying poignantly to him. "Darkness, do not be sad. Darkness, death does indeed come to all, but that does not say that life is of no significance. Far past, in the gone ages of our race, we were pitiful, tiny blobs of energy which crept along at less than light speed. An energy creature of that time knew nothing of any but the 1st and 48th band of hyperspace. The rest he could not conceive of as being existent. He was ignorant, possessing elementary means of absorbing energy for life. For countless billions of years, he never knew there was an edge to the universe. He could not conceive an edge. He was weak, but he gained in strength. Slowly he evolved, and intelligence entered his mind. Always he discovered things he had been formerly unable to conceive in his mind, and even now there are things that lie beyond the mind. One of them is the end of all space. And the greatest is why life exists. Both are something we cannot conceive, but in time, evolution of mental powers will allow us to conceive them, even as we conceive the existence of hyperspace and those other things. Dimly, so dimly, even now I can see some reason, but it slips the mind. But darkness, all of matter, is destined to break down to an unchanging state of maximum entropy. It is life, and life alone, that builds in an upward direction. So, faith. She was gone. She had sown what comfort she could. Her words shot darkness full of the wild fire of hope. That was the answer. Vague and promissory it was, but no one could arrive nearer to the solution than that. For a moment, he was suffused with the blissful thought that the last of his problems was disposed of. Then, in one awful space of time, the green light's philosophy was gone from his memory, as if it had never been uttered. He felt the pangs of an unassailable weariness, as if life energies were seeping away. Haggardly, he put into effect one driving thought. With lagging power, he shot from the fatal band of life and death down the scale. Something unnameable, perhaps some natal memory, made him pause for the merest second in the 17th band. Afar off, he saw the green light and her newly born. They had left the highest band, come to the band where propellants became useless. So it had been at his own birth. He paused no more, and dropped to the true band, pursuing a slow course across the star beds of this universe, until he at last emerged on its ragged shore. He went on into the darkness, until hundreds of light years separated him from the universe his people had never known existed. Chapter 6. Dissipation. He stopped and looked back at the lens of misty radiance. I have not even discovered the edge of the darkness, he thought. It stretches out and around. That galactic system and my own are just pinpoints of light, sticking up, vast distances apart, through an unlimited ebon cloth, They are so small in the darkness, they barely have the one dimension of existence. He went on his way, slowly, wearily, as if the power to activate his propellants were diminishing. There came a time in his slow, desperate striving after the great velocity he had known in crossing the lightless section, when that universe, that pinpoint sticking up, became as a pinpoint to his sight. He stopped, took one longing look at it, and accelerated until it was lost to view. I am alone again, he thought vaguely. I am more alone than Oldster ever was. How did he escape death from the green lights? Perhaps he discovered their terrible secret and fled before they could wreak their havoc on him. He was a lover of wisdom, and he did not want to die. Now he is living, and he is alone, marooning himself in the lightless band, striving not to think. He could make himself die, but he is afraid to, even though he is so tired of life and of thinking his endless thoughts. I will die. But no. Yes, I will. He grew bewildered. He thought, or tried to think, of what came after death. Why, there would be nothing. He would not be there, and without him, nothing else could exist. I would not be there, and therefore there would be nothing, he thought starkly. Oh, that is inconceivable. Death. Why, forever after I died, I would be dead. He strove to alleviate the awfulness of the eternal unconsciousness. I was nothing once, that is true. Why cannot that time come again? But it is unthinkable. I feel as if I am the center of everything, the cause, the focal point, and even the foundation. For some time this thought gave him a kind of gloating satisfaction. Death was indeed not so bad, when one could thus drag to oblivion the very things which had sponsored his life. But at length reason supplanted dreams. He sighed. And that is vanity. Again, he felt the ineffably horrible sensation of an incapacity to activate his propellants the full measure, and an inability to keep himself down to normal size. His memory swirls were pulsating and striving, sometimes, to obliterate themselves. Everything seemed meaningless. His very drop into the darkness, at slow acceleration, was without purpose. I could not reach either universe now, he commented to himself, because I am dying. Poor mother, poor Oldster. They will not even know I crossed. That seems the greatest sorrow, to do a great thing, and not be able to tell of it. Why did they not tell me of the central lights? With Oldster, it was fear that I should come to the same deathless end as he. With mother, she obeyed an instinct as deeply rooted as space. There must be perpetuation of life. Why? Was the green light right? Is there some tangible purpose to life which we are unable to perceive? But where is my gain if I have to die to bring to ultimate fruition that purpose? I suppose Oldster knew the truth. Life just is, had an accidental birth, and exists haphazardly, like a star or an electron. But knowing these things, why do I not immediately give way to the expanding forces within me? I do not know. Convulsively, he applied his mind to the continuance of life within his insistently expanding body. For a while, he gloried in the small increase of his fading vigor. Making solar systems. His mind took up the thread of a lost thought. Happy suns of radiant, incandescent, great power, and all the others. He concentrated on the sudden thought that struck him. He was dying, of that he was well aware, but he was dying without doing anything. What had he actually done in this life of his? But what can I do? I am alone, he thought vaguely. Then I could make a planet, and I could put the life germ on it. Oldster taught me that. Suddenly, he was afraid he would die before he created this planet. He set his mind to it and began to strip from the sphere of tight matter vast quantities of energy, then condensed it to form matter more attenuated. With lagging power, he formed mass after mass of matter, ranging all through the 98 elements that he knew. 50,000 years saw the planet's first stage of completion. It had become a tiny sphere, some 15,000 miles in diameter. With a heat ray, he then boiled it, and with another ray, cooled its crust, at the same time forming oceans and continents on its surface. Both water and land, he knew, were necessary to life, which was bound by nature of its construction to the surface of a planet. Then came the final, completing touch. No other being had ever deliberately done what darkness did then. Carefully, he created an infinitesimal splash of life-perpetuating protoplasm. He dropped it aimlessly into a tiny wrinkle on the planet's surface. He looked at the finished work, the most perfect planet he or his playmates had ever created, with satisfaction, notwithstanding the dull pain of weariness that throbbed through the complex energy fields of his body. Then he took the planet up in a tractor ray and swung it around and around, as he now so vividly recalled doing in his childhood. He gave it a swift, angular velocity, and then shot it off at a tangent in a direction along the line of which he was reasonably sure lay his own universe. He watched it with dulling visions. It receded into the darkness that would surround it for ages. And then it was a pinpoint, and then nothing. "It is gone," he said, somehow wretchedly lonely because of that. "But it will reach the universe. Perhaps for millions of years it will traverse the galaxies unmolested. Then a sun will reach out and claim it. There will be life upon it, life that will grow until it is intelligent and will say it has a soul and purpose in existing." Nor did the ironic humor of the ultimate swift and speedy death of even that type of life, once it had begun existence, escape him. Perhaps for 1 or 10 million years it would flourish, and then even it would be gone. Once upon a time, nothing, and then nothing again. He felt a sensation that brought blankness nearer, a sensation of expansion, but now he made no further attempts to prolong a life which was, in effect, already dead. There was a heave within him, as if some subconscious force were deliberately attempting to tear him apart. He told himself that he was no longer afraid. "I am simply going into another darkness, but it will be a much longer journey than the other." Like a protecting cloak, he drew in his vision rays about him, away from the ebon emptiness. He drifted, expanding through the vast inter-universal space. The last expansion came, the expansion that dissipated his memory swirls. A vast, compact sphere of living drew itself out until darkness was only free energy distributed over light years of space. And death, in that last moment, seemed suddenly to be a far greater and more astounding occurrence than birth had ever seemed.
Vault of the Beast by A.E. van Vogt. Alfred Elton van Vogt was one of the most important writers discovered by John Campbell. His first published science fiction story, Black Destroyer, appeared in the July 1939 Astounding and was voted the best story in the issue, ahead of stories by C.L. Moore and Isaac Asimov, among others. He followed with Discord and Scarlet, and other popular stories in Astounding and Unknown. So Van Vogt's reputation was firmly established by the time the following story appeared in August 1940. He had proven himself a master of adventure stories that were both fast-moving and eerie. Who was this man who seemed to burst into science fiction with his talents already at full strength? He was a Canadian, 26 years old when he began writing science fiction, but he'd been writing professionally in other fields since the early 1930s, when he'd begun writing confessions for True Story. He remembers spending his first acceptance check immediately, so that when the story appeared on the newsstands he had to borrow money from his mother to buy the magazine. He continued to write confessions for a couple of years, but despite the fact that he won $1,000 for one of them in a prize contest, he lost interest in 1934 and turned instead to 15-minute radio plays for a Canadian station. He sold about 50 of them, but earned no more than $600 total. He turned to science fiction writing almost by accident. He'd read amazing stories in his teens, but when T. O'Connor Sloane took over the editorship, Van Vogt lost interest. Sloane was in his 80s, a man of conservative tastes, who admitted in the pages of Amazing that he didn't believe in the possibility of spaceflight. Van Vogt had never bothered to look at any other science fiction magazine, but one day in 1938 in McKnight's drugstore in Winnipeg, he casually picked up a copy of Astounding and began to read a story called Who Goes There? He was hooked. I read about half of it while standing there. Then I decided that I'd better buy the magazine. He did, and was so impressed that he wrote a one-paragraph outline of a story that was suggested to me not exactly by this story, but by the mood and feeling of it. He sent the outline to Campbell, unaware that it was Campbell himself who had written Who Goes There? It had appeared under the pen name Don A. Stewart. Campbell wrote back to say he was interested, and he cautioned, "In writing this story, be sure to concentrate on the mood and atmosphere. Don't just make it an action story." Despite this, Van Vogt found, when he'd finished it, that he had written it as an action story, so he rewrote it. The second time through, he was satisfied with it. He titled it Vault of the Beast. So this story is actually Van Vogt's first venture into science fiction writing. Immediately after it, he wrote Black Destroyer. And then on May 9, 1939, he married Edna Mayne Hall, a writer of freelance articles for the Winnipeg Free Press. She helped him with much of his work, typing final drafts from his handwriting or two-finger typing. Her help became particularly valuable after Astounding serialized Van Vogt's first novel, Slan. Campbell was so delighted with it that he wrote to him, "I would like to contract you to write for Astounding. I'm willing to buy $200 or $300 worth of stories a month from you. In other words, it's wide open." Van Vogt responded with 7 stories in 1942, totaling 115,000 words. They included Recruiting Station, Asylum, and The Weapon Shop. By the end of the year, his wife had decided to take up science fiction herself, and the first E. Mayne Hall story, The Flight That Failed, appeared in the December 1942 Astounding, beginning her own successful career in science fiction. But Van Vogt was more than successful. He was a superstar in science fiction. His popularity rivaled only by that of Robert A. Heinlein. In 1943, Van Vogt more than doubled his 1942 production, selling all his stories to Astounding and Unknown. In part, this was a result of the beginning of World War II, which commandeered the time and talents of most of the other major writers in the field. But Van Vogt, who had been turned down by his draft board because of poor eyesight, couldn't have filled the gap if he hadn't had the ability to write gripping and imaginative stories. In a 1947 symposium on the science of science fiction writing, Van Vogt explained his writing method. He visualized every story in terms of scenes of about 800 words, each scene introducing a new idea to the story. Every scene has a purpose, which is stated near the beginning, usually by the 3rd paragraph, and that purpose is either accomplished or not accomplished by the end of the scene. It seems a difficult formula, one that could easily straitjacket a writer, but Van Vogt had already mastered it when he wrote Vault of the Beast, and as a result the story fairly leaped along from one event to another. The readers loved it. Van Vogt did come in for some criticism of the science in his story, however. A letter in the Science Discussions section of Astounding's letter column pointed out, "In the first place, there is no such thing as the ultimate prime number. This was first proved by Euclid centuries ago. In the second place, Mr. Van Vogt speaks of infinity as though it were some single huge number. This is a common misconception. The term infinity actually does not denote a numerical quantity, but simply the absence of a limit. Mr. Van Vogt speaks of infinity minus 1 being a number divisible by 2. There is really no such number as that. In fact, it can be shown that if any finite number is subtracted from an infinite quantity, the remainder is still infinite. Now, if infinity minus 1, which is still infinity, is divisible by 2, and infinity is a prime, as Mr. Van Vogt proclaims— Whoa, how's that again? Remember that infinity minus infinity is an indeterminate form and may even be infinite. Such arguments from readers were much more common in the early 1940s than they are now. Magazine science fiction had, after all, developed just 14 years before out of Hugo Gernsback's science magazines Radio News and Science and Invention. Gernsback's belief that the purpose of science fiction was to teach science by dramatizing its future applications was no longer taken seriously by most readers, but they did resent stories containing what they considered to be flagrant scientific errors. Nor was this feeling confined to Astounding, the most scientifically oriented of the magazines. Thrilling Wonder Stories was purely a future adventures pulp, but a letter in a 1942 issue complained that, in Land of the Burning Sea by Malcolm Jameson, the hero is carried off in an interstellar liner which quickly accelerates to almost the speed of light. But the only effect on our hero is to knock him cold for a few days. Anyone with a half-ounce of relativity in his head would know he'd have been reduced to a grease spot, even with benefit of anti-traumatic serum. Why in the name of common sense couldn't the author have used an electrocosmic gravitator or some such gadget to change the value of the gravitational constant enough to keep Prescott's body from being disintegrated by his own inertia? I'm not asking authors to cramp their style by a too rigid adherence to physical laws, but their stories would be a lot better if they'd invent a plausible line of baloney to account for their departures from the straight and narrow. Authors of this period usually did make at least a pretense of scientific accuracy, and many of them constructed their stories by setting up climactic scenes in which the heroes saved the day by applying a few bits of knowledge which they would explain to their companions in the fade-outs. Among the writers who specialized in this were Nelson S. Bond and Alfred Bester. Bond had one of his heroes escape captivity on Venus by dumping the capsules from his heat gun into a stream that flowed through the underground domain of the vampiric harpies, after which he and his companion simply walked out unmolested. He explained, "Bats are hibernating creatures, automatically forced into slumber when the temperature drops below 46 degrees Fahrenheit. Our apparatus was perforce crude, but we had all the elements of a refrigerating unit. Ammoniated water running in a constant stream, capsules of condensed and concentrated heat from our needle guns, a small room which was connected by ventilating ducts with the rest of the underground city. The principle of the absorption process depends on the fact that vapors of low boiling point are readily absorbed in water and can be separated again by the application of heat. At 60 degrees Fahrenheit, water will absorb about 760 times its own volume of ammonia vapor, and this produces evaporation, which in turn gives off vapor at a low temperature, thereby becoming a refrigerator abstracting heat from any surrounding body, in this case, the rooms above." Bester told of a scientist who created a creature of pure protons. It began to grow menacingly as it fed on the protons and everything around it. Bester's hero surrounded it with Coolidge tubes and destroyed it in their radiation. "Look, stupid," he told the scientist creator. "Your pal ate protons, and the waste product of his metabolism was electrons. We surrounded him with nothing but free electrons, so he had nothing to ingest but his own waste. Get it? He died from auto-intoxication. They call it constipation in the ads." Perhaps the most amusing of these lessons in applied science was dreamed up by Rocklynne in a story about a spaceship carrying much-needed water to Mars. 4 enemy ships were in close pursuit and accelerating, about to destroy the unarmed cargo spaceship. The hero shut off his ship's rockets and ordered, "Give the stern valve of the water tank a 5-inch aperture, no more. Leave it that way and start your pumps at top speed. Turn them off every 3 seconds, then on again with a 1-second interval." Then he explained to his friends, "It's simple. Water will freeze in empty space. It evaporates quickly. The energy of evaporation freezes the rest of the water. If it's in small quantities, such as we're shooting out every 4 seconds, it'll freeze quick." Thus the enemy's spaceships were destroyed by cannonballs of ice as they accelerated in pursuit. Gernsback would have been proud. These stories were frequently ingenious, but peopled by spaceship captains and their beautiful daughters, mad scientists, space pirates, and other cardboard characters. Van Vogt's stories didn't depend on this kind of gimmick. and his characters usually had unexpected aspects, such as the robot monster in Vault of the Beast, which engages our sympathy even as it cuts a murderous swath through the humans it encounters. Van Vogt was full of surprises even at the start of his career, and this story remains one of his own favorites to this day. Reading it will show you why. References: The Worlds of A.E. Van Vogt by Sam Moskowitz. Amazing Stories, August 1961. Reflections of A.E. Van Vogt by A.E. Van Vogt. Fictioneer Books Limited, 1975. Complication in the Science Fiction Story by A.E. Van Vogt. Of Worlds Beyond, Fantasy Press, 1947. Glenn Taylor in Science Discussions, Astounding Science Fiction, November 1940. D.E. Allen in The Reader Speaks, Thrilling Wonder Stories, December 1942. Beyond Light by Nelson S. Bond, Planet Stories, Winter 1940. The Pet Nebula by Alfred Bester, Astonishing Stories, February 1941. Storm in Space by Ross Rocklynne, Thrilling Wonder Stories, December 1942. Introduction by A.E. Van Vogt, The Best of A.E. Van Vogt, Sphere Books, 1974. Grateful acknowledgment is made for permission to reprint Vault of the Beast by A.E. Van Vogt, copyright 1940 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1968 by A.E. Van Vogt. From Astounding Science Fiction, August 1940, by permission of the author and his agent, Forrest J. Ackerman, 2495 Glendower Avenue, Hollywood, California, 90027. The creature crept. It whimpered from fear and pain, a thin, slobbering sound horrible to hear. Shapeless, formless thing, yet changing shape and form with every jerky movement. It crept along the corridor of the space freighter, fighting the terrible urge of its elements to take the shape of its surroundings. A gray blob of disintegrating stuff, it crept, it cascaded, it rolled, flowed, dissolved, every movement an agony of struggle against the abnormal need to become a stable shape. Any shape. The hard, chilled blue metal wall of the earthbound freighter, the thick rubbery floor. The floor was easy to fight. It wasn't like the metal that pulled and pulled. It would be easy to become metal for all eternity. But something prevented. An implanted purpose. A purpose that drummed from electron to electron, vibrated from atom to atom with an unvarying intensity that was like a special pain. Find the greatest mathematical mind in the solar system and bring it to the vault of the Martian ultimate metal. The Great One must be freed. The prime number time lock must be opened. That was the purpose that hummed with unrelenting agony through its elements. That was the thought that had been seared into its fundamental consciousness by the great and evil minds that had created it. There was movement at the far end of the corridor. A door opened. Footsteps sounded. A man whistling to himself. With a metallic hiss, almost a sigh, the creature dissolved, looking momentarily like diluted mercury. Then it turned brown like the floor. It became the floor. A slightly thicker stretch of dark brown rubber spread out for yards. It was ecstasy just to lie there, to be flat and to have shape, and to be so nearly dead that there was no pain. Death was so sweet, so utterly desirable, and life such an unbearable torment of agony, such a throbbing, piercing nightmare of anguished convulsion. If only the life that was approaching would pass swiftly. If the life stopped, it would pull it into shape. Life could do that. Life was stronger than metal, stronger than anything. The approaching life meant torture, struggle, pain. The creature tensed its now flat, grotesque body, the body that could develop muscles of steel, and waited in terror for the death struggle. Spacecraftsman Pirelli whistled happily as he strode along the gleaming corridor that led from the engine room. He had just received a wireless from the hospital. His wife was doing well, and it was a boy. 8 pounds, the radiogram had said. He suppressed a desire to whoop and dance. A boy! Life sure was good. Pain came to the thing on the floor, primeval pain that sucked through its elements like acid burning. The brown floor shuddered in every atom as Pirelli strode over it. The aching urge to pull toward him, to take his shape. The thing fought its horrible desire, fought with anguish and shivering dread, more consciously now that it could think with Pirelli's brain. A ripple of floor rolled after the man. Fighting didn't help. The ripple grew into a blob that momentarily seemed to become a human head. Gray, hellish nightmare of demoniac shape. The creature hissed metallically in terror, then collapsed palpitating, slobbering with fear and pain and hate as Pirelli strode on rapidly, too rapidly for its creeping pace. The thin, horrible sound died. The thing dissolved into brown floor and lay quiescent, yet quivering in every atom from its unquenchable, uncontrollable urge to live. Live in spite of pain, in spite of abysmal terror and primordial longing for stable shape. To live and fulfill the purpose of its lusting and malignant creators. 30 feet up the corridor, Pirelli stopped. He jerked his mind from its thoughts of child and wife. He spun on his heels and stared uncertainly along the passageway from the engine room. Now what the devil was that? He pondered aloud. A sound, a queer, faint, yet unmistakably horrid sound, was echoing and re-echoing through his consciousness. A shiver ran the length of his spine. That sound, that devilish sound. He stood there, a tall, magnificently muscled man, stripped to the waist, sweating from the heat generated by the rockets that were decelerating the craft after its meteoric flight from Mars. Shuddering, he clenched his fists and walked slowly back the way he had come. The creature throbbed with the pull of him, a gnawing, writhing, tormenting struggle that pierced into the deeps of every restless, agitated cell, stabbing agonizingly along the alien nervous system, and then became terrifyingly aware of the inevitable, the irresistible need to take the shape of the life. Pirelli stopped uncertainly. The floor moved under him. A visible wave that reared brown and horrible before his incredulous eyes and grew into a bulbous, slobbering, hissing mass. A venomous demon head reared on twisted half-human shoulders. Gnarled hands on ape-like malformed arms clawed at his face with insensate rage, and changed even as they tore at him. "Good God!" Pirelli bellowed. The hands, the arms that clutched him grew more normal, more human, brown, muscular. The face assumed familiar lines, sprouted a nose, eyes, a red gash of mouth. The body was suddenly his own, trousers and all, sweat and all. "God!" his image echoed, and pawed at him with leching fingers and an impossible strength. Gasping, Pirelli fought free, then launched one crushing blow straight into the distorted face. A drooling scream of agony came from the thing. It turned and ran, dissolving as it ran, fighting dissolution, uttering strange half-human cries. And struggling against horror, Pirelli chased it, his knees weak and trembling from sheer funk and incredulity. His arm reached out and plucked at the disintegrating trousers. A piece came away in his hand, a cold, slimy, writhing lump like wet clay. The feel of it was too much. His gorge rising in disgust, he faltered in his stride. He heard the pilot shouting ahead. "What's the matter?" Pirelli saw the open door of the storeroom. With a gasp, he dived in, came out a moment later wild-eyed, an atto gun in his fingers. He saw the pilot standing with staring, horrified brown eyes, white face and rigid body, facing one of the great windows. "There it is!" the man cried. A gray blob was dissolving into the edge of the glass, the coming glass. Pirelli rushed forward, atto gun poised. A ripple went through the glass, darkening it, and then briefly he caught a glimpse of a blob emerging on the other side of the glass into the cold of space. The officer stood gaping beside him. The two of them watched the gray, shapeless mass creep out of sight along the side of the rushing freight liner. Pirelli sprang to life. "I got a piece of it," he gasped. "Flung it down on the floor of the storeroom." It was Lieutenant Morton who found it. A tiny section of floor reared up and then grew amazingly large as it tried to expand into human shape. Pirelli, with distorted, crazy eyes, scooped it up in a shovel. It hissed. It nearly became a part of the metal shovel, but couldn't because Pirelli was so close. Changing, fighting for shape, it slobbered and hissed as Pirelli staggered with it behind his superior officer. He was laughing hysterically. "I touched it," he kept saying. "I touched it." A large blister of metal on the outside of the space freighter stirred into sluggish life as the ship tore into the Earth's atmosphere. The metal walls of the freighter grew red, then white-hot, but the creature, unaffected, continued its slow transformation into gray mass. Vague thought came to the thing, realization that it was time to act. Suddenly it was floating free of the ship, falling slowly, heavily, as if somehow the gravitation of Earth had no serious effect upon it. A minute distortion in its electrons started it falling faster, as in some alien way it suddenly became more allergic to gravity. The Earth was green below, and in the dim distance a gorgeous and tremendous city of spires and massive buildings glittered in the sinking sun. The thing slowed, and drifted like a falling leaf in a breeze toward the still distant Earth. It landed in an arroyo beside a bridge at the outskirts of the city. A man walked over the bridge with quick, nervous steps. He would have been amazed if he had looked back to see a replica of himself climb from the ditch to the road and start walking briskly after him. Find the greatest mathematician. It was an hour later, and the pain of that throbbing thought was a dull, continuous ache in the creature's brain as it walked along the crowded street. There were other pains, too. The pain of fighting the pull of the pushing, hurrying mass of humanity that swarmed by with unseeing eyes. But it was easier to think, easier to hold form now that it had the brain and body of a man. Find mathematician. Why? Asked the man's brain of the thing, and the whole body shook with startled shock at such heretical questioning. The brown eyes darted in fright from side to side, as if expecting instant and terrible doom. The face dissolved a little in that brief moment of mental chaos, became successively the man with the hooked nose who swung by, the tanned face of the tall woman who was looking into the shop window, With a second gasp, the creature pulled its mind back from fear, and fought to readjust its face to that of the smooth-shaven young man who sauntered idly in from a side street. The young man glanced at him, looked away, then glanced back again, startled. The creature echoed the thought in the man's brain. Who the devil is that? Where have I seen that fellow before? Half a dozen women in a group approached. The creature shrank aside as they passed, its face twisted with the agony of the urge to become woman. Its brown suit turned just the faintest shade of blue, the color of the nearest dress, as it momentarily lost control of its outer atoms. Its mind hummed with the chatter of clothes, and, my dear, didn't she look dreadful in that awful hat? There was a solid cluster of giant buildings ahead. The thing shook its human head consciously. So many buildings meant metal, and the forces that held metal together would pull and pull at its human shape. The creature comprehended the reason for this with the understanding of the slight man in a dark suit who wandered by dully. The slight man was a clerk. The thing caught his thought. He was thinking enviously of his boss, who was Jim Brender, of the financial firm of J.P. Brender and Company. The overtones of that thought struck along the vibrating elements of the creature. It turned abruptly and followed Lawrence Pearson, bookkeeper. If people ever paid attention to other people on the street, they would have been amazed after a moment to see two Lawrence Pearsons proceeding down the street, one some 50 feet behind the other. The second Lawrence Pearson had learned from the mind of the first that Jim Brender was a Harvard graduate in mathematics, finance, and political economy, the latest of a long line of financial geniuses, 30 years old, and the head of the tremendously wealthy J.P. Brender and Company. Jim Brender had just married the most beautiful girl in the world, and this was the reason for Lawrence Pearson's discontent with life. Here I'm 30, too, his thoughts echoed in the creature's mind, and I've got nothing. He's got everything, while all I've got to look forward to is the same old boarding house till the end of time. It was getting dark as the two crossed the river. The creature quickened its pace, striding forward with aggressive alertness that Lawrence Pearson in the flesh could never have managed. Some glimmering of its terrible purpose communicated itself in that last instant to the victim. The slight man turned and let out a faint squawk as those steel-muscled fingers jerked at his throat, a single fearful snap. The creature's brain went black with dizziness as the brain of Lawrence Pearson crashed into the night of death. Gasping, whimpering, fighting disillusion, it finally gained control of itself. With one sweeping movement, it caught the dead body and flung it over the cement railing. There was a splash below, then a sound of gurgling water. The thing that was now Lawrence Pearson walked on hurriedly, then more slowly, till it came to a large, rambling brick house. It looked anxiously at the number, suddenly uncertain if it had remembered rightly. Hesitantly, it opened the door. A streamer of yellow light splashed out, and laughter vibrated in the thing's sensitive ears. There was the same hum of many thoughts and many brains as there had been in the street. The creature fought against the inflow of thought that threatened to crowd out the mind of Lawrence Pearson. A little dazed by the struggle, it found itself in a large, bright hall, which looked through a door into a room where a dozen people were sitting around a dining table. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Pearson," said the landlady from the head of the table. She was a sharp-nosed, thin-mouthed woman at whom the creature stared with brief intentness. From her mind a thought had come. She had a son who was a mathematics teacher in a high school. The creature shrugged. In one penetrating glance the truth throbbed along the intricate atomic structure of its body. This woman's son was as much of an intellectual lightweight as his mother. "You're just in time," she said incuriously. "Sarah, bring Mr. Pearson's plate." "Thank you, but I am not feeling hungry," the creature replied, and its human brain vibrated to the first silent, ironic laughter that it had ever known. "I think I'll just lie down." All night long it lay on the bed of Lawrence Pearson, bright-eyed, alert, becoming more and more aware of itself. It thought, "I'm a machine without a brain of my own. I use the brains of other people, but somehow my creators made it possible for me to be more than just an echo. I use people's brains to carry out my purpose." It pondered about those creators, and felt a surge of panic sweeping along its alien system, darkening its human mind. There was a vague, physiological memory of pain unutterable, and of tearing chemical action that was frightening. The creature rose at dawn, and walked the streets till 9:30. At that hour it approached the imposing marble entrance of J.P. Brender and Company. Inside it sank down in the comfortable chair initialed L.P., and began painstakingly to work at the books Lawrence Pearson had put away the night before. At 10 o'clock, a tall young man in a dark suit entered the arched hallway and walked briskly through the row after row of offices. He smiled with easy confidence to every side. The thing did not need the chorus of "Good morning, Mr. Brender," to know that its prey had arrived. Terrible in its slow, won self-confidence, it rose with a lithe, graceful movement that would have been impossible to the real Lawrence Pearson, and walked briskly to the washroom. A moment later, the very image of Jim Brender emerged from the door and walked with easy confidence to the door of the private office which Jim Brender had entered a few minutes before. The thing knocked and walked in, and simultaneously became aware of three things. The first was that it had found the mind after which it had been sent. The second was that its image mind was incapable of imitating the finer subtleties of the razor-sharp brain of the young man who was staring up from dark gray eyes that were a little startled. And the third was the large metal bas-relief that hung on the wall. With a shock that almost brought chaos, it felt the overpowering tug of that metal, and in one flash it knew that this was ultimate metal, product of the fine craft of the ancient Martians, whose metal cities, loaded with treasures of furniture, art, and machinery, were slowly being dug up by enterprising human beings from the sands under which they had been buried for 30 or 50 million years. The ultimate metal. The metal that no heat would even warm, that no diamond or other cutting device could scratch, never duplicated by human beings, as mysterious as the Ias force which the Martians made from apparent nothingness. All these thoughts crowded the creature's brain as it explored the memory cells of Jim Brender. With an effort that was a special pain, the thing wrenched its mind from the metal and fastened its eyes on Jim Brender. It caught the full of the wonder in his mind as he stood up. "Good Lord," said Jim Brender. "Who are you?" "My name's Jim Brender," said the thing, conscious of grim amusement, conscious, too, that it was progress for it to be able to feel such an emotion. The real Jim Brender had recovered himself. Sit down," he said heartily. "This is the most amazing coincidence I've ever seen." He went over to the mirror that made one panel of the left wall. He stared first at himself, then at the creature. "Amazing," he said. "Absolutely amazing." "Mr. Brender," said the creature, I saw your picture in the paper, and I thought our astounding resemblance would make you listen, where otherwise you might pay no attention. I have recently returned from Mars, and I am here to persuade you to come back to Mars with me." "That," said Jim Brunder, "is impossible." "Wait," the creature said, "until I have told you why. Have you ever heard of the Tower of the Beast?" "The Tower of the Beast?" Jim Brunder repeated slowly. He went around his desk and pushed a button. A voice from an ornamental box said, "Yes, Mr. Brunder." "Dave, get me all the data on the Tower of the Beast and the legendary city of Lee in which it is supposed to exist." "Don't need to look it up," came the crisp reply. "Most Martian histories refer to it as the beast that fell from the sky when Mars was young. Some terrible warning connected with it. The beast was unconscious when found, said to be the result of its falling out of subspace. Martians read its mind and were so horrified by its subconscious intentions they tried to kill it, but couldn't. So they built a huge vault about 1,500 feet in diameter and a mile high, and the beast, apparently of these dimensions, was locked in. Several attempts have been made to find the city of Lee, but without success. Generally believed to be a myth. That's all, Jim." "Thank you." Jim Brunder clicked off the connection and turned to his visitor. "Well?" "It is not a myth. I know where the Tower of the Beast is, and I also know that the beast is still alive." "Now see here," said Brunder good-humoredly, "I am intrigued by your resemblance to me, and as a matter of fact I'd like Pamela, my wife, to see you. How about coming over to dinner? But don't, for heaven's sake, expect me to believe such a story. The beast, if there is such a thing, fell from the sky when Mars was young. There are some authorities who maintain that the Martian race died out 100 million years ago, though 25 million is the conservative estimate. The only things remaining of their civilization are their constructions of ultimate metal. Fortunately, toward the end, they built almost everything from that indestructible metal." "Let me tell you about the Tower of the Beast," said the thing quietly. "It is a tower of gigantic size, but only 100 feet or so projected above the sand when I saw it. The whole top is a door, and that door is geared to a time lock, which in turn has been integrated along a line of Ias to the ultimate prime number." Jim Brunder stared, and the thing caught his startled thought, the first uncertainty and the beginning of belief. "Ultimate prime number," Brunder ejaculated. "What do you mean?" He caught himself. "I know, of course, that a prime number is a number divisible only by itself and by 1. He snatched at a book from the little wall library beside his desk and rippled through it. "The largest known prime is— here it is 2305843000921393951. Some others, according to this authority, are 778438393997, 182521213001, and 788759434722201. He frowned. "That makes the whole thing ridiculous. The ultimate prime would be an indefinite number." He smiled at the thing. "If there is a beast, and it is locked up in a vault of ultimate metal, the door of which is geared to a time lock, integrated along a line of Ias to the ultimate prime number, then the beast is caught. Nothing in the world can free it." "To the contrary," said the creature, "I have been assured by the beast that it is within the scope of human mathematics to solve the problem, but that what is required is a born mathematical mind, equipped with all the mathematical training that earth science can afford. You are that man." "You expect me to release this evil creature?" "Even if I could perform this miracle of mathematics." "Evil nothing," snapped the thing. "That ridiculous fear of the unknown which made the Martians imprison it has resulted in a very grave wrong. The beast is a scientist from another space, accidentally caught in one of his experiments. I say his, when of course I do not know whether this race has a sexual differentiation." "You actually talked with the beast?" "It communicated with me by mental telepathy. It has been proven that thoughts cannot penetrate ultimate metal." "What do humans know about telepathy?" "They cannot even communicate with each other, except under special conditions." The creature spoke contemptuously. That's right. And if your story is true, then this is a matter for the council. This is a matter for two men, you and I. Have you forgotten that the Vault of the Beast is the central tower of the great city of Lee? Billions of dollars worth of treasure in furniture, art, and machinery. The Beast demands release from its prison before it will permit anyone to mine that treasure. You can release it. We can share the treasure. Let me ask you a question, said Jim Brander. What is your real name? Pierce Lawrence, the creature stammered. For the moment it could think of no greater variation of the name of its first victim than reversing the two words, with a slight change on Pearson. Its thoughts darkened with confusion as the voice of Brander pounded. On what ship did you come from Mars? On F-4961, the thing stammered chaotically, fury adding to the confused state of its mind. It fought for control, felt itself slipping, suddenly felt the pull of the ultimate metal that made up the bas-relief on the wall, and knew by that tug that it was dangerously near dissolution. That would be a freighter, said Jim Brander. He pressed a button. Carlton's, find out if the F-4961 had a passenger or person aboard named Pierce Lawrence. How long will it take? About a minute, sir. You see, said Jim Brander, leaning back. This is mere formality. If you were on that ship, then I shall be compelled to give serious attention to your statements. You can understand, of course, that I could not possibly go into a thing like this blindly. The buzzer rang. Yes, said Jim Brander. Only the crew of 2 was on the F-4961 when it landed yesterday. No such person as Pierce Lawrence was aboard. Thank you. Jim Brander stood up. He said coldly, Goodbye, Mr. Lawrence. I cannot imagine what you hope to gain by this ridiculous story. However, it has been most intriguing, and the problem you presented was very ingenious indeed. The buzzer was ringing. What is it? Mr. Gorson to see you, sir. Very well, send him right in. The thing had greater control of its brain now, and it saw in Brander's mind that Gorson was a financial magnate, whose business ranked with the Brander firm. It saw other things, too. Things that made it walk out of the private office, out of the building, and wait patiently until Mr. Gorson emerged from the imposing entrance. A few minutes later, there were 2 Mr. Gorsons walking down the street. Mr. Gorson was a vigorous man in his early 50s. He had lived a clean, active life, and the hard memories of many climates and several planets were stored away in his brain. The thing caught the alertness of this man on its sensitive elements, and followed him warily, respectfully, not quite decided whether it would act. It thought, I have come a long way from the primitive life that couldn't hold its shape. My creators, in designing me, gave to me the powers of learning, developing. It is easier to fight disillusion, easier to be human. In handling this man, I must remember that my strength is invincible when properly used. With minute care, it explored in the mind of its intended victim the exact route of his walk to his office. There was the entrance to a large building clearly etched on his mind, then a long marble corridor, into an automatic elevator, up to the 8th floor, along a short corridor with 2 doors. One door led to the private entrance of the man's private office, the other to a storeroom used by the janitor. Gorson had looked into the place on various occasions, and there was in his mind, among other things, the memory of a large chest. The thing waited in the storeroom till the unsuspecting Gorson was past the door. The door creaked. Gorson turned, his eyes widening. He didn't have a chance. A fist of solid steel smashed his face to a pulp, knocking the bones back into his brain. This time the creature did not make the mistake of keeping its mind turned to that of its victim. It caught him viciously as he fell, forcing its steel fist back to a semblance of human flesh. With furious speed, it stuffed the bulky and athletic form into the large chest and clamped the lid down tight. Alertly, it emerged from the storeroom, entered the private office of Mr. Gorson, and sat down before the gleaming desk of oak. The man who responded to the pressing of a button saw John Gorson sitting there, and heard John Gorson say, "Crispins, I want you to start selling these stocks through the secret channels right away. Sell until I tell you to stop, even if you think it's crazy. I have information of something big on." Crispins glanced down the row after row of stock names, and his eyes grew wider and wider. "Good Lord, man, he gasped finally, with that familiarity which is the right of a trusted adviser. "These are all the gilt-edged stocks. Your whole fortune can't swing a deal like this." "I told you I'm not in this alone." "But it's against the law to break the market," the man protested. "Crispins, you heard what I said. I'm leaving the office. Don't try to get in touch with me. I'll call you." The thing that was John Gorson stood up, paying no attention to the bewildered thoughts that flowed from Crispin's. It went out of the door by which it had entered. As it emerged from the building, it was thinking, "All I've got to do is kill half a dozen financial giants, start their stocks selling, and then—" By 1 o'clock it was over. The exchange didn't close till 3, but at 1 o'clock the news was flashed on the New York tickers. In London, where it was getting dark, the papers brought out an extra. In Hankow and Shanghai, a dazzling new day was breaking as the newsboys ran along the streets in the shadows of skyscrapers and shouted that J.P. Brender and Company had assigned and that there was to be an investigation. "We are facing," said the chairman of the investigation committee in his opening address the following morning, "one of the most astounding coincidences in all history. An ancient and respected firm with worldwide affiliations and branches, with investments in more than 1,000 companies of every description, is struck bankrupt by an unexpected crash in every stock in which the firm was interested. It will require months to take evidence on the responsibility for the short selling which brought about this disaster. In the meantime, I see no reason, regrettable as the action must be to all the old friends of the late J.P. Brender and of his son, why the demands of the creditors should not be met, and the properties liquidated through auction sales and such other methods as may be deemed proper and legal." "Really, I don't blame her," said the first woman as they wandered through the spacious rooms of the Brenders' Chinese palace. "I have no doubt she does love Jim Brender, but no one could seriously expect her to remain married to him now. She's a woman of the world, and it's utterly impossible to expect her to live with a man who's going to be a mere pilot or space hand or something on a Martian spaceship." Commander Hughes of Interplanetary Spaceways entered the office of his employer truculently. He was a small man, but extremely wiry, and the thing that was Louis Dyer gazed at him tensely, conscious of the force and power of this man. Hughes began, "You have my report on this Brender case." The thing twirled the mustache of Louis Dyer nervously, then picked up a small folder and read out loud, "Dangerous for psychological reasons to employ Brender. So many blows in succession, loss of wealth, position, and wife. No normal man could remain normal under circumstances. Take him into office, befriend him, give him a sinecure or position where his undoubted great ability, but not on a spaceship, where the utmost hardiness, both mental, moral, spiritual, and physical, is required." Hughes interrupted. "Those are exactly the points which I am stressing. I knew you would see what I meant, Louis." "Of course I see," said the creature, smiling in grim amusement, for it was feeling very superior these days. "Your thoughts, your ideas, your code, and your methods are stamped irrevocably on your brain, and," it added hastily, "you have never left me in doubt as to where you stand. However, in this case I must insist. Jim Brender will not take an ordinary position offered by his friends, and it is ridiculous to ask him to subordinate himself to men to whom he is in every way superior. He has commanded his own space yacht. He knows more about the mathematical end of the work than our whole staff put together, and that is no reflection on our staff. He knows the hardships connected with space flying, and believes that it is exactly what he needs. I therefore command you, for the first time in our long association, Peter, to put him on space freighter F-4961 in the place of spacecraftsman Pirelli, who collapsed into a nervous breakdown after that curious affair with the creature from space, as Lieutenant Morton described it. By the way, did you find the, sample of that creature yet?" "No, sir. It vanished the day you came in to look at it. We've searched the place high and low. Queerest stuff you ever saw. Goes through glass as easy as light. You'd think it was some form of light stuff. Scares me, too. A pure sympodial development. Actually more adaptable to environment than anything hitherto discovered. And that's putting it mildly. I tell you, sir, But see here, you can't steer me off the Brenda case like that. Peter, I don't understand your attitude. This is the first time I've interfered with your end of the work, and I'll resign, groaned that sorely beset man. The thing stifled a smile. Peter, you've built up the staff of Spaceways. It's your child, your creation. You can't give it up. You know you can't. The words hissed softly into alarm, for into Hughes's brain had flashed the first real intention of resigning. Just hearing of his accomplishments and the story of his beloved job brought such a rush of memories, such a realization of how tremendous an outrage was this threatened interference. In one mental leap, the creature saw what this man's resignation would mean. The discontent of the men, the swift perception of the situation by Jim Brenda, and his refusal to accept the job. There was only one way out, that Brenda would get to the ship without finding out what had happened. Once on it, he must carry through with one trip to Mars, and that was all that was needed. The thing pondered the possibility of imitating Hughes's body, then agonizingly realized that it was hopeless. Both Louis Dyer and Hughes must be around until the last minute. But Peter, listen, the creature began chaotically. Then it said, damn, for it was very human in its mentality, and the realization that Hughes took its words as a sign of weakness was maddening. Uncertainty descended like a black cloud over its brain. I'll tell Brenda when he arrives in 5 minutes how I feel about all this, Hughes snapped, and the creature knew that the worst had happened. If you forbid me to tell him, then I resign. Good God, man, your face! Confusion and horror came to the creature simultaneously. It knew abruptly that its face had dissolved before the threatened ruin of its plans. It fought for control, leaped to its feet, seeing the incredible danger. The large office just beyond the frosted glass door, Hughes's first outcry, would bring help. With a half-sob, it sought to force its arm into an imitation of a metal fist, but there was no metal in the room to pull it into shape. There was only the solid maple desk. With a harsh cry, the creature leaped completely over the desk and sought to bury a pointed shaft of stick into Hughes's throat. Hughes cursed in amazement and caught at the stick with furious strength. There was sudden commotion in the outer office, raised voices, running feet. It was quite accidental the way it happened. The surface cars swayed to a stop, drawing up side by side as the red light blinked on ahead. Jim Brenda glanced at the next car. A girl and a man sat in the rear of the long, shiny, streamlined affair, and the girl was desperately striving to crouch down out of his sight, striving with equal desperation not to be too obvious in her intention. Realizing that she was seen, she smiled brilliantly and leaned out of the window. "Hello, Jim. How's everything?" "Hello, Pamela." Jim Brenda's fingers tightened on the steering wheel till the knuckles showed white as he tried to keep his voice steady. He couldn't help adding, "When does the divorce become final?" "I get my papers tomorrow," she said. "But I suppose you won't get yours till you return from your first trip. Leaving today, aren't you?" "In about 15 minutes. He hesitated. "When is the wedding?" The rather plump, white-faced man, who had not participated in the conversation so far, leaned forward. "Next week," he said. He put his fingers possessively over Pamela's hand. "I wanted it tomorrow, but Pamela wouldn't. Goodbye." His last words were hastily spoken as the traffic lights switched and the cars rolled on, separating at the first corner. The rest of the drive to the spaceport was a blur. He hadn't expected the wedding to take place so soon. Hadn't, when he came right down to it, expected it to take place at all. Like a fool, he had hoped blindly. Not that it was Pamela's fault. Her training, her very life, made this the only possible course of action for her. But 1 week? The spaceship would be 1/4 of the long trip to Mars. He parked his car. As he paused beside the runway that led to the open door of F4961, a huge globe of shining metal, 300 feet in diameter, he saw a man running toward him. Then he recognized Hughes. The thing that was Hughes approached, fighting for calmness. The whole world was a flame of cross-pulling forces. It shrank from the thoughts of the people milling about in the office it had just left. Everything had gone wrong. It had never intended to do what it had to do. It had intended to spend most of the trip to Mars as a blister of metal on the outer shield of the ship. With an effort, it controlled its funk, its terror, its brain. "We're leaving right away," it said. Brenda looked amazed. "But that means I'll have to figure out a new orbit under the most difficult—" "Exactly," the creature interrupted. "I've been hearing a lot about your marvelous mathematical ability. It's time the words were proved by deeds." Jim Brender shrugged. "I have no objection. But how is it that you're coming along?" "I always go with a new man." It sounded reasonable. Brender climbed the runway, closely followed by Hughes. The powerful pull of the metal was the first real pain the creature had known for days. For a long month it would now have to fight the metal, fight to retain the shape of Hughes, and carry on 1,000 duties at the same time. That first stabbing pain tore along its elements and smashed the confidence that days of being human had built up. And then, as it followed Brender through the door, it heard a shout behind it. It looked back hastily. People were streaming out of several doors, running toward the ship. Brender was several yards along the corridor. With a hiss that was almost a sob, the creature leaped inside and pulled the lever that clicked the great door shut. There was an emergency lever that controlled the anti-gravity plates. With one jerk, the creature pulled the heavy lever hard over. There was a sensation of lightness and a sense of falling. Through the great plate window, the creature caught a flashing glimpse of the field below, swarming with people, white faces turning upward, arms waving. Then the scene grew remote as a thunder of rockets vibrated through the ship. "I hope," said Brender as Hughes entered the control room, "you wanted me to start the rockets." "Yes," the thing replied, and felt brief panic at the chaos in its brain, the tendency of its tongue to blur. "I am leaving the mathematical and entirely in your hands." It didn't dare stay so near the heavy metal engines, even with Brender's body there to help it keep its human shape. Hurriedly, it started up the corridor. The best place would be the insulated bedroom. Abruptly, it stopped in its headlong walk, teetered for an instant on tiptoes. From the control room it had just left, a thought was trickling, a thought from Brender's brain. The creature almost dissolved in terror as it realized that Brender was sitting at the radio, answering an insistent call from Earth. It burst into the control room and braked to a halt, its eyes widening with human-like dismay. Brender whirled from before the radio with a single twisting step. In his fingers he held a revolver. In his mind the creature read a dawning comprehension of the whole truth. Brender cried, "You're the thing that came to my office and talked about prime numbers and the vault of the beast." He took a step to one side to cover an open doorway that led down another corridor. The movement brought the telescreen into the vision of the creature. In the screen was the image of the real Hughes. Simultaneously, Hughes saw the thing. "Brender," he bellowed, "it's the monster that Morton and Pirelli saw on their trip from Mars. It doesn't react to heat or any chemicals, but we never tried bullets. Shoot, you fool!" It was too much. There was too much metal, too much confusion. With a whimpering cry, the creature dissolved. The pull of the metal twisted it horribly into thick half-metal. The struggle to be human left it a malignant structure of bulbous head with one eye half gone, and two snake-like arms attached to the half-metal of the body. Instinctively it fought closer to Brender, letting the pull of his body make it more human. The half-metal became flesh-like stuff that sought to return to its human shape. "Listen, Brender," Hughes's voice came urgently. "The fuel vats in the engine room are made of ultimate metal. One of them is empty. We caught a part of this thing once before, and it couldn't get out of the small jar of ultimate metal. If you could drive it into the vat while it's lost control of itself, as it seems to do very easily—" "I'll see what lead can do," Brender rapped in a brittle voice. Bang! The half-human creature screamed from its half-formed slit of mouth and retreated, its legs dissolving into gray dough. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Brender ground out. "Get over into the engine room, you damned thing! Into the vat!" "Go on, go on!" Hughes was screaming from the telescreen. Brender fired again. The creature made a horrible slobbering sound and retreated once more. But it was bigger again, more human, and in one caricature hand a caricature of Brender's revolver was growing. It raised the unfinished, unformed gun. There was an explosion and a shriek from the thing. The revolver fell, a shapeless, tattered blob, to the floor. The little gray mass of it scrambled frantically toward the parent body and attached itself like some monstrous canker to the right foot. And then, for the first time, the mighty and evil brains that had created the thing sought to dominate their robot. Furious, yet conscious that the game must be carefully played, the controller forced the terrified and utterly beaten thing to its will. Scream after agonized scream rent the air, as the change was forced upon the unstable elements. In an instant the thing stood in the shape of Brender, but instead of a revolver there grew from one browned, powerful hand a pencil of shining metal. Mirror bright, it glittered in every facet like some incredible gem. The metal glowed ever so faintly, an unearthly radiance, and where the radio had been, and the screen with Hughes's face on it, there was a gaping hole. Desperately, Brender pumped bullets into the body before him, but though the shape trembled, it stared at him now, unaffected. The shining weapon swung toward him. "When you are quite finished," it said, "perhaps we can talk." It spoke so mildly that Brender, tensing to meet death, lowered his gun in amazement. The thing went on. "Do not be alarmed. This which you hear and see is a robot, designed by us to cope with your space and number world. Several of us are working here under the most difficult conditions to maintain this connection, so I must be brief. We exist in a time world immeasurably more slow than your own. By a system of synchronization, we have geared a number of these spaces in such fashion that, though one of our days is millions of your years, we can communicate. Our purpose is to free our colleague Calorn from the Martian vault. Calorn was caught accidentally in a time warp of his own making, and precipitated onto the planet you know as Mars. The Martians, needlessly fearing his great size, constructed a most diabolical prison, and we need your knowledge of the mathematics peculiar to your space and number world, and to it alone, in order to free him." The calm voice continued, earnest but not offensively so, insistent but friendly. He regretted that their robot had killed human beings. In greater detail he explained that every space was constructed on a different numbers system, some all negative, some all positive, some a mixture of the two, the whole an infinite variety, and every mathematic interwoven into the very fabric of the space it ruled. Ias force was not really mysterious. It was simply a flow from one space to another, the result of a difference in potential. This flow, however, was one of the universal forces, which only one other force could affect, the one he had used a few minutes before. Ultimate metal was actually ultimate. In their space they had a similar metal, built up from negative atoms. He could see from Brender's mind that the Martians had known nothing about minus numbers, so that they must have built it up from ordinary atoms. It could be done that way, too, though not so easily. He finished. "The problem narrows down to this. Your mathematic must tell us how, with our universal force, we can short-circuit the ultimate prime number. That is, factor it, so that the door will open any time. You may ask how a prime can be factored when it is divisible only by itself and by 1. That problem is, for your system, solvable only by your mathematic. Will you do it?" Brender realized with a start that he was still holding his revolver. He tossed it aside. His nerves were calm as he said, "Everything you have said sounds reasonable and honest. If you were desirous of making trouble, it would be the simplest thing in the world to send as many of your kind as you wished. Of course, the whole affair must be placed before the Council. Then it is hopeless. The Council could not possibly accede." "And you expect me to do what you do not believe the highest governmental authority in the system would do?" Brender exclaimed. "It is inherent in the nature of a democracy that it cannot gamble with the lives of its citizens. We have such a government here, and its members have already informed us that in a similar condition they would not consider releasing an unknown beast upon their people. Individuals, however, can gamble where governments must not. You have agreed that our argument is logical. What system do men follow, if not that of logic?" The controller, through its robot, watched Brender's thoughts alertly. It saw doubt and uncertainty, opposed by a very human desire to help, based upon the logical conviction that it was safe. Probing his mind, it saw swiftly that it was unwise, in dealing with men, to trust too much to logic. It pressed on. "To an individual we can offer everything. In a minute, with your permission, we shall transfer this ship to Mars, not in 30 days, but in 30 seconds. The knowledge of how this is done will remain with you. Arrived at Mars, you will find yourself the only living person who knows the whereabouts of the ancient city of Lee, of which the Vault of the Beast is the central tower. In this city will be found literally billions of dollars worth of treasure made of ultimate metal, and according to the laws of Earth, 50% will be yours. Your fortune re-established, you will be able to return to Earth this very day and reclaim your former wife and your position. Poor silly child, she loves you still, but the iron conventions and training of her youth leave her no alternative. If she were older, she would have the character to defy those conventions. You must save her from herself. Will you do it? Brender was as white as a sheet, his hands clenching and unclenching. Malevolently, the thing watched the flaming thoughts sweeping through his brain. The memory of a pudgy white hand closing over Pamela's fingers, watched the reaction of Brender to its words, those words that expressed exactly what he had always thought. Brender looked up with tortured eyes. "Yes," he said. "I'll do what I can." A bleak range of mountains fell away into a valley of reddish-gray sand. The thin winds of Mars blew a mist of sand against the building. Such a building! At a distance it had looked merely big. A bare 100 feet projected above the desert, 100 feet of length and 1,500 feet of diameter. Literally thousands of feet must extend beneath the restless ocean of sand to make the perfect balance of form, the graceful flow, the fairy-like beauty which the long-dead Martians demanded of all their constructions, however massive. Brender felt suddenly small and insignificant as the rockets of his spacesuit pounded him along a few feet above the sand toward that incredible building. At close range, the ugliness of sheer size was miraculously lost in the wealth of the decoration. Columns and pilasters assembled in groups and clusters broke up the facades, gathered and dispersed again restlessly. The flat surfaces of wall and roof melted into a wealth of ornaments and imitation stucco work, vanished and broke into a play of light and shade. The creature floated beside Brender, and its controller said, "I see that you have been giving considerable thought to the problem, but this robot seems incapable of following abstract thoughts, so I have no means of knowing the course of your speculations. I see, however, that you seem to be satisfied." "I think I've got the answer," said Brender. "But first I wish to see the time lock. Let's climb." They rose into the sky, dipping over the lip of the building. Brender saw a vast flat expanse, and in the center he caught his breath. The meager light from the distant sun of Mars shone down on a structure located at what seemed the exact center of the great door. The structure was about 50 feet high, and seemed nothing less than a series of quadrants coming together at the center, which was a metal arrow pointing straight up. The arrow head was not solid metal. Rather, it was as if the metal had divided in two parts, then curved together again, but not quite together. About a foot separated the two sections of metal, but that foot was bridged by a vague, thin green flame of ice force. "The time lock," Brender nodded. "I thought it would be something like that, though I expected it would be bigger, more substantial." "Do not be deceived by its fragile appearance," answered the thing. "Theoretically, the strength of ultimate metal is infinite, and the ice force can only be affected by the universal I have mentioned. Exactly what the effect will be, it is impossible to say, as it involves the temporary derangement of the whole number system upon which that particular area of space is built. But now tell us what to do." "Very well." Brender eased himself onto a bank of sand and cut off his anti-gravity plates. He lay on his back and stared thoughtfully into the blue-black sky. For the time being, all doubts, worries, and fears were gone from him, forced out by sheer willpower. He began to explain. The Martian mathematic, like that of Euclid and Pythagoras, was based on endless magnitude. Minus numbers were beyond their philosophy. On Earth, however, beginning with Descartes, an analytical mathematic was evolved. Magnitude and perceivable dimensions were replaced by that of variable relation values between positions in space. For the Martians, there was only one number between 1 and 3. Actually, the totality of such numbers is an infinite aggregate. And with the introduction of the idea of the square root of -1, or I, and the complex numbers, mathematics definitely ceased to be a simple thing of magnitude perceivable in pictures. Only the intellectual step from the infinitely small quantity to the lower limit of every possible finite magnitude brought out the conception of a variable number which oscillated beneath any assignable number that was not zero. The prime number, being a conception of pure magnitude, had no reality in real mathematics, but in this case was rigidly bound up with the reality of the Is force. The Martians knew Is as a pale green flow about a foot in length and developing, say, 1,000 horsepower. It was actually 12.171 inches and 1021.23 horsepower, but that was unimportant. The power produced never varied. The length never varied. From year end to year end for tens of thousands of years. The Martians took the length as their basis of measurement and called it 1 EL. They took the power as their basis of power and called it 1 RB. And because of the absolute invariability of the flow, they knew it was eternal. They knew furthermore that nothing could be eternal without being prime. Their whole mathematic was based on numbers which could be factored, that is, disintegrated, destroyed, rendered less than they had been, and numbers which could not be factored, disintegrated, or divided into smaller groups. Any number which could be factored was incapable of being infinite. Contrariwise, the infinite number must be prime. Therefore, they built a lock and integrated it along a line of Is, to operate when the Is ceased to flow, which would be at the end of time, provided it was not interfered with. To prevent interference, they buried the motivating mechanism of the flow in ultimate metal, which could not be destroyed or corroded in any way. According to their mathematic, that settled it. "But you have the answer," said the voice of the thing eagerly. "Simply this. The Martians set a value on the flow of 1 RB. If you interfere with that flow to no matter what small degree, you no longer have an RB. You have something less. The flow, which is a universal, becomes automatically less than a universal, less than infinite. The prime number ceases to be prime. Let us suppose that you interfere with it to the extent of infinity minus 1. You will then have a number divisible by 2. As a matter of fact, the number, like most large numbers, will immediately break into thousands of pieces. That is, it will be divisible by tens of thousands of smaller numbers. If the present time falls anywhere near one of those breaks, the door would open then. In other words, the door will open immediately if you can so interfere with the flow that one of the factors occurs in immediate time." "That is very clear," said the controller with satisfaction, and the image of Brender was smiling triumphantly. "We shall now use this robot to manufacture a universal, and Cologne shall be free very shortly." He laughed aloud. "The poor robot is protesting violently at the thought of being destroyed, but after all it is only a machine, and not a very good one at that. Besides, it is interfering with my proper reception of your thoughts. Listen to it scream as I twist it into shape." The cold-blooded words chilled Brender, pulled him from the heights of his abstract thought. Because of the prolonged intensity of his thinking, he saw with sharp clarity something that had escaped him before. "Just a minute," he said. "How is it that the robot, introduced from your world, is living at the same time rate as I am, whereas Cologne continues to live at your time rate?" "A very good question." The face of the robot was twisted into a triumphant sneer as the controller continued. "Because, my dear Brender, you have been duped. It is true that Cologne is living in our time rate, but that was due to a shortcoming in our machine. The machine which Cologne built, while large enough to transport him, was not large enough in its adaptive mechanism to adapt him to each new space as he entered it, with the result that he was transported but not adapted. It was possible, of course, for us, his helpers, to transport such a small thing as the robot, though we have no more idea of the machine's construction than you have. In short, we can use what there is of the machine, but the secret of its construction is locked in the insides of our own particular ultimate metal, and in the brain of Cologne. Its invention by Cologne was one of those accidents which, by the law of averages, will not be repeated in millions of our years. Now that you have provided us with the method of bringing Cologne back, we shall be able to build innumerable interspace machines. Our purpose is to control all spaces, all worlds, particularly those which are inhabited. We intend to be absolute rulers of the entire universe." The ironic voice ended, and Brender lay in his prone position, the prey of horror. The horror was twofold, partly due to the controller's monstrous plan, and partly due to the thought that was pulsing in his brain. He groaned as he realized that warning thought must be ticking away on the automatic receiving brain of the robot. Wait, his thought was saying. That adds a new factor. Time. There was a scream from the creature as it was forcibly dissolved. The scream choked to a sob, then silence. An intricate machine of shining metal lay there on that great gray-brown expanse of sand and ultimate metal. The metal glowed, and then the machine was floating in the air. It rose to the top of the arrow and settled over the green flame of Ias. Brender jerked on his anti-gravity screen and leaped to his feet. The violent action carried him some 100 feet into the air. His rocket sputtered into staccato fire, and he clamped his teeth against the pain of acceleration. Below him, the great door began to turn, to unscrew faster and faster, till it was like a flywheel. Sand flew in all directions in a miniature storm. At top acceleration, Brender darted to one side. Just in time. First, the robot machine was flung off that tremendous wheel by sheer centrifugal power. Then the door came off, and spinning now at an incredible rate, hurtled straight into the air and vanished into space. A puff of black dust came floating up out of the blackness of the vault. Suppressing his horror, yet perspiring from awful relief, he rocketed to where the robot had fallen into the sand. Instead of glistening metal, a time-dulled piece of junk lay there. The dull metal flowed sluggishly and assumed a quasi-human shape. The flesh remained gray and in little rolls as if it were ready to fall apart from old age. The thing tried to stand up on wrinkled, horrible legs, but finally lay still. Its lips moved, mumbled, "I caught your warning thought, but I didn't let them know. Now Kalorn is dead. They realized the truth as it was happening. End of time came." It faltered into silence, and Brender went on. Yes, end of time came when the flow became momentarily less than eternal. Came at the factor point which occurred a few minutes ago. I was only partly within its influence. Kalorn all the way, even if they're lucky, will be years before they invent another machine. And one of their years is billions of yours. I didn't tell them. I caught your thought and kept it from them. But why did you do it? Why? Because they were hurting me. They were going to destroy me. Because I liked being human. I was somebody. The flesh dissolved. It flowed slowly into a pool of lava-like gray. The lava crinkled, split into dry, brittle pieces. Brender touched one of the pieces and crumbled into a fine powder of gray dust. He gazed out across that grim, deserted valley of sand and said aloud, pityingly, "Poor Frankenstein." He turned toward the distant spaceship, toward the swift trip to Earth. As he climbed out of the ship a few minutes later, one of the first persons he saw was Pamela. She flew into his arms. "Oh, Jim, Jim," she sobbed, "what a fool I've been. When I heard what had happened and realized you were in danger, Oh, Jim." Later he would tell her about their new fortune.
The Mechanical Mice by Eric Frank Russell. Science fiction's first golden age was almost entirely an American phenomenon, which seems odd, considering that it was an Englishman, H.G. Wells, who virtually invented the genre of adult science fiction 40 years earlier. In novels like The War of the Worlds, The Time Machine, and The First Men in the Moon, and in dozens of short stories, Wells explored most of the basic ideas of science fiction with more intelligence and craft than any American writer before Campbell's editorship of Astounding. In the early 1930s, another Englishman, Olaf Stapledon, began a brilliant series of millennia-spanning novels with Last and First Men and Last Men in London. But England went without a science fiction magazine until 1934, when a twopenny weekly named Scoops appeared, intended for schoolboys and relying heavily on serials about the Secret Service,
with only slight speculative content. Scoops aimed too low, and after 20 issues it folded because of poor sales. Thereafter, despite the success in U.S. SF magazines of English writers like John Russell Fearn and John Bainan Harris, who was later to become famous under his pen name John Wyndham, British magazine stalls were devoid of science fiction until June 1937, when the first issue of Tales of Wonder appeared. This magazine was aimed at adults, but it too followed a very conservative policy. A memorandum to authors from its editor, Walter H. Gillings, cautioned that new ideas and thought-variant plots such as are required by the leading American magazines are not necessary. On the contrary, it is the more simple, straightforward theme that is required, however hackneyed it might be for America, in order that the story shall be acceptable to a reading public unused to the many fantastic notions that have been developed by American science fiction in the course of 11 years. Tales of Wonder was successful enough to achieve regular quarterly publication by its second year. It featured British SF writers with a liberal sprinkling of reprinted stories by U.S. authors as examples of the sort of material Gillings was seeking. A second British SF magazine, Fantasy, appeared in 1938 under the editorship of a man who rejoiced, presumably, in the name T. Stanhope Sprigg. Fantasy was backed by a richer publisher than Tales of Wonders, but Sprigg was the only editor there interested in science fiction, so when Great Britain declared war on the Axis in September 1939 and Sprigg was mobilized by the RAF, Fantasy was allowed to die after just 3 issues. It had made little impact on the SF scene. Tales of Wonder struggled on for several years, but paper rationing forced the page count down from 128 in the fall 1939 issue to 72 in the spring 1942 issue, its last. Gillings, a longtime SF fan, had made a brave attempt, in the face of insuperable odds, to establish a homegrown science fiction product. He had published the first stories by William F. Temple and Arthur C. Clarke's first science articles, but the war forced British SF publishing to cease. Science fiction in France suffered a similar blow. Georges H. Gallet had prepared the first 2 issues of Conquête before the declaration of war, but he was immediately mobilized and no further issues appeared. Nevertheless, English SF writers continued to write when they could, whether or not there were magazine markets at home. Olaf Stapledon published Darkness and the Light in book form in 1942, a far-reaching history of alternate futures branching from the contemporary battle between the forces of humanity's base and nobler natures. C.S. Lewis was working on Perelandra and reading selections from it to his friends at Oxford, who included Charles Williams and J.R.R. Tolkien. Arthur C. Clarke, young and not yet successful at fiction, was writing a novel called Raymond. He'd burned the midnight oil working on it, remembers William F. Temple, who shared a flat with him, then burst into our bedroom in the small hours to declaim to us some passage of pure genius he'd just penned. Later it became Against the Fall of Night. The first money Clarke earned from science fiction had come through one of England's few established SF writers, Eric Frank Russell. Clarke had supplied the idea of blending sound and color simultaneously into a new type of music, and Russell had included the notion in the Perit, Tales of Wonder, Winter, 1937. Russell paid Clarke 10% of the proceeds from the story, less than $3. Russell had begun writing science fiction in 1934, at the comparatively advanced age of 29. By 1940, he had published 11 stories. His unusual Sinister Barrier led off the first issue of Unknown in 1939, and caused such a sensation that it made him the most popular English SF writer in America. This was no accident, for Russell had made a close study of the hard-boiled detective magazine Black Mask, and particularly the works of Raymond Chandler. His writing style was surprisingly American. But he sometimes had trouble in those days coming up with plots. His purchase of an idea from Clarke hadn't been so unusual for him. His first story had been strongly influenced by the work of Stanley G. Weinbaum. Another of his tales had been based on an unsold manuscript by John Russell Fearn and Leslie J. Johnson. The idea for Sinister Barrier had come from the works of Charles Fort. So when Maurice G. Hugi, a close friend but a dreadful writer, showed him a story that had been rejected 20 times, Russell noticed that it did have one incidental idea that could serve as the basis for an interesting story, and he offered Hugi $50 for it. Hugi jumped at the offer. Hugi's idea concerning a self-perpetuating robot served as the initial inspiration for the mechanical mice, which Russell wrote during a German bombing raid on Liverpool. There were many moments when Russell paused at the typewriter, seriously doubting that he would survive the next 5 minutes. He was so distracted that he wrote the story in the first person, a technique he usually avoided. But he was able to finish the story, and he sent it to Campbell, who replied in his customary fashion with no letter, just a check. It was his feeling that the check was eloquent enough, Isaac Asimov remembers. The check was for $85, so Russell had netted less money on the story than had Hugi. The Mechanical Mice appeared in the January 1941 Astounding under Hugi's name at Russell's request. Hugi had never sold to an American magazine, and Russell wanted to give his morale a boost. Hugi was a chronic diabetic, kept alive by frequent doses of insulin. His days were numbered, and he knew it, Russell recalled. Getting into Astounding, if only by proxy, made him happy. Hugi died a few years later. This evidence of Russell's compassion was characteristic. An individualist and iconoclast, he often expressed himself in strong terms. He lived in Egypt for a while as a child and learned Arabic, but later forgot all of it except for profanity. Yet he could make a point by indirection, too. In 1941, he published a remarkably anti-racist SF story, J Score, in which a robot earned the friendship of his human crewmates on a spaceship. The ship's doctor was a black man, and no comment was made or implied about this. He didn't even speak in dialect. Russell went on to an outstanding career in science fiction. His later stories include Dreadful Sanctuary, Dear Devil, and the Hugo-winning Alamagusa. But he was already an accomplished writer in 1940, when he crouched over his typewriter with bombs exploding outside and wrote The Mechanical Mice, an intriguing story of a man who built a machine from the future, then tried to find out what it did. References: The Impatient Dreamers by Walter Gillings, Vision of Tomorrow, January 1970 and April 1970. SF Bandwagon by Michael Ashley, The History of the Science Fiction Magazine, Part 2, 1936 to 1945, New English Library, 1975. War Stops Publication of First French Magazine by Jack Spear, Fantasy News, October 29, 1939. A Pictorial History of Science Fiction by David Kyle, Hamlin Publishing Group, 1976. Imaginary Worlds by Lynn Carter, Ballantine Books, 1973. The Saga of the Flat by William F. Temple, Vision of Tomorrow, June, 1970. The Encyclopedia of Science Fiction and Fantasy, Volume 1, by Donald H. Tuck, Advent Publishers, 1974. Eric Frank Russell, Death of a Doubter by Sam Moskowitz, Amazing Stories, June 1963. Index to the Science Fiction Magazines by Donald B. Day, Perry Press, 1952. Letter from Eric Frank Russell, August 31, 1975. The Early Asimov by Isaac Asimov, Doubleday, 1972. In Search of Justice by Eric Frank Russell, March, 1960. The Mechanical Mice by Eric Frank Russell, copyright 1940 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. From Astounding Science Fiction, January 1941. Reprinted by permission of Scott Meredith Literary Agency, Incorporated, 845 3rd Avenue, New York, 10022. It's asking for trouble to fool around with the unknown. Berman did it. Now there are quite a lot of people who hate like the very devil anything that clicks, ticks, emits whirring sounds, or generally behaves like an asthmatic alarm clock. They've got mechanophobia. Dan Berman gave it to them. Who hasn't heard of the Berman Bullfrog battery? The same chap. He puzzled it out from first to last and topped it with his now world-famous slogan, "Power in your pocket." It was no mean feat to concoct a thing the size of a cigarette packet that would pour out 100 times as much energy as its most efficient competitor. Berman differed from everyone else in thinking it a mean feat. Berman looked me over very carefully, then said, "When that technical journal sent you around to see me 12 years ago, you listened sympathetically. You didn't treat me as if I were an idle dreamer or a congenital idiot. You gave me a decent write-up and started all the publicity that eventually made me much money. Not because I loved you," I assured him, "but because I was honestly convinced that your battery was good." "Maybe." He studied me in a way that conveyed he was anxious to get something off his chest. "We've been pretty pally since that time. We've filled in some idle hours together, and I feel that you're the one of my few friends to whom I can make a seemingly silly confession." "Go ahead," I encouraged. We had been pretty pally, as he'd said. It was merely that we liked each other, found each other congenial. He was a clever chap, Berman, but there was nothing of the pedantic professor about him. 40-ish, normal, neat. He might have been a fashionable dentist, to judge by appearances. "Bill," he said, very seriously, "I didn't invent that damn battery." "No?" "No," he confirmed. I pinched the idea. "What makes it matter is that I wasn't quite sure of what I was stealing, and crazier still, I don't know from whence I stole it." "Which is as plain as a pikestaff," I commented. "That's nothing. After 12 years of careful, exacting work, I've built something else. It must be the most complicated thing in creation." He banged a fist on his knee, and his voice rose complainingly. "And now that I've done it, I don't know what I've done." Surely when an inventor experiments, he knows what he's doing. "Not me." Berman was amusingly lugubrious. "I've invented only one thing in my life, and that was more by accident than by good judgment." He perked up. "But that one thing was the key to a million notions. It gave me the battery. It has nearly given me things of greater importance. On several occasions, it has nearly, but not quite, placed within my inadequate hands and half-understanding mind plans that would alter this world far beyond your conception." Leaning forward to lend emphasis to his speech, he said, "Now it has given me a mystery that has cost me 12 years of work and a nice sum of money. I finished it last night. I don't know what the devil it is." "Perhaps if I had a look at it, just what I'd like you to do." He switched rapidly to mounting enthusiasm. "It's a beautiful job of work, even though I say so myself. Bet you that you can't say what it is or what it's supposed to do." "Assuming it can do something," I put in. "Yes," he agreed, "but I'm positive it has a function of some sort." Getting up, he opened a door. "Come along." It was a stunner. The thing was a metal box with a glossy rhodium-plated surface. In general size and shape, it bore a faint resemblance to an upended coffin, and had the same brooding, ominous air of a casket waiting for its owner to give up the ghost. There were a couple of small glass windows in its front, through which could be seen a multitude of wheels, as beautifully finished as those in a first-class watch. Elsewhere, several tiny lenses stared with sphinx-like indifference. There were 3 small trap-doors in one side, 2 in the other, and a large one in the front. From the top, 2 knobbed rods of metal stuck up like goat's horns, adding a satanic touch to the thing's vague air of yearning for midnight burial. "It's an automatic layer outer," I suggested, regarding the contraption with frank dislike. I pointed to one of the trap-doors. "You shove the shroud in there, and the corpse comes out the other side, reverently composed and ready-wrapped." "So you don't like its air either," Berman commented. He lugged open a drawer in a nearby tier, hauled out a mass of drawings. "These are its innards. It has an electric circuit, valves, condensers, and something that I can't quite understand, but which I suspect to be a tiny, extremely efficient electric furnace. It has parts I recognize as cog cutters and pinion shapers. It embodies several small-scale multiple stampers, apparently for dealing with sheet metal. There are vague suggestions of an assembly line, ending in that large compartment shielded by the door in front. Have a look at the drawings yourself. You can see it's an extremely complicated device for manufacturing something only little less complicated." The drawings showed him to be right, but they didn't show everything. Any efficient machine designer could correctly have deduced the gadget's function if given complete details. Berman admitted this, saying that some parts he had made on the spur of the moment, while others he had been impelled to draw. Short of pulling the machine to pieces, there was enough data to whet the curiosity, but not enough to satisfy it. "Start the damn thing and see what it does." "I've tried," said Berman. "It won't start. There's no starting handle, nothing to suggest how it can be started. I tried everything I could think of without result. The electric circuit ends in those antennae at the top. I even sent current through those, but nothing happened." "Maybe it's a self-starter," I ventured. Staring at it, a thought struck me. "Timed," I added. "Huh?" "Set for an especial time. When the dread hour strikes, it'll go off of its own accord like a bomb." "Don't be so melodramatic," said Berman, uneasily. Bending down, he peered into one of the tiny lenses. "Bzzz," murmured the contraption, in a faint undertone that was almost inaudible. Berman jumped a foot. Then he backed away, eyed the thing warily, turned his glance at me. "Did you hear that?" "Sure." Getting the drawings, I mauled them around. That little lens took some finding, but it was there all right. It had a selenium cell behind it. "An eye," I said. "It saw you and reacted. So it isn't dead even if it does just stand there, seeing no evil, hearing no evil, speaking no evil." I put a white handkerchief against the lens. "Bzzz," repeated the coffin, emphatically. Taking the handkerchief, Berman put it against the other lenses. Nothing happened. Not a sound was heard. Not a funeral note. Just nothing. "It beats me," he confessed. I'd got pretty fed up by this time. If the crazy article had performed, I'd have written it up, and maybe I'd have started another financial snowball rolling for Berman's benefit. But you can't do anything with a box that buzzes whenever it feels temperamental. Firm treatment was required, I decided. "You've been all nice and mysterious about how you got hold of this brainwave," I said. "Why can't you go to the same source for information about what it's supposed to be?" "I'll tell you, or rather, I'll show you." From his safe, Berman dragged out a box, and from the box he produced a gadget. This one was far simpler than the useless mass of works over by the wall. It looked just like one of those old-fashioned crystal sets, except that the crystal was very big, very shiny, and was set in a horizontal vacuum tube. There was the same single dial, the same cat's whisker. Attached to the lot by a length of flex was what might have been a pair of headphones, except in place of the phones were a pair of polished, smoothly rounded copper circles, shaped to fit outside the ears and close against the skull. "My one and only invention," said Berman, not without a justifiable touch of pride. "What is it?" "A time-traveling device." "Haha." My laugh was very sour. I'd read about such things. In fact, I'd written about them. They were bunkum. Nobody could travel through time, either backward or forward. "Let me see you grow hazy and vanish into the future. I'll show you something very soon." Berman said it with assurance I didn't like. He said it with the positive air of a man who knows darned well that he can do something that everybody else knows darned well can't be done. He pointed to the crystal set. "It wasn't discovered at the first attempt. Thousands must have tried and failed. I was the lucky one. I must have picked a peculiarly individualistic crystal. I still don't know how it does what it does. I've never been able to repeat its performance, even with a crystal apparently identical." "And it enables you to travel in time?" "Only forward. It won't take me backward, not even as much as one day. But it can carry me forward an immense distance, perhaps to the very crack of doom, perhaps everlastingly through infinity." I had him now. I'd got him firmly entangled in his own absurdities. My loud chuckle was something I couldn't control. "You can travel forward, but not backward, not even one day back. Then how the devil can you return to the present once you've gone into the future?" "Because I never leave the present," he replied evenly. "I don't partake of the future. I merely survey it from the vantage point of the present. All the same, it is time-traveling in the correct sense of the term." He seated himself. "Look here, Bill. What are you?" "Who, me?" "Yes. What are you?" He went on to provide the answer. "Your name is Bill. You're a body and a mind. Which of them is Bill?" "Both," I said positively. "True, but they're different parts of you. They're not the same even though they go around like Siamese twins." His voice grew serious. Your body moves always in the present, the dividing line between the past and the future, but your mind is more free. It can think, and is in the present. It can remember, and at once is in the past. It can imagine, and at once is in the future, in its own choice of all the possible futures. Your mind can travel through time. He'd outwitted me. I could find points to pick upon and argue about, but I knew that fundamentally he was right. I'd not looked at it from his angle before, but he was correct in saying that anyone could travel through time within the limits of his own memory and imagination. At that very moment I could go back 12 years and see him in my mind's eye as a younger man, paler, thinner, more excitable, not so cool and self-possessed. The picture was as perfect as my memory was excellent. For that brief spell, I was 12 years back in all but the flesh. I call this thing a psychophone, Berman went on. When you imagine what the future will be like, you make a characteristic choice of all the logical possibilities. You pick your favorite from a multitude of likely futures. The psychophone somehow, the Lord alone knows how, tunes you into future reality. It makes you depict within your mind the future as it will be shaped in actuality, eliminating all the alternatives that will not occur. An imagination stimulator, a dream machine, I scoffed, not feeling as sure of myself as I sounded. How do you know it's giving you the McCoy? Consistency, he answered gravely. It repeats the same features and the same trends far too often for the phenomena to be explained as mere coincidence. Besides, he waved a persuasive hand, I got the battery from the future. It works, doesn't it? It does, I agreed, reluctantly. I pointed to his psychophone. I, too, may travel in time. How about letting me have a try? Maybe I'll solve your mystery for you. You can try if you wish, he replied, quite willingly. He pulled a chair into position. Sit here, and I'll let you peer into the future. Clipping the headband over my cranium and fitting the copper rings against my skull where it sprouted ears, Berman connected his psychophone to the mains, switched it on. Or rather, he did some twiddling that I assumed was a mode of switching on. All you have to do, he said, is to close your eyes, compose yourself, then try and permit your imagination to wander into the future. He meddled with the cat's whisker. A couple of times he said, ah, and each time he said it, I got a peculiar dithery feeling around my unfortunate ears. After a few seconds of this, he drew it out to, ah. I played unfair and peeped beneath lowered lids. The crystal was glowing like rat's eyes in a forgotten cellar, a furtive crimson. Closing my own optics, I let my mind wander. Something was flowing between those copper electrodes, a queer, indescribable something that felt with stealthy fingers at some secret portion of my brain. I got the asinine notion that they were the dexterous digits of a yet-to-be-born magician who was going to shout presto and pull my abused lump of think-meat out of a 30th century hat, assuming they'd wear hats in the 30th century. What was it like? Or rather, what would it be like in the 30th century? Would there be retrogression? Would humanity again be composed of scowling, fur-kilted creatures lurking in caves? Or had progress continued, perhaps even to the development of men like gods? Then it happened. I swear it. I pictured quite voluntarily a savage and then a huge domed individual with glittering eyes, the latter being my version of the ugliness we hope to attain. Right in the middle of this erratic dreaming, those weird fingers warped my brain, dissolved my phantoms, and replaced them with a dictated picture, which I witnessed with all the helplessness and clarity of a nightmare. I saw a fat man spouting. He was quite an ordinary man as far as looks went. In fact, he was so normal that he looked henpecked, but he was attired in a Roman toga, and he wore a small black box, where his laurel wreath ought to have been. His audience was similarly dressed, and all were balancing their boxes like a convention of fish porters. What Fatty was orating sounded gabble to me, but he said his piece as if he meant it. The crowd was in the open air, with great, curved rows of seats visible in the background, presumably an outside auditorium of some sort. Judging by the distance of the back rows, it must have been a devil of a size. Far behind its sweeping ridge, a great edifice jutted into the sky, a cubical erection with walls of glossy squares, like an immense glass house. "What?" bellowed Fatty, with obvious heat. "Wuck, wuck, wuck, more. Noonanai, Buck on, or this, or that. He stuck an indignant finger against the mysterious object on his cranium. Buck on, wuck, 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 what? He glared around. Pnix! The crowd murmured approval somewhat timidly, but it was enough for Fatty. Making up his mind, he flourished a plump fist and shouted, "The hell with 'em!" Then he tore his box from his pate. Nobody said anything. Nobody moved. Dumb and wide-eyed, the crowd just stood and stared, as if paralyzed by the sight of a human being sans box. Something with a long, slender, streamlined body and broad wings soared gracefully upward in the distance, swooped over the auditorium, but still the crowd neither moved nor uttered a sound. A smile of triumph upon his broad face, Fatty bawled, "Lem see him mek wook now! Lem see him!" He got no further. With a rush of mistiness from its tail, but in perfect silence, the soaring thing hovered and sent down a spear of faint, silvery light. The light touched Fatty. He rotted where he stood, like a victim of ultra-rapid leprosy. He rotted, collapsed, crumbled within his sagging clothes, became dust, as once he had been dust. It was horrible. The watchers did not flee in utter panic. Not one expression of fear, hatred, or disgust came from their tightly closed lips. In perfect silence they stood there, staring, just staring, like a horde of wooden soldiers. The thing in the sky circled to survey its handiwork, then dived low over the mob, a stubby antenna in its prow sparking furiously. As one man, the crowd turned left. As one man, it commenced to march, left, right, left, right. Tearing off the headband, I told Berman what I'd seen, or what his contraption had persuaded me to think that I'd seen. What the deuce did it mean? Automatons, he murmured. Glass houses and reaction ships. He thumbed through a big diary filled with notations in his own hands. Ah, yes, looks like you were very early in the 30th century. Unrest was persistent for 20 years prior to the anti-box rebellion. What rebellion? The anti-box. The revolt of the automatons against the 30th century technocrats. Jackson, DKJ 99717. A successful and cunning schemer with a warped box secretly warped hundreds of other boxes and eventually led the rebels to victory in 3047. His great-grandson, a greedy, thick-headed individual, caused the rebellion of the boxless freemen against his own clique of Jacksocrats. I gaped at this recital, then said, "The way you tell it makes it sound like history." "Of course it's history," he asserted. "History that is yet to be." He was pensive for a while. "Studying the future will seem a weird process to you, but it appears quite a normal procedure to me. I've done it for years, and maybe familiarity has bred contempt. Trouble was, though, that selectivity is poor. You can pick on some especial period 20 times in succession, but you'll never find yourself in the same month, or even the same year. In fact, you're fortunate if you strike twice in the same decade. Result is that my data is very erratic." "I can imagine that," I told him. "A good guesser can guess the correct time to within a minute or two, but never to within 10 or even 50 seconds. "Quite," he responded. "So the hell of it has been that mine was the privilege of watching the panorama of the future, but in a manner so sketchy that I could not grasp its prizes. Once I was lucky enough to watch a 25th century power pack assembled, from first to last. I got every detail before I lost the scene, which I've never managed to hit upon again. But I made that power pack, and you know the result." "So that's how you concocted your famous battery." "It is, but mine, good as it may be, isn't as good as the one I saw. Some slight factor is missing." His voice was suddenly tight when he added, "I missed something because I had to miss it." "Why?" I asked, completely puzzled. "Because history, past or future, permits no glaring paradox. Because having snatched this battery from the 25th century, I am recorded in that age as the 20th century inventor of the thing. They've made a mild improvement to it in those 5 centuries, but that improvement was automatically withheld from me. Future history is as fixed and unalterable by those of the present time as is the history of the past." Then I demanded, "Explain to me that complicated contraption which does nothing but say bzzz." "Damn it," he said with open ire, "that's just what's making me crazy. It can't be a paradox. It just can't." Then more carefully, so it must be a seeming paradox. Okay, you tell me how to market a seeming paradox and the commercial uses thereof, and I'll give it a first-class write-up. Ignoring my sarcasm, he went on, I tried to probe the future as far as human minds can probe. I saw nothing but the vastness of a sterile floor upon which sat a queer machine, gleaming there in silent, solitary majesty. Somehow it seemed aware of my scrutiny across the gulf of countless ages. It held my attention with a power almost hypnotic. For more than a day, for a full 30 hours, I kept that vision without losing it, the longest time I have ever kept a future scene. Well, I drew it. I made complete drawings of it, performing the task with all the easy confidence of a trained machine draftsman. Its insides could not be seen, but somehow they came to me. Somehow I knew them. I lost the scene at 4 o'clock in the morning, finding myself with masses of very complicated drawings, a thumping head, heavy-lidded eyes, and a half-scared feeling in my heart. He was silent for a short time. A year later I plucked up courage and started to build the thing I had drawn. It cost me a hell of a lot of time and a hell of a lot of money, but I did it. It's finished. And all it does is buzz, I remarked, with genuine sympathy. Yes, he sighed, doubtfully. There was nothing more to be said. Berman gazed moodily at the wall, his mind far, far away. I fiddled aimlessly with the copper earpieces of the psychophone. My imagination, I reckoned, was as good as anyone's, but for the life of me I could neither imagine nor suggest a profitable market for a metal coffin filled with watchmakers' junk. No, not even if it did make odd noises. A faint, smooth whir came from the coffin. It was a new sound that swung us round to face it pop-eyed. Whir, it went again. I saw finely machined wheels spin behind the window in its front. Good heavens, said Berman. Bzz, whir, click. The whole affair suddenly slid sidewise on its hidden casters. The devil you know isn't half so frightening as the devil you don't. I don't mean that this sudden demonstration of life and motion got us scared, but it certainly made us leery, and our hearts put in an extra dozen bumps a minute. This coffin thing was, or might be, a devil we didn't know, so we stood there, side by side, gazing at it fascinatedly, feeling apprehensive of we knew not what. Motion ceased after the thing had slid 2 feet. It stood there, silent, imperturbable, its front lenses eyeing us with glassy lack of expression. Then it slid another 2 feet, another stop, more meaningless contemplation. After that, a swifter and farther slide that brought it right up to the laboratory table. At that point it ceased moving, began to emit varied but synchronized ticks like those of a couple of sympathetic grandfather clocks. Berman said quietly, Something's going to happen. If the machine could have spoken, it would have taken the words right out of his mouth. He'd hardly uttered the sentence when a trap door in the machine's side fell open. A jointed metallic arm snaked cautiously through the opening and reached for a marine chronometer standing on the table. With a surprised oath, Berman dashed forward to rescue the chronometer. He was too late. The arm grabbed it, whisked it into the machine, the trapdoor shut with a hard snap, like the vicious clash of a sprung bear trap. Simultaneously, another trapdoor in the front flipped open. Another jointed arm shot out and in again, spearing with ultra-rapid motion too fast to follow. That trapdoor also snapped shut, leaving Berman gaping down at his torn clothing, from which his expensive watch and equally expensive gold chain had been ripped away. Good heavens, said Berman, backing from the machine. We stood looking at it a while. It didn't move again, just posed there, ticking steadily, as if ruminating upon its welcome meal. Its lenses looked at us with all the tranquil lack of interest of a well-fed cow. I got the idiotic notion that it was happily digesting a mess of cogs, pinions, and wheels. Because its subtle air of menace seemed to have faded away, or maybe because we sensed its entire preoccupation with the task in hand, we made an effort to rescue Berman's valuable timepiece. Berman tugged mightily at the trap-door through which his watch had gone, but failed to move it. I tugged with him, without result. The thing was sealed as solidly as if welded in. A large screwdriver failed to pry it open. A crowbar or a good jimmy would have done the job, but at that point Berman decided that he didn't want to damage the machine, which had cost him more than the watch. Tick, 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 went the coffin, stolidly. we were back where we'd started, playing with our fingers and no wiser than before. There was nothing to be done, and I felt that the accursed contraption knew it. So it stood there, gaping through its lenses, and jeered, tick, tick, tick. From its belly, or where its belly would have been if it had had one, a slow warmth radiated. According to Berman's drawings, that was the location of the tiny electric furnace. The thing was functioning. There could be no doubt about that. If Berman felt the same way as I did, he must have been pretty mad. There we stood, like a couple of prize boobs, not knowing what the machine was supposed to do, and all the time it was doing under our very eyes whatever it was designed to do. From where was it drawing its power? Were those antennae sticking like horns from its head busily sucking current from the atmosphere? Or was it perhaps absorbing radio power? Or did it have internal energy of its own? All the evidence suggested that it was making something, giving birth to something. But giving birth to what? Tick, tick, tick was the only reply. Our questions were still unanswered, our curiosity was still unsatisfied, and the machine was still ticking industriously at the hour of midnight. We surrendered the problem until next morning. Berman locked and double-locked his laboratory before we left. Police Officer Burke's job was a very simple one. All he had to do was walk round and round the block, keeping a wary eye on the stores in general and the big jewel depot in particular, phoning headquarters once per hour from the post at the corner. Night work suited Burke's taciturn disposition. He could wander along, communing with himself, with nothing to bother him or divert him from his inward ruminations. In that particular section, nothing ever happened at night. Nothing. Stopping outside the gem-bedecked window, he gazed through the glass and the heavy grill behind it to where a low-power bulb shed light over the massive safe. There was a Rajah's ransom in there. The guard, the grill, the automatic alarms, and sundry ingenious traps preserved it from the adventurous fingers of anyone who wanted to ransom a Rajah. Nobody had made the brash attempt in 20 years. Nobody had even made a try for the contents of the grill-protected window. He glanced upward at a faintly luminescent path of cloud behind which lay the hidden moon. Turning, he strolled on. A cat sneaked past him, treading cautiously, silently, and hugging the angle of the wall. His sharp eyes detected its slinking shape even in the nighttime gloom, but he ignored it and progressed to the corner. Back of him, the cat came below the window through which he had just stared. It stopped, one forefoot half raised, its ears cocked forward. Then it flattened, belly low against the concrete, its burning orbs wide, alert, intent. Its tail waved slowly from side to side. Something small and bright came skittering toward it, moving with mouse-like speed and agility close in the angle of the wall. The cat tensed as the object came nearer. Suddenly, the thing was within range, and the cat pounced with lithe eagerness. Hungry paws dug at the surface that was not soft and furry, but hard, bright, and slippery. The thing darted around like a clockwork toy as the cat vainly tried to hold it. Finally, with an angry snarl, the cat swiped it viciously, knocking it a couple of yards, where it rolled onto its back and emitted softly protesting clicks and tiny urgent impulses that its feline attacker could not sense. Gaining the gutter with a single leap, the cat crouched again. Something else was coming. The cat muscled. Its eyes glowed. Another object, slightly similar to the curious thing it had just captured, but a little bit bigger, a fraction noisier, and much different in shape. It resembled a small gold-plated cylinder with a conical front from which projected a slender blade, and it slid along swiftly on invisible wheels. Again the cat leaped. Down on the corner, Burke heard its brief shriek and following gargle. The sound didn't bother Burke. He'd heard cats and rats and other vermin make all sorts of queer noises in the night. Phlegmatically, he continued on his beat. 3/4 of an hour later, Police Officer Burke had worked his way around to the fatal spot. Putting his flash on the body, he rolled the supine animal over with his foot. Its throat was cut. Its throat had been cut with an utter savagery that had half severed its head from its body. Burke scowled down at it. He was no lover of cats himself, but he found difficulty in imagining anyone hating like that. Somebody, he muttered, wants flaying alive. His big foot shoved the dead cat back into the gutter, where street cleaners could cart it away in the morning. He turned his attention to the window, saw the light still glowing upon the untouched safe. His mind was still on the cat, while his eyes looked in and said that something was wrong. Then he dragged his attention back to business, realized what was wrong, and sweated at every pore. It wasn't the safe, it was the window. In front of the window, the serried trays of valuable rings still gleamed undisturbed. To the right, the silverware still shone untouched. But on the left had been a small display of delicate and extremely expensive watches. They were no longer there, not one of them. He remembered that right in front had rested a neat, beautiful calendar chronometer priced at a year's salary. That, too, was gone. The beam of his flash trembled as he tried the gate, found it fast, secure. The door behind it was firmly locked. The transom was closed, its heavy wire guard still securely fixed. He went over the window, eventually found a small, neat hole, about 2 inches in diameter, down in the corner, on the side nearest the missing display. Burke's curse was explosive as he turned and ran to the corner. His hand shook with indignation while it grabbed the telephone from its box. Getting headquarters, he recited his story. He thought he'd a good idea of what had happened, fancied he'd read once of a similar stunt being pulled elsewhere. Looks like they cut a disc with a rotary diamond, lifted it out with a suction cup, then fished through the hole with a telescopic rod. He listened a moment, then said, Yes, that's just what gets me. The rings are worth 10 times as much." His still startled eyes looked down the street while he paid attention to the voice at the other end of the line. The eyes wandered slowly, descended, found the gutter, remained fixed on the dim shape lying therein. Another dead cat. Still clinging to his phone, Burke moved out as far as the cord would allow, extended a boot, rolled the cat away from the curb. The flash settled on it. Just like the other, ear to ear. "And listen," he shouted into the phone. "Some maniac's wandering around slaughtering cats." Replacing the phone, he hurried back to the maltreated window, stood guard in front of it until the police car rolled up. 4 piled out. The first said, "Cats? I'll say somebody's got it in for cats. We passed 2 a couple of blocks away. They were bang in the middle of the street, flat in the headlights, and had been damn near guillotined. Their bodies were still warm." The second grunted, approached the window, stared at the small, neat hole, and said, "The mob that did this would be too cute to leave a print." "They weren't too cute to leave the rings," growled Burke. "Maybe you've got something there," conceded the other. "If they've left the one, they might have left the other. We'll test for prints anyway." A taxi swung into the dark street, pulled up behind the police car. An elegantly dressed, fussy, and very agitated individual got out, rushed up to the waiting group. Keys jangled in his pale, moist hand. "Maley, the manager, you phoned me," he explained breathlessly. "Gentlemen, this is terrible, terrible. The window show is worth thousands, thousands. What a loss, what a loss." "How about letting us in?" asked one of the policemen calmly. Of course. Jerkily, he opened the gate, unlocked the door, using about 6 keys for the job. They walked inside. Maley switched on the lights, stuck his head between the plate glass shelves, surveyed the depleted window. My watches, he groaned. It's awful, said one of the policemen, speaking with beautiful solemnity. He favored his companions with a sly wink. Maley leaned farther over, the better to inspect an empty corner. All gone, he moaned. All my show of the finest makes in— Yow! His yelp made them jump. Maley bucked as he tried to force himself through the obstructing shelves toward the grill and the window beyond it. My watch! My own watch! The others tiptoed, stared over his shoulders, saw the gold buckle of a black velvet fob go through the hole in the window. Burke was the first outside, his ready flash searching the concrete. Then he spotted the watch. It was moving rapidly along, hugging the angle of the wall, but it stopped dead as his beam settled upon it. He fancied he saw something else, equally bright and metallic, scoot swiftly into the darkness beyond the circle of his beam. Picking up the watch, Burke stood and listened. The noises of the others coming out prevented him from hearing clearly, but he could have sworn he'd heard a tiny whirring noise and a swift, juicy ticking that was not coming from the instrument in his hand. Must have been only his worried fancy. Frowning deeply, he returned to his companions. There was nobody, he asserted. It must have dropped out of your pocket and rolled. Damn it, he thought. Could a watch roll that far? What the devil was happening this night? Far up the street, something screeched, then it bubbled. Bert shuddered. He could make a shrewd guess at that. He looked at the others, but apparently they hadn't heard the noise. The papers gave it space in the morning. The total was 60 watches and 8 cats, also some oddments from the small stock of a local scientific instrument maker. I read about it on my way down to Berman's place. The details were fairly lavish but not complete. I got them completely at a later time when we discovered the true significance of what had occurred. Berman was waiting for me when I arrived. He appeared both annoyed and bothered. Over in the corner, the coffin was ticking away steadily, its noise much louder than it had been the previous day. The thing sounded a veritable hive of industry. "Well?" I asked. "It's moved around a lot during the night," said Berman. "It's smashed a couple of thermometers and taken the mercury out of them. I found some drawers and cupboards shut, some open, but I've an uneasy feeling that it's made a thorough search through the lot. A packet of nickel foil has vanished. A coil of copper wire has gone with it." He pointed an angry finger at the bottom of the door through which I just entered. "And I blame it for gnawing rat holes in that. They weren't there yesterday." Sure enough, there were a couple of holes in the bottom of that door. But no rat made those. They were neat and smooth and round, almost as if a carpenter had cut them with a keyhole saw. "Where's the sense in it making those?" I questioned. "It can't crawl through apertures that size." "Where's the sense in the whole affair?" Berman countered. He glowered at the busy machine, which stared back at him with its expressionless lenses and churned steadily on. "Tick, tick, tick," persisted the confounded thing. Then whir, thump, click. I opened my mouth, intending to voice a nice, sarcastic comment at the machine's expense, when there came a very tiny, very subtle, and extremely high-pitched whine. Something small, metallic, glittering, shot through one of the rat holes, fled across the floor toward the churning monstrosity. A trap-door opened and swallowed it with such swiftness that it had disappeared before I realized what I'd seen. The thing had been a cylindrical, polished object resembling the shuttle of a sewing machine, but about 4 times the size, and it had been dragging something, also small and metallic. Berman stared at me. I stared at Berman. Then he foraged around the laboratory, found a 3-foot length of half-inch steel pipe. Dragging a chair to the door, he seated himself, gripped the pipe like a bludgeon, and watched the rat holes. Imperturbably, the machine watched him and continued to tick, tick, tick. 10 minutes later, there came a sudden click and another tiny whine. Nothing darted inward through the holes, but the curious object we'd already seen, or another one exactly like it, dropped out of the trap, scooted to the door by which we were waiting. It caught Berman by surprise. He made a mad swipe with the steel as the thing skittered elusively past his feet and through a hole. It had gone, even as the weapon walloped the floor. "Damn," said Berman heartily. He held the pipe loosely in his grip while he glared at the industrious coffin. "I'd smash it to bits, except that I'd like to catch one of these small gadgets first. Look out," I yelled. He was too late. He ripped his attention away from the coffin toward the holes, swinging up the heavy length of pipe, a startled look on his face. But his reaction was far too slow. 3 of the little mysteries were through the holes and halfway across the floor before his weapon was ready to swing. The coffin swallowed them with the crash of a trapdoor. The invading trio had rushed through in single file, and I'd got a better picture of them this time. The first 2 were golden shuttles, much like the one we'd already seen. The third was bigger, speedier, and gave me the notion that it could dodge around more dexterously. It had a long, sharp projection in front, a wicked, ominous thing like a surgeon's scalpel. Sheer speed deprived me of a good look at it, but I fancied that the tip of the scalpel had been tinged with red. My spine exuded perspiration. Came an irritated scratching upon the outside of the door, and a white-tipped paw poked tentatively through one of the holes. The cat backed to a safe distance when Berman opened the door, but looked lingeringly toward the laboratory. Its presence needed no explaining. The alert animal must have caught a glimpse of those infernal little whizzers. The same thought struck both of us. Cats are quick on the pounce, very quick. Given a chance, maybe this one could make a catch for us. We enticed it in with fair words and soothing noises. Its eagerness overcame its normal caution toward strangers, and it entered. We closed the door behind it. Berman got his length of pipe, sat by the door, tried to keep one eye on the holes and the other on the cat. He couldn't do both, but he tried. The cat sniffed and prowled around, mewed defeatedly. Its behavior suggested that it was seeking by sight rather than scent. There wasn't any scent. With feline persistence, the animal searched the whole laboratory. It passed the buzzing coffin several times, but ignored it completely. In the end, the cat gave it up, sat on the corner of the laboratory table, and started to wash its face. Tick, tick, tick went the big machine. Then, whir, thump. A trap popped open. A shuttle fell out and raced for the door. A second one followed it. The first was too fast even for the cat, too fast for the surprised Berman as well. Bang! The length of steel tube came down viciously as the leading shuttle bulleted triumphantly through a hole. But the cat got the second one. With a mighty leap, paws extended, claws out, it caught its victim 1 foot from the door. It tried to handle the slippery thing, failed, lost it for an instant. The shuttle whisked around in a crazy loop. The cat got it again, lost it again, emitted an angry snarl, batted it against the skirting board. The shuttle lay there, upside down, 4 midget wheels in its underside spinning madly with a high, almost inaudible whine. Eyes alight with excitement, Berman put down his weapon, went to pick up the shuttle. At the same time, the cat slunk toward it, ready to play with it. The shuttle lay there, helplessly functioning upon its back, but before either could reach it, the big machine across the room went clunk, opened a trap, and ejected another gadget. With astounding swiftness, the cat turned and pounced upon the newcomer. Then followed pandemonium. Its prey swerved agilely with a fitful gleam of gold. The cat swerved with it, cursed and spat. Black and white fur whirled around in a fighting haze in which gold occasionally glowed. The cat's hissings and spittings overlay a persistent whine that swelled and sank in the manner of accelerating or decelerating gears. A peculiar gasp came from the cat, and blood spotted the floor. The animal clawed wildly, emitted another gasp, followed by a gurgle. It shivered and flopped, a stream of crimson pouring from the great gash in its gullet. We'd hardly time to appreciate the full significance of the ghastly scene when the victor made for Berman. He was standing by the skirting board, the still buzzing shuttle in his hand. His eyes were sticking out with utter horror, but he retained enough presence of mind to make a frantic jump a second before the bulleting menace reached his feet. He landed behind the thing, but it reversed in its own length and came for him again. I saw the mirror-like sheen of its scalpel as it banked at terrific speed, and the sheen was drowned in sticky crimson 2 inches along the blade. Berman jumped over it again, reached the lab table, got up on that. "Lord!" he breathed. By this time I'd got the piece of pipe which he'd discarded. I hefted it, feeling its comforting weight, then did my best to bat the buzzing lump of wickedness through the window and over the roofs. It was too agile for me. It whirled, accelerated, dodged the very tip of the descending steel, and flashed twice around the table upon which Berman had taken refuge. It ignored me completely. Somehow, I felt that it was responding entirely to some mysterious call from the shuttle Berman had captured. I swiped desperately, missed it again, though I swear I missed by no more than a millimeter. Something whipped through the holes in the door, fled past me into the big machine. Dimly, I heard traps opening and closing, and beyond all other sounds, that steady, persistent tick, tick, tick. Another furious blow that accomplished no more than to dent the floor and jar my arm to the shoulder. Unexpectedly, unbelievably, the golden curse ceased its insane gyrations on the floor and around the table. With a hard click and a whir much louder than before, it raced easily up one leg of the table and reached the top. Berman left his sanctuary in one jump. He was still clinging to the shuttle. I'd never seen his face so white. "The machine," he said hoarsely. "Bash it to hell!" Thunk went the machine. A trap gaped, released another demon with a scalpel. Tzzz! A third shot in through the holes in the door. 4 shuttles skimmed through behind it, made for the machine, reached it safely. A 5th came through more slowly. It was dragging an automobile valve spring. I kicked the thing against the wall, even as I struck a vain blow at one with a scalpel. With another jump, Berman cleared an attacker. A second sheared off the toe of his right shoe as he landed. Again he reached the table from which his first foe had departed. All 3 things with scalpels made for the table with a reckless vim that was frightening. "Drop that damned shuttle!" I yelled. He didn't drop it. As the fighting trio whirred up the legs, he flung the shuttle with all his might at the coffin that had given it birth. It struck, dented the casing, fell to the floor. Berman was off the table again. The thrown shuttle lay battered and noiseless, its small motive wheels stilled. The armed contraptions scooting around the table seemed to change their purpose, coincidentally with the captured shuttle smashing. Together they dived off the table, sped through the holes in the door. A fourth came out of the machine, escorting 2 shuttles, and those 2 vanished beyond the door. A second or 2 later, a new thing, different from the rest, came in through one of the holes. It was long, round-bodied, snub-nosed, about half the length of a policeman's nightstick, had 6 wheels beneath, and a double row of peculiar serrations in front. It almost sauntered across the room, while we watched it fascinatedly. I saw the serrations jerk and shift when it climbed the lowered trap into the machine. They were midget caterpillar tracks. Berman had had enough. He made up his mind. Finding the steel pipe, he gripped it firmly, approached the coffin. Its lenses seemed to leer at him as he stood before it. 12 years of intensive work to be destroyed at a blow. Endless days and nights of effort to be undone at one stroke. But Berman was past caring. With a ferocious swing, he demolished the glass. With a fierce thrust, he shattered the assembly of wheels and cogs behind. The coffin shuddered and slid beneath his increasingly angry blows. Trapdoors dropped open, spilled out lifeless samples of the thing's metallic brood. Grindings and raspings came from the accursed object, while Berman battered it to pieces. Then it was silent, stilled, a shapeless, useless mass of twisted and broken parts. I picked up the dented shape of the object that had sauntered in. It was heavy, astonishingly heavy, and even after partial destruction, its workmanship looked wonderful. It had a tiny, almost unnoticeable eye in front, but the miniature lens was cracked. Had it returned for repairs and overhaul? That, said Berman, breathing audibly, is that. I opened the door to see if the noise had attracted attention. It hadn't. There was a lifeless shuttle outside the door, a second a yard behind it. The first had a short length of brass chain attached to a tiny hook projecting from its rear. The nose cap of the second had opened fan-wise, like an iris diaphragm, and a pair of jointed metal arms were folded inside, hugging a medium-sized diamond. It looked as if they'd been about to enter when Berman destroyed the big machine. Picking them up, I brought them in. Their complete inactivity, though they were undamaged, suggested that they had been controlled by the big machine and had drawn their motive power from it. If so, then we'd solved our problem simply, and by destroying the one had destroyed the lot. Berman got his breath back and began to talk. He said, "The robot mother. That's what I made, a duplicate of the robot mother. I didn't realize it, but I was patiently building the most dangerous thing in creation, a thing that is a terrible menace because it shares with mankind the ability to propagate. Thank heaven we stopped it in time." "So," I remarked, remembering that he claimed to have got it from the extreme future, "that's the eventual master or mistress of Earth. A dismal prospect for humanity, eh?" "Not necessarily. I don't know just how far I got, but I've an idea it was so tremendously distant in the future that Earth had become sterile from humanity's viewpoint. Maybe we'd emigrated to somewhere else in the cosmos, leaving our semi-intelligent slave machines to fight for existence or die. They fought and survived. And then wangled things to try and alter the past in their favor, I suggested. "No, I don't think so." Berman had become much calmer by now. "I don't think it was a dastardly attempt so much as an interesting experiment. The whole affair was damned in advance because success would have meant an impossible paradox. There are no robots in the next century, nor any knowledge of them. Therefore, the intruders in this time must have been wiped out and forgotten. Which means, I pointed out, that you must not only have destroyed the machine, but also all your drawings, all your notes, as well as the psychophone, leaving nothing but a few strange events and a story for me to tell." "Exactly. I shall destroy everything. I've been thinking over the whole affair, and it's not until now I've understood that the psychophone can never be of the slightest use to me. It permits me to discover or invent only those things that history has decreed I shall invent, and which, therefore, I shall find with or without the contraption. I can't play tricks with history, past or future." I couldn't find any flaw in his reasoning. "Did you notice," I went on, "the touch of bee psychology in our antagonists? You built the hive, and from it emerged workers, warriors, and—" I indicated the dead saunterer, "one drone." "Yes," he said lugubriously, "and I'm thinking of the honey. 80 watches, not to mention any other items the late papers may report, plus any claims for slaughtered cats. Good thing I'm wealthy." "Nobody knows you've anything to do with those incidents. You can pay secretly if you wish." "I shall," he declared. "Well," I went on cheerfully, "all's well that ends well. Thank goodness we've got rid of what we brought upon ourselves." With a sigh of relief I strolled toward the door. A high whine of midget motors drew my startled attention downward. While Berman and I stared aghast, a golden shuttle slid easily through one of the rat holes, sensed the death of the robot mother, and scooted back through the other hole before I could stop it. If Berman had been shaken before, he was doubly so now. He came over to the door, stared incredulously at the little exit just used by the shuttle, then at the couple of other undamaged but lifeless shuttles lying about the room. "Phil," he mouthed, "your bee analogy was perfect. Don't you understand? There's another swarm. A queen got loose." There was another swarm, all right. For the next 48 hours it played merry hell. Berman spent the whole time down at headquarters trying to convince them that his evidence wasn't just a fantastic story. But what helped him to persuade the police of his veracity was the equally fantastic reports that came rolling in. To start with, old Gildersom heard a crash in his shop at midnight, thought of his valuable stock of cameras and miniature movie projectors, pulled on his pants and rushed downstairs. A razor-sharp instrument stabbed him through the right instep when halfway down, and he fell the rest of the way. He lay there, badly bruised and partly stunned, while things clicked, ticked, and whirred in the darkness and the gloom. One by one, all the contents of his box of expensive lenses went through a hole in the door. A quantity of projector cogs and wheels went with them. 10 people complained of being robbed in the night of watches and alarm clocks. 2 were hysterical. One swore that the bandit was a 6-inch cockroach, which purred like a toy dynamo. Getting out of bed, he'd put his foot upon it and felt its cold hardness wriggle away from beneath him. Filled with revulsion, he'd whipped his foot back into bed just as another cockroach scuttled toward him. Berman did not tell that agitated complainant how near he had come to losing his foot. 30 more reports rolled in next day. A score of houses had been entered and 4 shops robbed by things that had the agility and furtiveness of rats, except that they emitted tiny ticks and buzzing noises. One was seen racing along the road by a homing railway worker. He tried to pick it up, lost his forefinger and thumb, stood nursing the stumps until an ambulance rushed him away. Rare metals and fine parts were the prey of these ticking marauders. I couldn't see how Berman or anyone else could wipe them out once and for all, but he did it. He did it by baiting them like rats. I went around with him, helping him on the job, while he consulted a map. "Every report," said Burnham, "leads to this street. An alarm clock that suddenly sounded was abandoned near here. 2 automobiles were robbed of small parts near here. Shuttles have been seen going to or from this area. 5 cats were dealt with practically on this spot. Every other incident has taken place within easy reach." "Which means," I guessed, "that the Queen is somewhere near this point?" "Yes." He stared up and down the quiet, empty street over which the crescent moon shed a sickly light. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. "We'll settle this matter pretty soon." He attached the end of a reel of firm cotton to a small piece of silver chain, nailed the reel to the wall, dropped the chain on the concrete. I did the same with the movement of a broken watch. We distributed several small cogs, a few clock wheels, several camera fitments, some small tangled bunches of copper wire, and other attractive oddments. 3 hours later, we returned accompanied by the police. They had mallets and hammers with them. All of us were wearing steel, leg, and foot shields, knocked up at short notice by a handy sheet metal worker. The bait had been taken. Several cotton strands had broken after being unreeled a short distance, but others were intact. All of them either led to or pointed to a steel grating leading to a cellar below an abandoned warehouse. Looking down, we could see a few telltale strands running through the window frame beneath. Berman said, "Now," and we went in with a rush. Rusty locks snapped, rotten doors collapsed. We poured through the warehouse and into the cellar. There was a small, coffin-shaped thing against one wall, a thing that ticked steadily away, while its lenses stared at us with ghastly lack of emotion. It was very similar to the robot mother, but only a quarter of the size. In the light of a police torch, it was a brooding, ominous thing of dreadful significance. Around it, an active clan swarmed over the floor, buzzing and ticking in metallic fury. Amid angry whirs and the crack of snapping scalpels on steel, we waded headlong through the lot. Berman reached the coffin first, crushing it with one mighty blow of his 12-pound hammer, then bashing it to utter ruin with a rapid succession of blows. He finished, exhausted. The daughter of the robot mother was no more, nor did her alien tribe move or stir. Sitting down on a rickety wooden case, Berman mopped his brow and said, "Thank heavens that's done." Tick, tick, tick. He shot up, snatched his hammer, a wild look in his eyes. "Only my watch," apologized one of the policemen. "It's a cheap one, and it makes a hell of a noise." He pulled it out to show the worried Berman. "Tick, tick," said the watch, with mechanical aplomb.
And He Built a Crooked House by Robert A. Heinlein. Robert A. Heinlein almost seems to have been invented to revolutionize science fiction. John Campbell is usually credited with creating modern science fiction, but it wasn't Campbell who wrote the stories that transformed the field. And among the writers who did create the stories in Astounding, Heinlein stood preeminent. Campbell had a clear idea of what he wanted in science fiction. In a 1942 Writer's Digest, he wrote, "We want stories of the future told for scientifically trained, technically employed adults. Central theme usually problems of an ordinary technician employed in an industry of 50 to 50,000 years hence." And in a letter to Cleve Cartmill, one of the authors then beginning to write for Astounding, he put it more succinctly. "A science fiction story is a yarn lifted from the pages of a magazine of 50, 100, or 1,000 years from today." Heinlein's The Roads Must Roll, a perfect example of the first dictum, had been published 2 years before, and Campbell specifically cited Heinlein's work when he wrote to Cartmill. "Bob seemed to know how Campbell thought," says Cartmill, "and Campbell crowed and purred over Bob's stuff." Heinlein may have been a born writer, but it took him nearly 32 years to discover this. Born in 1907 near Kansas City, Missouri, he attended the U.S. Naval Academy and graduated in 1929, standing 20th in a class of 600. He would have been 5th, says Heinlein, but "I got caught off limits too many times when I was out chasing girls." For 5 years he served on active duty as a line officer on destroyers and aircraft carriers, but was retired from the Navy after he'd developed tuberculosis. He enrolled at UCLA to study mathematics and physics, but his health failed again, and he moved to Colorado to recuperate. He worked in silver mining, real estate, and architecture, and ran unsuccessfully for political office after he'd moved back to California. He was accumulating the kind of experience on which writers can later thrive. Once, for instance, when he was about to close a sale on a mine he owned, the deal fell through when the buyer was Tommy-gunned to death. These were Depression years, and money was scarce, so when he saw an ad in Thrilling Wonder Stories offering a $50 first prize for the best story by an amateur, he decided to try his hand. He wrote Lifeline in 4 days. But, as he told Alfred Bester in a 1973 interview, "Then I found out that Astounding was paying a cent a word, and my story ran to 7,000 words. So I submitted it to them, and they bought it." "You son of a bitch," remarked Bester. "I won that Thrilling Wonder contest, and you beat me by $20. Heinlein reacted to the sale of his very first story just as Lester del Rey had. How long has this been going on? He continued to write science fiction, and by the end of 1941 had sold 28 stories, 3 of them full-length novels. They included many of the most famous titles in SF history. If This Goes On, Universe, Beyond This Horizon, and the 2 stories included in the present book are only a few. He never rewrote. Campbell never asked him to. And on the few occasions when Campbell did reject a story, he was able to sell it quickly to the other magazines, usually astonishing and super science stories. These appeared under the pen name Lyle Monroe. It was a common practice then for well-known writers to use pseudonyms when they sold stories for less than top rates. Henry Kuttner, Eondo Binder, Edmund Hamilton, and John Russell Fern all used pen names when they sold their work at half a cent a word. When editors wanted to use their real names, they had to double the rate. Isaac Asimov once placed a story with Donald A. Walheim for Cosmic Stories, which began on a shoestring and relied on authors donating stories to help establish a new market. When a rival editor complained that such a practice allowed Walheim to draw readers away from magazines that paid, Asimov gave Walheim the option of running the story under a pen name or paying him a token $5. Walheim paid the $5, pointing out that this was a record rate of $2.50 per word, since he was buying only Asimov's name. Heinlein's name was worth protecting in this way, for he had become the most popular writer in the science fiction field. In July 1941, just 2 years after the publication of his first story, Heinlein was guest of honor at the World Science Fiction Convention, a record for instant success that's never been approached by any other author. Heinlein not only knew how to tell a story, he was a master at depicting the technology and sociology of future worlds. Usually he brought in the background as part of the basic story problem, so that it was integrated with the suspenseful build-up of the plot. One of his most famous stories from this period is Waldo, which described the kind of remote-control mechanical manipulators that later came to be used in atomic laboratories, and called Waldos by the technicians who used them. Willie Lee called this one of the neatest predictions ever to come out of science fiction. Heinlein even envisioned the use of television to enable the operators to see what they were doing. But Heinlein later explained how simple his method of prediction had been. He had read an article in Popular Mechanics in 1918 about a man afflicted with myasthenia gravis, pathological muscular weakness so great that even handling a knife and fork is too much effort. He devised complicated lever arrangements to enable him to use what little strength he had. Television, of course, had been invented years before Heinlein wrote his story. As prophecies, said Heinlein, these fictional predictions of mine were about as startling as for a man to look out a train window, see that another train is coming head-on towards his own on the same track, and predict a train wreck. What sort of man was Robert A. Heinlein in the early 1940s? Jack Williamson met him in 1940 when they were both members of an informal Los Angeles group called the Manana Literary Society. I spent a good many evenings at his home in the Hollywood Hills. He was a genial host, always neatly groomed, always courteous, but always a little reserved. An Annapolis graduate, but retired from the Navy, he had the manner of a military aristocrat. I remember thinking that he was the most highly civilized person I had ever met. But he wasn't always so reserved. Isaac Asimov met Heinlein the same year when they were both visiting John Campbell at his home in New Jersey. I refused a drink. I had never had anything to drink except a few drops of wine on occasional Passovers, and overcame my nervousness in my usual manner of talking and laughing loudly. Finally, Bob, who detected I was suffering, handed me a glass of something that looked like Coca-Cola. I sniffed at it cautiously and said, "What is it?" "Coca-Cola," he said. "It smells funny," I said. "No, it doesn't," he said. Afraid to argue, I drank it as I would drink Coca-Cola. Need I tell you, it was a Cuba Libre. In 5 minutes I was high. More scared than ever, I drifted into a corner, sat down, and tried in silence to recover. And after a few minutes Bob whooped, "No wonder he doesn't drink. Alcohol sobers him up." Sometimes the serious and the social sides of Heinlein worked together. Cleve Cartmill remembers a meeting of the Manana Literary Society that started when Jack Williamson and I mooched up Lookout Mountain Road to Heinlein's and announced that Jack had hit a snag on a story. The good guy kept wanting to act like a bastard. Bob got on the phone, and presently a number of members with beer started arriving. We stationed ourselves around Bob's 40-foot living room and started kicking around the story idea that got stuck. Presently we worked it out in an acceptable fashion, and Jack later finished Backlash and had it published in the August 1941 Astounding. Heinlein was evidently a man who enjoyed a bull session enlivened by a civilized drink or two. He enjoyed a bit of fun in the stories he wrote, too, so the slightly wacky tone of "and he built a crooked house" comes as no surprise. Quintus Teal, the story's over-enthusiastic architect who lived on Lookout Mountain Avenue, an address similar to ex-architect Heinlein's in this period, was by no means a stereotyped mad scientist of the sort that had so often ranted through the pages of science fiction pulps, but— What, you don't believe there really were such things as mad scientists in the pulps? Then listen to Steck Devolio, the discredited paleontologist, who, in a story by Robert Arthur, brought living specimens of Brontosaurus and Tyrannosaurus rex to a modern fossil museum and refused to sell them. Today I've opened the past to you, living, breathing, resurrected. For a quarter hour you have stared into the dead ages and seen creatures no living man could dare hope to see. And now I'm taking it all away from you. You'll never rest again, never know satisfaction or contentment, knowing these creatures exist and you haven't got them. And I'll have a revenge I've been vindictive enough to long for 10 years. Here's another warped genius bent on vengeance from a 1940 story by Oscar J. Friend. They are robots I have built, robots that can function under my control. With them I shall conquer America, and then the entire world. I shall be supreme power. I'll teach them to laugh at my science, my theories, my inventions. To be sure, by the early 1940s, mad scientists were on their way out, the readers having discredited them more effectively than their fictional colleagues could. But eccentric scientists were still popular. Mavericks, loners, and especially self-taught geniuses. Nelson S. Bond created one of the most popular of these in the person of Horse Sense Hank, a gangling hayseed whose intuitive grasp of scientific principles carried him through a series of adventures and amazing stories. Challenged by the stuffy president of Midland University to explain Newton's laws of motion, he had to confess he'd never heard of Isaac Newton. But as for the natural laws that apply to things moving, well, far as I can see, first thing is that they can't get going by themselves, or if once they do, they can't stop less than something stops them. Well, seems like everything in motion makes an equal motion like itself, and it don't matter whether what it acts on is still or moving. And if there's anything else acting along with it, both movements is going to have a say in the showdown. Lastwise, 'pears like whenever there's a movement one way, there ought to be an equal kickback t'other way. Quintus Teal, Heinlein's hero, was neither a rustic nor self-taught, but he'd probably have felt some affinity with Hank's individualistic approach. Certainly he was thrown back on his own wits when his imaginatively designed new house suddenly developed mystifying problems because of an earthquake. But does common sense apply in the fourth dimension? References. John W. Campbell in Writer's Digest, quoted in The Fantasite, August-September 1942. A Rose is a File Folder, by Cleve Cartmill, Bixell, December 1962. Interview with Robert A. Heinlein by Alfred Bester, Publishers Weekly, July 2, 1973. Heinlein and Dimension, by Alexei Panshin, Advent, Publishers, 1968. S.F. Bandwagon, by Michael Ashley, The History of the Science Fiction Magazine, Part 2, 1936 to 1945. New English Library, 1975. The Early Asimov by Isaac Asimov, Doubleday, 1972. Science Fiction, Its Nature, Faults, and Virtues by Robert A. Heinlein, The Science Fiction Novel, Advent Publishers, 1959. The Campbell Era by Jack Williamson, Algol, Summer, 1975. Robert A. Heinlein by Isaac Asimov, Mid-American Program Book, 1976. The Tomb of Time by Robert Arthur, Thrilling Wonder Stories, November 1940. The Worm's Turn by Oscar J. Friend, Startling Stories, July 1940. The Scientific Pioneer by Nelson S. Bond, Amazing Stories, March 1940. And He Built a Crooked House by Robert A. Heinlein, copyright 1941 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1969 by Robert A. Heinlein. From Astounding Science Fiction, February 1941, by permission of the author and his agent, Lurton Blassingame. Americans are considered crazy anywhere in the world. They will usually concede a basis for the accusation, but point to California as the focus of the infection. Californians stoutly maintain that their bad reputation is derived solely from the acts of the inhabitants of Los Angeles County. Angelinos will, when pressed, admit the charge, but explain hastily, "It's Hollywood. It's not our fault. We didn't ask for it. Hollywood just grew." The people in Hollywood don't care. They glory in it. If you are interested, they will drive you up Laurel Canyon, where we keep the violent cases. The Canyonites, the brown-legged women, the trunks-clad men, constantly busy building and rebuilding their slap-happy, unfinished houses, regard with faint contempt the dull creatures who live down in the flats, and treasure in their hearts the secret knowledge that they, and only they, know how to live. Lookout Mountain Avenue is the name of a side canyon which twists up from Laurel Canyon. The other Canyonites don't like to have it mentioned. After all, one must draw the line somewhere. High up on Lookout Mountain, at number 8775, across the street from the Hermit, the original Hermit of Hollywood, lived Quintus Teal, graduate architect. Even the architecture of Southern California is different. Hot dogs are sold from a structure built like and designated the Pup. Ice cream cones come from a giant stucco ice cream cone, and neon proclaims, "Get the chili bowl habit," from the roofs of buildings which are indisputably chili bowls. Gasoline, oil, and free road maps are dispensed beneath the wings of tri-motored transport planes, while the certified restrooms, inspected hourly for your comfort, are located in the cabin of the plane itself. These things may surprise or amuse the tourist, but the local residents who walk bareheaded in the famous California noonday sun take them as a matter of course. Quintus Teal regarded the efforts of his colleagues in architecture as faint-hearted, fumbling, and timid. "What is a house?" Teal demanded of his friend Homer Bailey. "Well," Bailey admitted cautiously, "speaking in broad terms, I've always regarded a house as a gadget to keep off the rain." "Nuts! You're as bad as the rest of them." "I didn't say the definition was complete." "Complete? It isn't even in the right direction. From that point of view, we might just as well be squatting in caves." "But I don't blame you," Teal went on magnanimously. "You're no worse than the lugs you find practicing architecture. Even the moderns, all they've done is to abandon the wedding cake school in favor of the service station school, chucked away the gingerbread and slapped on some chromium. But at heart they are as conservative and traditional as a county courthouse. Neutra, Schindler. What have those bums got? What's Frank Lloyd Wright got that I haven't got?" "Commissions," his friend answered succinctly. "Huh? What'd you say?" Teal stumbled slightly in his flow of words, did a slight double-take, and recovered himself. "Commissions." "Correct. And why? Because I don't think of a house as an upholstered cave. I think of it as a machine for living, a vital process, a live, dynamic thing, changing with the mood of the dweller. Not a dead, static, oversized coffin. Why should we be held down by the frozen concepts of our ancestors? Any fool with a little smattering of descriptive geometry can design a house in the ordinary way. Is the static geometry of Euclid the only mathematics? Are we to completely disregard the Picard-Vessiot theory? How about modular systems, to say nothing of the rich suggestions of stereochemistry? Isn't there a place in architecture for transformation, for homomorphology, for actional structures?" "Best if I know," answered Bailey. "You might just as well be talking about the fourth dimension for all it means to me." "And why not? Why should we limit ourselves to the— Say—" He interrupted himself and stared into distances. "Homer, I think you've really got something. After all, why not? Think of the infinite richness of articulation and relationship in 4 dimensions. What a house! What a house!" He stood quite still, his pale, bulging eyes blinking thoughtfully. Bailey reached up and shook his arm. "Snap out of it. What the hell are you talking about, 4 dimensions? Time is the 4th dimension. You can't drive nails into that." Teal shrugged him off. Sure. Time is a 4th dimension. But I'm thinking about a 4th spatial dimension, like length, breadth, and thickness. For economy of materials and convenience of arrangement, you couldn't beat it. To say nothing of the saving of ground space. You could put an 8-room house on the land now occupied by a 1-room house, like a tesseract. What's a tesseract? Didn't you go to school? A tesseract is a hypercube, a square figure with 4 dimensions to it, like a cube has 3, and a square has 2. Here, I'll show you. Teal dashed out into the kitchen of his apartment and returned with a box of toothpicks, which he spilled on the table between them, brushing glasses and a nearly empty Holland gin bottle carelessly aside. "I'll need some plasticine. I had some around here last week." He burrowed into a drawer of the littered desk which crowded one corner of his dining room and emerged with a lump of oily sculptor's clay. "Here's some." "What are you going to do?" "I'll show you." Teal rapidly pinched off small masses of the clay and rolled them into pea-sized balls. He stuck toothpicks into 4 of these and hooked them together into a square. "There, that's a square." "Obviously." "Another one like it." 4 more toothpicks, and we make a cube. The toothpicks were now arranged in the framework of a square box, a cube, with the pellets of clay holding the corners together. Now we make another cube just like the first one, and the two of them will be two sides of the tesseract. Bailey started to help him roll the little balls of clay for the second cube, but became diverted by the sensuous feel of the docile clay and started working and shaping it with his fingers. "Look," he said, holding up his effort, a tiny figurine. "Gypsy Rose Lee." "Looks more like Gargantua. She ought to sue you. Now pay attention. You open up one corner of the first cube, interlock the second cube at one corner, and then close the corner. Then take 8 more toothpicks and join the bottom of the first cube to the bottom of the second on a slant, and the top of the first to the top of the second the same way." This he did rapidly while he talked. "What's that supposed to be?" Bailey demanded suspiciously. "That's a tesseract. 8 cubes forming the sides of a hypercube in 4 dimensions. It looks more like a cat's cradle to me. You've only got 2 cubes there, anyhow. Where are the other 6? Use your imagination, man. Consider the top of the first cube in relation to the top of the second. That's cube number 3. Then the 2 bottom squares, then the front faces of each cube, the back faces, the right hand, the left hand. 8 cubes. He pointed them out. "Yeah, I see 'em. But they still aren't cubes. They're whatchamacallums, prisms. They are not square, they slant." "That's just the way you look at it, in perspective. If you drew a picture of a cube on a piece of paper, the side squares would be slantwise, wouldn't they? That's perspective. When you look at a 4-dimensional figure in 3 dimensions, naturally it looks crooked. But those are all cubes just the same." "Maybe they are to you, brother, but they still look crooked to me." Teal ignored the objections and went on. "Now consider this as the framework of an 8-room house. There's 1 room on the ground floor, that's for service, utilities, and garage. There are 6 rooms opening off it on the next floor, living room, dining room, bath, bedrooms, and so forth. And up at the top, completely enclosed and with windows on 4 sides, is your study. There. How do you like it? Seems to me you have the bathtub hanging out of the living room ceiling. Those rooms are interlaced like an octopus. Only in perspective. Only in perspective. Here, I'll do it another way so you can see it." This time Teal made a cube of toothpicks, then made a second of halves of toothpicks, and set it exactly in the center of the first by attaching the corners of the small cube to the large cube by short lengths of toothpick. "Now, the big cube is your ground floor, the little cube inside is your study on the top floor. The 6 cubes joining them are the living rooms, see?" Bailey studied the figure, then shook his head. "I still don't see but 2 cubes, a big one and a little one. Those other 6 things, they look like pyramids this time instead of prisms, but they still aren't cubes." "Certainly, certainly. You are seeing them in different perspective. Can't you see that?" "Well, maybe. But that room on the inside there, it's completely surrounded by the thingamajigs. I thought you said it had windows on 4 sides." "It has. It just looks like it was surrounded. That's the grand feature about a tesseract house. Complete outside exposure for every room, yet every wall serves 2 rooms, and an 8-room house requires only a 1-room foundation. It's revolutionary." "That's putting it mildly." "You're crazy, Bud. You can't build a house like that. That inside room is on the inside, and there she stays." Teal looked at his friend and controlled exasperation. "It's guys like you that keep architecture in its infancy. How many square sides has a cube?" 6. "How many of them are inside?" "Why, none of them. They're all on the outside." "All right. Now listen. A tesseract has 8 cubical sides, all on the outside. Now watch me. I'm going to open up this tesseract like you can open up a cubical pasteboard box, until it's flat. That way you'll be able to see all 8 of the cubes." Working very rapidly, he constructed 4 cubes, piling one on top of the other in an unsteady tower. Then he built out 4 more cubes from the 4 exposed faces of the second cube in the pile. The structure swayed a little under the loose coupling of the clay pellets, but it stood, 8 cubes in an inverted cross, a double cross, as the 4 additional cubes stuck out in 4 directions. Do you see it now? It rests on the ground floor room. The next 6 cubes are the living rooms, And there is your study up at the top." Bailey regarded it with more approval than he had the other figures. "At least I can understand it. You say that is a tesseract, too?" "That is a tesseract unfolded in 3 dimensions. To put it back together, you tuck the top cube onto the bottom cube, fold those side cubes in till they meet the top cube, and there you are. You do all this folding through a 4th dimension, of course. You don't distort any of the cubes or fold them into each other." Bailey studied the wobbly framework further. "Look here," he said at last. "Why don't you forget about folding this thing up through a 4th dimension? You can't anyway. And build a house like this." "What do you mean I can't? It's a simple mathematical problem." "Take it easy, son. It may be simple in mathematics, but you could never get your plans approved for construction. There isn't any 4th dimension. Forget it. But this kind of a house, it might have some advantages." Checked, Teal studied the model. Maybe you got something. "We could have the same number of rooms, and we'd save the same amount of ground space." "Yes, and we would set that middle cross-shaped floor northeast, southwest, and so forth, so that every room would get sunlight all day long. That central axis lends itself nicely to central heating. We'll put the dining room on the northeast and the kitchen on the southeast, with big view windows in every room." "Okay, Homer, I'll do it. Where do you want it built?" Wait a minute. I didn't say you were going to build it for me." "Of course I am. Who else? Your wife wants a new house. This is it." "But Mrs. Bailey wants a Georgian house." "Just an idea she has. Women don't know what they want." "Mrs. Bailey does." "Just some idea an out-of-date architect has put in her head. She drives a 1941 Carr, doesn't she? She wears the very latest styles. Why should she live in an 18th century house? This house will be even later than a 1941 model. It's years in the future. She'll be the talk of the town." "Well, I'll have to talk to her." "Nothing of the sort. We'll surprise her with it. Have another drink." "Anyhow, we can't do anything about it now. Mrs. Bailey and I are driving up to Bakersfield tomorrow. The company's bringing in a couple of wells tomorrow." "Nonsense. That's just the opportunity we want. It will be a surprise for her when you get back. You can just write me a check right now, and your worries are over." "I oughtn't to do anything like this without consulting her. She won't like it." "Say, who wears the pants in your family anyhow?" The check was signed about halfway down the second bottle. Things are done fast in Southern California. Ordinary houses there are usually built in a month's time. Under Teal's impassioned heckling, the Tesseract house climbed dizzily skyward in days rather than weeks, and its cross-shaped second story came jutting out at the 4 corners of the world. He had some trouble at first with the inspectors over these 4 projecting rooms, but by using strong girders and folding money, he had been able to convince them of the soundness of his engineering. By arrangement, Teal drove up in front of the Bailey residence the morning after their return to town. He improvised on his 2-tone horn. Bailey stuck his head out the front door. "Why don't you use the bell?" "Too slow," answered Teal cheerfully. "I'm a man of action. Is Mrs. Bailey ready?" "Ah, there you are, Mrs. Bailey. Welcome home, welcome home. Jump in. We've got a surprise for you." "You know Teal, my dear?" Bailey put in uncomfortably. Mrs. Bailey sniffed. "I know him. We'll go in our own car, Homer." "Certainly, my dear." "Good idea," Teal agreed. "It's got more power than mine. We'll get there faster. I'll drive. I know the way." He took the keys from Bailey, slid into the driver's seat, and had the engine started before Mrs. Bailey could rally her forces. "Never have to worry about my driving," he assured Mrs. Bailey, turning his head as he did so, while he shot the powerful car down the avenue and swung onto Sunset Boulevard. "It's a matter of power and control, a dynamic process. Just my meat. I've never had a serious accident." "You won't have but one," she said bitingly. "Will you please keep your eyes on the traffic?" He attempted to explain to her that a traffic situation was a matter not of eyesight, but intuitive integration of courses, speeds, and probabilities. But Bailey cut him short. "Where is the house, Quintus?" "House?" asked Mrs. Bailey suspiciously. "What's this about a house, Homer? Have you been up to something without telling me?" Teal cut in with his best diplomatic manner. It certainly is a house, Mrs. Bailey, and what a house. It's a surprise for you from a devoted husband. Just wait till you see it. I shall, she agreed grimly. What style is it? This house sets a new style. It's later than television, newer than next week. It must be seen to be appreciated. By the way, he went on rapidly, heading off any retort, did you folks feel the earthquake last night? Earthquake? What earthquake? Homer, was there an earthquake? Just a little one, Teal continued, about 2 a.m. If I hadn't been awake, I wouldn't have noticed it. Mrs. Bailey shuddered. Oh, this awful country. Do you hear that, Homer? We might have been killed in our beds and never have known it. Why did I ever let you persuade me to leave Iowa? But, my dear, he protested hopelessly, you wanted to come out to California. You didn't like Des Moines. We needn't go into that, she said firmly. You are a man. You should anticipate such things. Earthquakes. That's one thing you needn't fear in your new home, Mrs. Bailey, Teal told her. It's absolutely earthquake-proof. Every part is in perfect dynamic balance with every other part. Well, I hope so. Where is this house? Just around this bend. There's the sign now. A large arrow sign, of the sort favored by real estate promoters, proclaimed in letters that were large and bright even for Southern California, The House of the Future. Colossal, amazing, revolutionary. See how your grandchildren will live. Q. Teal, architect. Of course that will be taken down, he added hastily, noting her expression, as soon as you take possession. He slewed around the corner and brought the car to a squealing halt in front of the House of the Future. Voila! He watched their faces for response. Bailey stared unbelievingly, Mrs. Bailey in open dislike. They saw a simple cubical mass, possessing doors and windows, but no other architectural features, save that it was decorated in intricate mathematical designs. Teal, Bailey asked slowly, what have you been up to? Teal turned from their faces to the house. Gone was the crazy tower with its jutting second-story rooms. No trace remained of the 7 rooms above ground-floor level. Nothing remained but the single room that rested on the foundations. Great jumping cats, he yelled. I've been robbed. He broke into a run, but it did him no good. Front or back, the story was the same. The other 7 rooms had disappeared, vanished completely. Bailey caught up with him and took his arm. Explain yourself. What is this about being robbed? How come you built anything like this? It's not according to agreement. But I didn't. I built just what we had planned to build, an 8-room house in the form of a developed tesseract. I've been sabotaged. That's what it is, jealousy. The other architects in town didn't dare let me finish this job. They knew they'd be washed up if I did. When were you last here? Yesterday afternoon. Everything all right then? Yes. The gardeners were just finishing up. Bailey glanced around at the faultlessly manicured landscaping. I don't see how 7 rooms could have been dismantled and carted away from here in a single night without wrecking this garden. Teal looked around too. It doesn't look it. I don't understand it. Mrs. Bailey joined them. Well, am I to be left to amuse myself? We might as well look it over as long as we are here, though I'm warning you, Homer, I'm not going to like it. We might as well, agreed Teal, and drew a key from his pocket, with which he let them in the front door. We may pick up some clues. The entrance hall was in perfect order. The sliding screens that separated it from the garage space were back, permitting them to see the entire compartment. This looks all right, observed Bailey. Let's go up on the roof and try to figure out what happened. Where's the staircase? Have they stolen that, too? Oh, no, Teal denied. Look. He pressed a button below the light switch. A panel in the ceiling fell away, and a light, graceful flight of stairs swung noiselessly down. Its strength members were the frosty silver of duralumin, its treads and risers transparent plastic. Teal wriggled like a boy who has successfully performed a card trick, while Mrs. Bailey thawed perceptibly. It was beautiful. Pretty slick, Bailey admitted. Howsomever, it doesn't seem to go anyplace. Oh, that, Teal followed his gaze. The cover lifts up as you approach the top. Open stairwells are anachronisms. Come on. As predicted, the lid of the staircase got out of their way as they climbed the flight and permitted them to debauch at the top. but not, as they had expected, on the roof of the single room. They found themselves standing in the middle of one of the 5 rooms which constituted the second floor of the original structure. For the first time on record, Teal had nothing to say. Bailey echoed him, chewing on his cigar. Everything was in perfect order. Before them, through open doorway and translucent partition, lay the kitchen, a chef's dream of up-to-the-minute domestic engineering, Monel metal, continuous counterspace, concealed lighting, functional arrangement. On the left, the formal yet gracious and hospitable dining room awaited guests, its furniture in parade ground alignment. Teal knew before he turned his head that the drawing room and lounge would be found in equally substantial and impossible existence. "Well, I must admit this is charming," Mrs. Bailey approved. "And the kitchen is just too quaint for words, though I would never have guessed from the exterior that this house had so much room upstairs. Of course, some changes will have to be made. That secretary, now, if we moved it over here and put the settle over there—" "Stow it, Matilda," Bailey cut in brusquely. "What do you make of it, Teal?" "Why, Homer Bailey, the very idea—" "Stow it, I said. Well, Teal?" The architect shuffled his rambling body. "I'm afraid to say. Let's go on up." "How?" "Like this." He touched another button. A mate in deeper colors to the fairy bridge that had led them up from below offered them access to the next floor. They climbed it, Mrs. Bailey expostulating in the rear, and found themselves in the master bedroom. Its shades were drawn, as had been those on the level below, but the mellow lighting came on automatically. Teal at once activated the switch which controlled still another flight of stairs, and they hurried up into the top-floor study. "Look, Teal," suggested Bailey when he had caught his breath. "Can we get to the roof above this room? Then we could look around." "Sure, it's an observatory platform." They climbed a 4th flight of stairs, but when the cover at the top lifted to let them reach the level above, they found themselves not on the roof, but standing in the ground-floor room where they had entered the house. Mr. Bailey turned a sickly gray. "Angels in heaven," he cried. "This place is haunted. We're getting out of here." Grabbing his wife, he threw open the front door and plunged out. Teal was too much preoccupied to bother with their departure. There was an answer to all this, an answer that he did not believe, but he was forced to break off considering it because of hoarse shouts from somewhere above him. He lowered the staircase and rushed upstairs. Bailey was in the central room, leaning over Mrs. Bailey, who had fainted. Teal took in the situation, went to the bar built into the lounge, and poured 3 fingers of brandy, which he returned with and handed to Bailey. "Here, this'll fix her up." Bailey drank it. "That was for Mrs. Bailey," said Teal. "Don't quibble," snapped Bailey. "Get her another." Teal took the precaution of taking one himself before returning with a dose earmarked for his client's wife. He found her just opening her eyes. "Here, Mrs. Bailey," he soothed. "This will make you feel better." "I never touch spirits," she protested, and gulped it. "Now, tell me what happened," suggested Teal. "I thought you two had left." "But we did. We walked out the front door and found ourselves up here, in the lounge." "The hell you say?" Wait a minute." Teal went into the lounge. There he found that the big view window at the end of the room was open. He peered cautiously through it. He stared, not out at the California countryside, but into the ground-floor room, or a reasonable facsimile thereof. He said nothing, but went back to the stairwell, which he had left open, and looked down it. The ground-floor room was still in place. Somehow it managed to be in 2 different places at once, on different levels. He came back into the central room and seated himself opposite Bailey, in a deep, low chair, and sighted him past his upthrust, bony knees. "Homer," he said impressively, "do you know what has happened?" "No, I don't. But if I don't find out pretty soon, something is going to happen, and pretty drastic, too." "Homer, this is a vindication of my theories. This house is a real tesseract." "What is he talking about, Homer?" "Wait, Matilda. Now, Teal, that's ridiculous. You pulled some hanky-panky here, and I won't have it, scaring Mrs. Bailey half to death and making me nervous. All I want is to get out of here with no more of your trap-doors and silly practical jokes." "Speak for yourself, Homer," Mrs. Bailey interrupted. "I was not frightened. I was just took all over queer for a moment. It's my heart." All of my people are delicate and high-strung. Now about this Tessie thing. Explain yourself, Mr. Teal. Speak up." He told her, as well as he could in the face of numerous interruptions, the theory back of the house. "Now, as I see it, Mrs. Bailey," he concluded, "this house, while perfectly stable in 3 dimensions, was not stable in 4 dimensions. I had built a house in the shape of an unfolded tesseract. Something happened to it, some jar or side thrust, and it collapsed into its normal shape. It folded up." He snapped his fingers suddenly. "I've got it! The earthquake!" "Earthquake?" Yes, the little shake we had last night. From a 4-dimensional standpoint, this house was like a plane balanced on edge. One little push and it fell over, collapsed along its natural joints into a stable 4-dimensional figure." "I thought you boasted about how safe this house was." "It is safe, 3-dimensionally. "I don't call a house safe," commented Bailey edgily, "that collapses at the first little tremor." "But look around you, man," Teal protested. "Nothing has been disturbed, not a piece of glassware cracked. Rotation through a 4th dimension can't affect a 3-dimensional figure any more than you can shake letters off a printed page. If you had been sleeping in here last night, you would never have awakened." "That's just what I'm afraid of. Incidentally, has your great genius figured out any way for us to get out of this booby trap?" "Huh? Oh, yes, you and Mrs. Bailey started to leave and landed back up here, didn't you? But I'm sure there is no real difficulty. We came in, we can go out. I'll try it." He was up and hurrying downstairs before he had finished talking. He flung open the front door, stepped through, and found himself staring at his companions, down the length of the second-floor lounge. "Well, there does seem to be some slight problem," he admitted blandly. "A mere technicality, though. We can always go out a window." He jerked aside the long drapes that covered the deep French windows set in one side wall of the lounge. He stopped suddenly. He said. "This is interesting. Very." "What is?" asked Bailey, joining him. "This." The window stared directly into the dining room instead of looking outdoors. Bailey stepped back to the corner where the lounge and the dining room joined the central room at 90 degrees. "But that can't be," he protested. "That window is maybe 15-20 feet from the dining room." "Not in a tesseract," corrected Teal. "Watch." He opened the window and stepped through, talking back over his shoulder as he did so. From the point of view of the Baileys, he simply disappeared, but not from his own viewpoint. It took him some seconds to catch his breath. Then he cautiously disentangled himself from the rose-bush to which he had become almost irrevocably wedded, making a mental note the while never again to order landscaping which involved plants with thorns, and looked around him. He was outside the house, the massive bulk of the ground-floor room thrust up beside him. Apparently he had fallen off the roof. He dashed around the corner of the house, flung open the front door, and hurried up the stairs. "Homer," he called out. "Mrs. Bailey, I've found a way out." Bailey looked annoyed rather than pleased to see him. "What happened to you?" "I fell out. I've been outside the house. You can do it just as easily. Just step through those French windows. Mind the rosebush, though. We may have to build another stairway." "How did you get back in?" "Through the front door." "And we shall leave the same way. Come, my dear." Bailey set his hat firmly on his head and marched down the stairs, his wife on his arm. Teal met them in the lounge. "I could have told you that wouldn't work," he announced. "Now here's what we have to do. As I see it, in a 4-dimensional figure, a 3-dimensional man has 2 choices every time he crosses a line of juncture, like a wall or a threshold. Ordinarily, he will make a 90-degree turn through the 4th dimension, only he doesn't feel it with his 3 dimensions. Look." He stepped through the very window that he had fallen out of a moment before, stepped through and arrived in the dining room where he stood still talking. "I watched where I was going and arrived where I intended to." He stepped back into the lounge. "The time before I didn't watch, and I moved on through normal space and fell out of the house. It must be a matter of subconscious orientation." "I'd hate to depend on subconscious orientation when I step out for the morning paper." "You won't have to. It'll become automatic. Now, to get out of the house this time, Mrs. Bailey, if you will stand here with your back to the window and jump backward, I am pretty sure you will land in the garden." Mrs. Bailey's face expressed her opinion of Teal and his ideas. "Homer Bailey," she said shrilly, "are you going to stand there and let him suggest such—" "But, Mrs. Bailey," Teal attempted to explain. "We can tie a rope on you and lower you down easy." "Forget it, Teal," Bailey cut him off brusquely. "We'll have to find a better way than that. Neither Mrs. Bailey nor I are fitted for jumping." Teal was temporarily nonplussed. There ensued a short silence. Bailey broke it with, "Did you hear that, Teal?" "Hear what?" "Someone talking off in the distance. Do you suppose there could be someone else in the house? Playing tricks on us, maybe?" "Oh, not a chance. I've got the only key." "But I'm sure of it," Mrs. Bailey confirmed. "I've heard them ever since we came in. Voices. Homer, I can't stand much more of this. Do something." "Now, Mrs. Bailey," Teal soothed. "Don't get upset. There can't be anyone else in the house, but I'll explore and make sure. Homer, you stay here with Mrs. Bailey and keep an eye on the rooms on this floor." He passed from the lounge into the ground-floor room, and from there to the kitchen and on into the bedroom. This led him back to the lounge by a straight-line route. That is to say, by going straight ahead on the entire trip, he returned to the place from which he started. "Nobody around," he reported. "I opened all of the doors and windows as I went. All except this one." He stepped to the window opposite the one through which he had recently fallen and thrust back the drapes. He saw a man with his back toward him, 4 rooms away. Teal snatched open the French window and dived through it, shouting, "There he goes now! Stop, thief!" The figure evidently heard him. It fled precipitately. Teal pursued, his gangling limbs stirred to unanimous activity, through drawing-room, kitchen, dining-room, lounge, room after room. Yet in spite of Teal's best efforts, he could not seem to cut down the 4-room lead that the interloper had started with. He saw the pursued jump awkwardly but actively over the low sill of a French window, and in so doing knock off his hat. When he came up to the point where his quarry had lost his headgear, he stopped and picked it up, glad of an excuse to stop and catch his breath. He was back in the lounge. "I guess he got away from me," he admitted. "Anyhow, here's his hat. Maybe we can identify him." Bailey took the hat, looked at it, then snorted and slapped it on Teal's head. It fitted perfectly. Teal looked puzzled, took the hat off, and examined it. On the sweatband were the initials QT. It was his own. Slowly, comprehension filtered through Teal's features. He went back to the French window and gazed down the series of rooms through which he had pursued the mysterious stranger. They saw him wave his arms semaphore fashion. "What are you doing?" asked Bailey. "Come see." The two joined him and followed his stare with their own. 4 rooms away they saw the backs of 3 figures, 2 male and 1 female. The taller, thinner of the men was waving his arms in a silly fashion. Mrs. Bailey screamed and fainted again. Some minutes later, when Mrs. Bailey had been resuscitated and somewhat composed, Bailey and Teal took stock. "Teal," said Bailey, "I won't waste any time blaming you. Recriminations are useless, and I'm sure you didn't plan for this to happen. But I suppose you realize we are in a pretty serious predicament. How are we going to get out of here? It looks now as if we would stay until we starve. Every room leads into another room." "Oh, it's not that bad. I got out once, you know." "Yes, but you can't repeat it. You tried." "Anyhow, we haven't tried all the rooms. There's still the study." "Oh, yes, the study. We went through there when we first came in and didn't stop. Is it your idea that we might get out through its windows?" "Don't get your hopes up. Mathematically, it ought to look into the 4 side rooms on this floor. Still, we never opened the blinds. Maybe we ought to look. It won't do any harm, anyhow. Dear, I think you had best just stay here and rest." "Be left alone in this horrible place? I should say not." Mrs. Bailey was up off the couch where she had been recuperating even as she spoke. They went upstairs. "This is the inside room, isn't it, Teal?" Bailey inquired as they passed through the master bedroom and climbed on up toward the study. "I mean, it was the little cube in your diagram that was in the middle of the big cube and completely surrounded." "That's right," agreed Teal. "Well, let's have a look. I figure this window ought to give into the kitchen." He grasped the cords of Venetian blinds and pulled them. It did not. Waves of vertigo shook them. Involuntarily they fell to the floor and grasped helplessly at the pattern on the rug to keep from falling. "Close it, close it," moaned Bailey. Mastering in part a primitive atavistic fear, Teal worked his way back to the window and managed to release the screen. The window had looked down instead of out. down from a terrifying height. Mrs. Bailey had fainted again. Teal went back after more brandy, while Bailey chafed her wrists. When she had recovered, Teal went cautiously to the window and raised the screen a crack. Bracing his knees, he studied the scene. He turned to Bailey. "Come look at this, Homer. See if you recognize it." "You stay away from there, Homer Bailey." "Now, Matilda, I'll be careful." Bailey joined him and peered out. "See up there? That's the Chrysler Building, sure as shooting. And there's the East River in Brooklyn." They gazed straight down the sheer face of an enormously tall building. More than 1,000 feet away, a toy city, very much alive, was spread out before them. "As near as I can figure it out, we are looking down the side of the Empire State Building, from a point just above its tower." "What is it, a mirage?" "I don't think so. It's too perfect. I think space is folded over through the fourth dimension here, and we are looking past the fold." "You mean we aren't really seeing it?" "No. We're seeing it all right. I don't know what would happen if we climbed out this window, but I, for one, don't want to try. But what a view! Oh, boy, what a view! Let's try the other windows." They approached the next window more cautiously, and it was well that they did, for it was even more disconcerting, more reason-shaking than the one looking down the gasping height of the skyscraper. It was a simple seascape, open ocean and blue sky. But the ocean was where the sky should have been, and contrariwise. This time they were somewhat braced for it, but they both felt seasickness about to overcome them at the sight of waves rolling overhead. They lowered the blind quickly, without giving Mrs. Bailey a chance to be disturbed by it. Teal looked at the third window. "Game to try it, Homer?" Well, we won't be satisfied if we don't. Take it easy." Teal lifted the blind a few inches. He saw nothing and raised it a little more. Still nothing. Slowly he raised it until the window was fully exposed. They gazed out at nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. What color is nothing? Don't be silly. What shape is it? Shape is an attribute of something. It had neither depth nor form. It had not even blackness. It was nothing. Bailey chewed at his cigar. "Teal, what do you make of that?" Teal's insouciance was shaken for the first time. "I don't know, Homer. I don't rightly know. But I think that window ought to be walled up." He stared at the lowered blind for a moment. "I think maybe we looked at a place where space isn't. We looked around a fourth-dimensional corner, and there wasn't anything there." He rubbed his eyes. "I've got a headache." They waited for a while before tackling the fourth window. Like an unopened letter, it might not contain bad news. The doubt left hope. Finally, the suspense stretched too thin, and Bailey pulled the cord himself, in the face of his wife's protests. It was not so bad. A landscape stretched away from them, right side up, and on such a level that the study appeared to be a ground-floor room. But it was distinctly unfriendly. A hot sun beat down from lemon-colored sky. The flat ground seemed burned a sterile, bleached brown, and incapable of supporting life. Life there was, strange, stunted trees that lifted knotted, twisted arms to the sky. Little clumps of spiky leaves grew on the outer extremities of these misshapen growths. "Heavenly day," breathed Bailey. "Where is that?" Teal shook his head, his eyes troubled. "It beats me. It doesn't look like anything on Earth. It looks more like another planet. Mars, maybe." "I wouldn't know. But, do you know, Homer, it might be worse than that. Worse than another planet, I mean." "Huh? What's that you say?" "It might be clear out of our space entirely. I'm not sure that that is our sun at all. It seems too bright." Mrs. Bailey had somewhat timidly joined them, and now gazed out at the outre scene. "Homer," she said in a subdued voice, "those hideous trees, they frighten me." He patted her hand. Teal fumbled with the window catch. "What are you doing?" Bailey demanded. "I thought if I stuck my head out the window I might be able to look around and tell a bit more." "Well, all right," Bailey grudged, "but be careful." "I will." He opened the window a crack and sniffed. The air is all right, at least. He threw it open wide. His attention was diverted before he could carry out his plan. An uneasy tremor, like the first intimation of nausea, shivered the entire building for a long second and was gone. Earthquake! They all said it at once. Mrs. Bailey flung her arms around her husband's neck. Teal gulped and recovered himself, saying, It's all right, Mrs. Bailey. This house is perfectly safe. You know you can expect settling tremors after a shock like last night. He had just settled his features into an expression of reassurance when the second shock came. This one was no mild shimmy, but the real seasick roll. In every Californian, native-born or grafted, there is a deep-rooted primitive reflex. An earthquake fills him with soul-shaking claustrophobia, which impels him blindly to get outdoors. Model Boy Scouts will push aged grandmothers aside to obey it. It is a matter of record that Teal and Bailey landed on top of Mrs. Bailey. Therefore she must have jumped through the window first. The order of precedence cannot be attributed to chivalry. It must be assumed that she was in readier position to spring. They pulled themselves together, collected their wits a little, and rubbed sand from their eyes. Their first sensations were relief at feeling the solid sand of the desert land under them. Then Bailey noticed something that brought them to their feet and checked Mrs. Bailey from bursting into the speech that she had ready. "Where's the house?" It was gone. There was no sign of it at all. They stood in the center of flat desolation, the landscape they had seen from the window. But aside from the tortured, twisted trees, there was nothing to be seen but the yellow sky and the luminary overhead, whose furnace-like glare was already almost insufferable. Bailey looked slowly around, then turned to the architect. "Well, Teal?" His voice was ominous. Teal shrugged helplessly. "I wish I knew. I wish I could even be sure that we were on Earth." "Well, we can't stand here. It's sure death if we do. Which direction?" "Any, I guess. Let's keep a bearing on the sun." They had trudged on for an undetermined distance when Mrs. Bailey demanded a rest. They stopped. Teal said, in an aside to Bailey, "Any ideas?" No, none." "Say, do you hear anything?" Teal listened. "Maybe, unless it's my imagination. Sounds like an automobile. Say, it is an automobile." They came to the highway in less than another 100 yards. The automobile, when it arrived, proved to be an elderly, puffing light truck, driven by a rancher. He crunched to a stop at their hail. "We're stranded. Can you help us out?" "Sure, pile in." "Where are you headed?" "Los Angeles." "Los Angeles? Say, where is this place?" "Well, you're right in the middle of the Joshua Tree National Forest." The return was as dispiriting as the retreat from Moscow. Mr. and Mrs. Bailey sat up in front with the driver, while Teal bumped along in the body of the truck and tried to protect his head from the sun. Bailey subsidized the friendly rancher to detour to the Tesseract house, not because they wanted to see it again, but in order to pick up their car. At last the rancher turned the corner that brought them back to where they had started. But the house was no longer there. There was not even the ground-floor room. It had vanished. The Baileys, interested in spite of themselves, poked around the foundations with Teal. "Got any answers for this one, Teal?" asked Bailey. "It must be that on that last shock it simply fell through into another section of space. I can see now that I should have anchored it at the foundations." "That's not all you should have done." "Well, I don't see that there's anything to get downhearted about. The house was insured, and we've learned an amazing lot. There are possibilities, man, possibilities. Why, right now I've got a great new revolutionary idea for a house." Teal ducked in time. He was always a man of action.
Microcosmic God by Theodore Sturgeon. Theodore Sturgeon was one of the biggest discoveries made by John Campbell during the Golden Age, but like A.E. Van Vogt, he had already served an apprenticeship writing non-science fiction stories. Beginning in 1938, he had sold perhaps 40 short stories to the McClure newspaper syndicate. Published under his own name in dozens of U.S. newspapers, they were human interest vignettes, boy-meets-girl stories, and the like. He hadn't intended to be a writer. His boyhood dream was to become a gymnast with the Barnum and Bailey Circus. But when he was 15, he contracted acute rheumatic fever, which left him with a 16% enlargement of the heart. My heart used to push out between my ribs when it beat, he remembers. Gymnastics were now out of the question, and he went into a severe depression. But he managed to finish high school and won a scholarship in the Pennsylvania State Nautical School. After one term of being severely hazed as a cadet, he quit and got a job on a freighter, plying East Coast waters from Miami to Boston. He stayed at sea for 2.5 years and began to write during his spare time. One day, he got an idea for a way to cheat the American Express Company out of several $100,000. I wrote to the company and found out precisely how they shipped this and that and the other things, got it all worked out, and then wrote it as a short story because I didn't have quite the guts to do it myself. The idea paid off anyway, though the money was little. The McClure Syndicate accepted the story for $5 payable on publication. Sturgeon was so excited that he quit his job, went ashore in New York City, and settled down to be a writer. The syndicate bought 1 or 2 stories a week. Sturgeon was paying $7.50 a week for his room and eating on whatever was left. I learned how to make a vegetable stew out of soup greens. 6 or 7 cents would buy you a pack of soup greens, a turnip, a couple of tomatoes, a potato, some celery, and so on. This went on for several months. Then early in 1939, a friend gave him a copy of the first issue of Unknown, saying, "This is what you ought to be writing for." Sturgeon read the issue, was delighted by it, and wrote a short story, which he took to Campbell's office. I remember it was about a guy who got killed by a subway train, and he pointed out to me that it didn't have any story, that it described the situation. It was just promulgating the idea that at the moment of dying a violent death, time almost stops. And when you're getting hit by a subway train, you're hanging in midair and the subway train comes and hits you, and it crushes you to death, because you can't move out of the way, and it does it very slowly. But it had no story connected with it. Sturgeon's experience writing vignettes for newspapers had evidently betrayed him. Campbell wanted fully developed stories. But he encouraged Sturgeon to try again, so Sturgeon wrote A God in a Garden, and Campbell bought this one. It was published in the October 1939 Unknown, 1 month after Sturgeon's next story, Ether Breather, had appeared in Astounding. In the next 2 years, Sturgeon sold 26 stories to Campbell. He was selling so regularly that eventually the front office raised its eyebrows at the number of checks made out to Theodore Sturgeon, wondering if Campbell might be playing favorites. So Sturgeon began using pen names, with the result that 1 month he had 4 stories in Campbell's magazines. The June 1941 Astounding carried stories by Theodore Sturgeon and E. Waldo Hunter, as did the June 1941 Unknown. Sturgeon also used the name E. Hunter Waldo. Waldo was his surname when he was born. He was then Edward Hamilton Waldo. But when his mother remarried, he legally changed his name to Theodore Sturgeon. Sturgeon was his stepfather's name, and since his real father's name had also been Edward, he'd always been called Teddy. His sales were coming so quickly that in 1940, at the age of 22, Sturgeon decided he could support a family, so he married his high school sweetheart. He was at his most prolific now. He was even struck by a story idea during his honeymoon and wrote the classic fantasy story It in one 10-hour session. Others followed, including Microcosmic God. But in 1941, the well springs dried up, and he found himself unable to write. He took a job running a luxury resort hotel in Jamaica, hoping the change of scene would stimulate his imagination. But by the end of the year, the United States was at war. Sturgeon's heart condition kept him out of the armed services, but he ran bulldozers for the Navy in Puerto Rico, working 70 hours a week. He managed to write only 1 story during the war, the famous novella Killdozer, based on his experiences in Puerto Rico. It wasn't until 1946 that Sturgeon's byline again began to grace the pages of science fiction magazines. He had made his mark during his first 2 years, though, and Microcosmic God was his most successful science fiction story of this period. Its impact was so great that decades later, the Science Fiction Writers of America voted it one of the 5 best SF stories of all time. Despite this, Sturgeon himself has never liked the story.
When I told him I wanted to reprint it in this book, he said, "Oh, God, not that one. It's so badly written." Now, this seemed odd, considering the story's popularity over nearly 40 years, but the fact is that Theodore Sturgeon has always concerned himself with style. He was one of the very first science fiction writers whose prose was as important as his ideas, and it's the lack of literary cadence in the story that distresses him. Moreover, I found, while putting together this book, that several of the authors included were chagrined at the quality of writing in their stories. Eric Frank Russell felt The Mechanical Mice was poorly written, and Isaac Asimov feels that way even about Nightfall. As we've seen, Russell wrote his story under difficult circumstances, and Sturgeon and Asimov were both very young men when they wrote their stories. But their writing, despite any imperfections, was nevertheless superior to that in the vast majority of science fiction of the time. The early 1940s were the end of the great era of pulp magazine publishing, a business which required professionals writing at a penny a word or less to turn out almost unbelievable quantities of fiction. Robert Bloch wrote 1,500 to 2,500 words an hour, all first draft. Henry Kuttner could write 7,000 or 8,000 words an evening, and L. Ron Hubbard's pace was some 3,000 to 4,000 words an hour. He wrote on an electric typewriter because no manually powered one could keep up with him. Such haste seldom produced high-quality prose. Moreover, pulp editors weren't interested in good writing. One of the most prolific science fiction writers of the early 1940s was Frederick Arnold Kummer, Jr., who once commented, "Many letters in an author's mail accuse him of selling himself for gold, of not turning to the great work of which he is capable." I thought so once myself. So I began turning out very well-written pieces, character studies, ironic tales, laid on various planets. No great inventions, no monsters, and no sales. I dreamed of the problems of people on other worlds, their loves, their hates, their twisted psychology. I still read over these yarns and admire their nice writing, but sell them? Never in a million years. Raymond A. Palmer, then editor of Amazing Stories and Fantastic Adventures, was proud of the way he had directed the career of Robert Moore Williams. He came into my office one afternoon, after having had a dozen straight rejects from me, to find out what was wrong. I told him very simply, "Your stories are a lot of pretty writing. If you will take your next manuscript, blue pencil every phrase that you consider to be good writing, I'll buy it." Williams did, and became one of Palmer's most frequent contributors. The writing produced by authors working to pulp editors' demands was usually quite awful. Here's a sample of dialogue from the heroine of a story by Kummer. "Oh, Eric, you were so right, and I was so wrong. I know now why you fought against my father's invention. I've seen religion die out, seen women denied their most sacred mission. Famine, overcrowding, squalor, men doomed to an eternity of endless routine with no chance of advancement, no future, no children, no hope. Oh, if only there were some way to overthrow this dreadful curse." Now, was this sort of self-conscious melodrama confined to purely pulp-oriented authors and magazines? Astounding itself published prose like the following, written by two of its more accomplished authors. Pathos. Kahn took her in his arms and kissed her. This, he thought, ought to be the last paragraph. Nothing else comes after this, but they lived happily ever after, and then the end. He nestled his bruised cheek against her silky hair and tried to memorize its scent. At last he pushed Hilda gently away. "I've got to go now," Kahn said. "This is goodbye, Hilda, for a long time, maybe forever." Nerve-shattering suspense. They were in this now, he as deep as she, and only the utmost boldness could hope to draw a fraction of victory from the defeat that loomed so starkly. In truth, it's sometimes hard to conceive of the early 40s as representing any sort of high point for science fiction, since the pulp mentality was evident in 99% of the stories published then. You may not believe that such cliches as the following were ever actually published, yet they were there in the golden age. "Follow that cab," I hissed at the hacker. "There's a 10-spot in it for you if you don't lose it." "Adam," Eve whispered, "what does it all mean? You are surprised that I speak your language?" No such blemishes are to be found in Microcosmic God. It may not be as smoothly written as Sturgeon's later work, but it's well crafted and explores a fascinating idea in the manner of the best science fiction. The story was written when Hitler's armies were overrunning Europe and Japan had invaded China. Sturgeon had been mulling over the idea of dictatorship, and he produced what even he admits is his most important early story. In contrast to the predominantly humorous stories he was writing then, Microcosmic God has, as Sturgeon once put it, an element of heavy in it. References: Author by Theodore Sturgeon, The Fanchant, Spring 1950. Theodore Sturgeon, Storyteller by Paul Williams, Pendragon Press, 1978. Theodore Sturgeon, No More Than Human, by Sam Moskowitz, Amazing Stories, February 1962. Men Behind Fantastic Adventures by Theodore Sturgeon, Fantastic Adventures, August 1951. Unpublished Interview with Theodore Sturgeon by Paul Williams, December 6, 1975. Unpublished Interview with Theodore Sturgeon by David Hartwell, September 4, 1972. Introduction by Robert Silverberg, The Science Fiction Hall of Fame, Doubleday, 1970. Letter from Eric Frank Russell, August 31, 1975. Algol Interview, Isaac Asimov, by Darrell Schweitzer, Algol, Winter, 1977. Author by Robert Bloch, The Fanchant, Summer, 1949. C.L. Moore talks to Chappell, Winter, 1976. The Science of Science Fiction Writing by John W. Campbell, Jr., of Worlds Beyond, Fantasy Press, 1947. Readin' and Writhin' by Damon Knight, Science Fiction Quarterly, February 1953. An Author Opens His Mail by Frederick Arnold Cummer, Jr., Fantascience Digest, January-February 1940. Palmer Tears His Hair, Out and Down by Raymond A. Palmer, Stardust, November 1940. Revolt Against Life by Frederick Arnold Cummer, Jr., Thrilling Wonder Stories, January 1940. The Probable Man by Alfred Bester, Astounding Science Fiction, July 1941. Asylum by A.E. Van Vogt, Astounding Science Fiction, May 1942. The Impossible Invention by Robert Moore Williams, Astonishing Stories, June 1942. Adam Lincoln the Past by Yando Binder, Amazing Stories, February 1941. Beyond Light by Nelson S. Bond, Planet Stories, Winter 1940. Introduction by Theodore Sturgeon to Microcosmic God, Without Sorcery, Prime Press, 1948. Microcosmic God by Theodore Sturgeon. Copyright 1941 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. From Astounding Science Fiction, April 1941, by permission of the author. Here is a story about a man who had too much power and a man who took too much. But don't worry, I'm not going political on you. The man who had the power was named James Kidder, and the other was his banker. Kidder was quite a guy. He was a scientist, and he lived on a small island off the New England coast all by himself. He wasn't the dwarfed little gnome of a mad scientist you read about. His hobby wasn't personal profit, and he wasn't a megalomaniac with a Russian name and no scruples. He wasn't insidious, and he wasn't even particularly subversive. He kept his hair cut and his nails clean, and lived and thought like a reasonable human being. He was slightly on the baby-face side. He was inclined to be a hermit. He was short and plump and brilliant. His specialty was biochemistry, and he was always called Mr. Kidder. Not doctor, not professor, just Mr. Kidder. He was an odd sort of apple and always had been. He had never graduated from any college or university because he found them too slow for him and too rigid in their approach to education. He couldn't get used to the idea that perhaps his professors knew what they were talking about. That went for his texts, too. He was always asking questions and didn't mind very much when they were embarrassing. He considered Gregor Mendel a bungling liar, Darwin an amusing philosopher, and Luther Burbank a sensationalist. He never opened his mouth without grabbing a stickful of question marks. If he was talking to someone who had knowledge, he went in there and got it, leaving his victim feeling breathless. If he was talking to someone whose knowledge was already in his possession, he only asked repeatedly, "How do you know?" His most delectable pleasure was taken in cutting a fanatical eugenicist into conversational ribbons, so people left him alone and never asked him to tea. He was polite, but not politic. He had a little money of his own, and with it he leased the island and bought himself a laboratory. Now, I've mentioned that he was a biochemist, but being what he was, he couldn't keep his nose in his own field. It wasn't too remarkable when he made an intellectual excursion wide enough to perfect a method of crystallizing vitamin B1 profitably by the ton, if anyone wanted it by the ton. He got a lot of money for it. He bought his island outright and put 800 men to work on an acre and a half of his ground, adding to his laboratory and building equipment. He got messing around with sisal fiber, found out how to fuse it, and boomed the banana industry by producing a practically unbreakable cord from the stuff. You remember the popularizing demonstration he put on at Niagara, don't you? That business of running a line of the new cord from bank to bank over the rapids and suspending a 10-ton truck from the middle of it by razor blades resting on the cord? That's why ships now moor themselves with what looks like heaving line, no thicker than a lead pencil, that can be coiled on reels like garden hose. Kidder made cigarette money out of that, too. He went out and bought himself a cyclotron with part of it. After that, money wasn't money anymore. It was large numbers and little books. Kidder used to use little amounts of it to have food and equipment sent out to him, but after a while that stopped, too. His bank dispatched a messenger by seaplane to find out if Kidder was still alive. The man returned 2 days later in a bemused state, having been amazed something awesome at the things he'd seen out there. Kidder was alive, all right, and he was turning out a surplus of good food in an astonishingly simplified synthetic form. The bank wrote immediately and wanted to know if Mr. Kidder, in his own interest, was willing to release the secret of his dirtless farming. Kidder replied that he would be glad to, and enclosed the formulas. In a postscript, he said he hadn't sent the information ashore because he hadn't realized anyone would be interested. That from a man who was responsible for the greatest sociological change in the second half of the 20th century, factory farming. It made him richer. It made his bank richer. He didn't give a rap. But Kidder didn't really get started until about 8 months after the bank messenger's visit. For a biochemist who couldn't even be called doctor, he did pretty well. Here's a partial list of the things that he turned out. A commercially feasible plan for making an aluminum alloy stronger than the best steel, so that it could be used as a structural metal. An exhibition gadget he called a light pump, which worked on the theory that light is a form of matter and therefore subject to physical and electromagnetic laws. Seal a room with a single light source. Beam a cylindrical vibratory magnetic field to it from the pump, and the light will be led down it. Now pass the light through Kidder's lens, a ring which perpetuates an electric field along the lines of a high-speed iris-type camera shutter. Below this is the heart of the light pump, a 98% efficient light absorber, crystalline, which in a sense loses the light in its internal facets. The effect of darkening the room with this apparatus is slight but measurable. Pardon my layman's language, but that's the general idea. Synthetic chlorophyll by the barrel. An airplane propeller efficient at 8 times sonic speed. A cheap goo you brush on over old paint, let harden and then peel off like strips of cloth. The old paint comes with it. That one made friends fast. A self-sustaining atomic disintegration of uranium's isotope 238, which is 200 times as plentiful as the old standby U-235. Well, that will do for the present. If I may repeat myself, for a biochemist who couldn't even be called doctor, he did pretty well. Kidder was apparently unconscious of the fact that he held power enough on his little island to become master of the world. His mind simply didn't run to things like that. As long as he was left alone with his experiments, he was well content to leave the rest of the world to its own clumsy and primitive devices. He couldn't be reached except by a radiophone of his own design, and its only counterpart was locked in the vault of his Boston bank. Only one man could operate it, the bank president. The extraordinarily sensitive transmitter would respond only to President Conant's own body vibrations. Kidder had instructed Conant that he was not to be disturbed except by messages of the greatest moment. His ideas and patents, when Conant could pry one out of him, were released under pseudonyms known only to Conant. Kidder didn't care. The result, of course, was an infiltration of the most astonishing advancements since the dawn of civilization. The nation profited, the world profited, but most of all, the bank profited. It began to get a little oversized. It began getting its fingers into other pies. It grew more fingers and had to bake more figurative pies. Before many years had passed, it was so big that, using Kidder's many weapons, it almost matched Kidder in power. Almost. Now stand by while I squelch those fellows in the lower left-hand corner who've been saying all this while that Kidder is slightly improbable, that no man could ever perfect himself in so many ways and so many sciences. Well, you're right. Kidder was a genius, granted, but his genius was not creative. He was, to the core, a student. He applied what he knew, what he saw, and what he was taught. When first he began working in his new laboratory on his island, he reasoned something like this. Everything I know is what I've been taught by the sayings and writings of people who have studied the sayings and writings of people who have, and so on. Once in a while, someone stumbles on something new, and he, or someone cleverer, uses the idea and disseminates it. But for each one that finds something really new, a couple of million gather and pass on information that is already current. I'd know more if I could get the jump on evolutionary trends. It takes too long to wait for the accidents that increase man's knowledge, my knowledge. If I had ambition enough now to figure out how to travel ahead in time, I could skim the surface of the future and just dip down when I saw something interesting. But time isn't that way. It can't be left behind or tossed ahead. What else is left? Well, there's the proposition of speeding intellectual evolution so that I can observe what it cooks up. That seems a bit inefficient. It would involve more labor to discipline human minds to that extent than it would to simply apply myself along those lines. But I can't apply myself that way. No one man can. I'm licked. I can't speed myself up, and I can't speed other men's minds up. Isn't there an alternative? There must be. Somewhere, somehow, there's got to be an answer. So it was on this, and not on eugenics or light pumps or botany or atomic physics, that James Kidder applied himself. For a practical man, the problem was slightly on the metaphysical side, but he attacked it with typical thoroughness, using his own peculiar brand of logic. Day after day he wandered over the island, throwing shells impotently at seagulls and swearing richly. Then came a time when he sat indoors and brooded, and only then did he get feverishly to work. He worked in his own field, biochemistry, and concentrated mainly on two things, genetics and animal metabolism. He learned and filed away in his insatiable mind many things having nothing to do with the problem in hand and very little of what he wanted. But he piled that little on what little he knew or guessed, and in time had quite a collection of known factors to work with. His approach was characteristically unorthodox. He did things on the order of multiplying apples by pears and balancing equations by adding log root -1 to one side and infinity to the other. He made mistakes, but only one of a kind, and later only one of a species. He spent so many hours at his microscope that he had to quit work for 2 days to get rid of a hallucination that his heart was pumping his own blood through the mic. He did nothing by trial and error because he disapproved of the method as sloppy. And he got results. He was lucky to begin with, and even luckier when he formalized the law of probability and reduced it to such low terms that he knew almost to the item what experiments not to try. When the cloudy, viscous semifluid on the watch glass began to move of itself, he knew he was on the right track. When it began to seek food on its own, he began to be excited. When it divided and in a few hours redivided, and each part grew and divided again, he was triumphant, for he had created life. He nursed his brain children and sweated and strained over them, and he designed baths of various vibrations for them, and inoculated and dosed and sprayed them. Each move he made taught him the next, and out of his tanks and tubes and incubators came amoeba-like creatures, and then ciliated animalcules, and more rapidly he produced animals with eye spots, nerve cysts, and then, victory of victories, a real blastopod, possessed of many cells instead of one. More slowly he developed a gastropod, but once he had it, it was not too difficult for him to give it organs, each with a specified function, each inheritable. Then came cultured, mollusk-like things, and creatures with more and more perfected gills. The day that a nondescript thing wriggled up an inclined board out of a tank, threw flaps over its gills, and feebly breathed air, Kidder quit work and went to the other end of the island and got disgustingly drunk. Hangover and all, he was soon back in the lab, forgetting to eat, forgetting to sleep, tearing into his problem. He turned into a scientific byway and ran down his other great triumph, accelerated metabolism. He extracted and refined the stimulating factors in alcohol, cocoa, heroin, and Mother Nature's prize dope runner, cannabis indica. Like the scientist who, in analyzing the various clotting agents for blood treatments, found that oxalic acid, and oxalic acid alone, was the active factor, Kidder isolated the accelerators and decelerators, the stimulants and soporifics, in every substance that ever undermined a man's morality and/or caused a noble experiment. In the process, he found one thing he needed badly: a colorless elixir that made sleep the unnecessary and avoidable waster of time it should be. Then and there, he went on a 24-hour shift. He artificially synthesized the substances he had isolated, and in doing so sloughed away a great many useless components. He pursued the subject along the lines of radiations and vibrations. He discovered something in the longer reds, which, when projected through a vessel full of air vibrating in the supersonics and then polarized, speeded up the heartbeat of small animals 20 to 1. They ate 20 times as much, grew 20 times as fast, and died 20 times sooner than they should have. Kidder built a huge, hermetically sealed room. Above it was another room, the same length and breadth, but not quite as high. This was his control chamber. The large room was divided into 4 sealed sections, each with its individual heat and atmosphere controls. Over each section were miniature cranes and derricks, handling machinery of all kinds. There were also trap doors fitted with airlocks leading from the upper to the lower room. By this time, the other laboratory had produced a warm-blooded snake-skin quadruped with an astonishingly rapid life cycle, a generation every 8 days, a lifespan of about 15. Like the echidna, it was oviparous and mammalian. Its period of gestation was 6 hours, the eggs hatched in 3, the young reached sexual maturity in another 4 days. Each female laid 4 eggs and lived just long enough to care for the young after they hatched. The males generally died 2 or 3 hours after mating. The creatures were highly adaptable. They were small, not more than 3 inches long, 2 inches to the shoulder from the ground. Their forepaws had 3 digits and a triple-jointed opposed thumb. They were attuned to life in an atmosphere with a large ammonia content. Kidder bred 4 groups of the creatures and put 1 group in each section of the sealed room. Then he was ready. With his controlled atmospheres, he varied temperatures, oxygen content, humidity. He killed them off like flies with excesses of, for instance, carbon dioxide, and the survivors bred their physical resistance into the next generation. Periodically, he would switch the eggs from one sealed section to another to keep the strains varied. And rapidly, under these controlled conditions, the creatures began to evolve. This, then, was the answer to his problem. He couldn't speed up mankind's intellectual advancement enough to have it teach him the things his incredible mind yearned for. He couldn't speed himself up. So he created a new race, a race which would develop and evolve so fast that it would surpass the civilization of man. And from them, he would learn. They were completely in Kidder's power. Earth's normal atmosphere would poison them, as he took care to demonstrate to every 4th generation. They would make no attempt to escape from him. They would live their lives and progress and make their little trial-and-error experiments hundreds of times faster than man did. They had the edge on man, for they had Kidder to guide them. It took man 6,000 years to really discover science, 300 to really put it to work. It took Kidder's creatures 200 days to equal man's mental attainments. And from then on, Kidder's spasmodic output made the late, great Tom Edison look like a home handicrafter. He called them neoterics, and he teased them into working for him. Kidder was inventive in an ideological way. That is, he could dream up impossible propositions, providing he didn't have to work them out. For example, he wanted the neoterics to figure out for themselves how to build shelters out of porous material. He created the need for such shelters by subjecting one of the sections to a high-pressure rainstorm which flattened the inhabitants. The neoterics promptly devised waterproof shelters out of the thin, waterproof material he piled in one corner. Kidder immediately blew down the flimsy structures with a blast of cold air. They built them up again, so that they resisted both wind and rain. Kidder lowered the temperature so abruptly that they could not adjust their bodies to it. They heated their shelters with tiny braziers. Kidder promptly turned up the heat until they began to roast to death. After a few deaths, one of their bright boys figured out how to build a strong, insulent house by using 3-ply rubberoid with a middle layer perforated thousands of times to create tiny air pockets. Using such tactics, Kidder forced them to develop a highly advanced little culture. He caused a drought in one section and a liquid surplus in another, and then opened the partition between them. Quite a spectacular war was fought, and Kidder's notebooks filled with information about military tactics and weapons. Then there was the vaccine they developed against the common cold, the reason why that affliction has been absolutely stamped out in the world today, for it was one of the things that Conant, the bank president, got hold of. He spoke to Kidder over the radiophone one winter afternoon with a voice so hoarse from laryngitis that Kidder sent him a vial of the vaccine and told him briskly not to ever call him again in such a disgustingly inaudible state. Conant had it analyzed, and again Kidder's accounts and the bank's swelled. At first Kidder merely supplied them with the materials he thought the neoterics might need, but when they developed an intelligence equal to the task of fabricating their own from the elements at hand, he gave each section a stock of raw materials. The process for really strong aluminum was developed when he built in a huge plunger in one of the sections, which reached from wall to wall and was designed to descend at the rate of 4 inches a day until it crushed whatever was at the bottom. The neoterics, in self-defense, used what strong material they had in hand to stop the inexorable death that threatened them. But Kidder had seen to it that they had nothing but aluminum oxide and a scattering of other elements, plus plenty of electric power. At first they ran up dozens of aluminum pillars. When these were crushed and twisted, they tried shaping them so that the soft metal would take more weight. When that failed, they quickly built stronger ones, and when the plunger was halted, Kidder removed one of the pillars and analyzed it. It was hardened aluminum, stronger and tougher than Mollab steel. Experience taught Kidder that he had to make certain changes to increase his power over his neoterics before they got too ingenious. There were things that could be done with atomic power that he was curious about, but he was not willing to trust his little super scientists with a thing like that unless they could be trusted to use it strictly according to Hoyle. So he instituted a rule of fear. The most trivial departure from what he chose to consider the right way of doing things resulted in instant death of half a tribe. If he was trying to develop a diesel-type power plant, for instance, that would operate without a flywheel starter, and a bright young neoteric used any of the materials for architectural purposes, half the tribe immediately died. Of course, they had developed a written language. It was Kidder's own. The teletype in a glass-enclosed area in a corner of each section was a shrine. Any directions that were given on it were obeyed, or else. After this innovation, Kidder's work was much simpler. There was no need for any more indirection. Anything he wanted done was done. No matter how impossible his commands, 3 or 4 generations of neoterics could find a way to carry them out. This quotation is from a paper that one of Kidder's high-speed telescopic cameras discovered being circulated among the younger neoterics. It is translated from the highly simplified script of the neoterics. These edicts shall be followed by each neoteric upon pain of death, which punishment will be inflicted by the tribe upon the individual to protect the tribe against him. Priority of interest and tribal and individual effort is to be given the commands that appear on the word machine. Any misdirection of material or power or use thereof for any other purpose than the carrying out of the machine's commands, unless no command appears, shall be punishable by death. Any information regarding the problem at hand, or ideas or experiments which might conceivably bear upon it, are to become the property of the tribe. Any individual failing to cooperate in the tribal effort, or who can be termed guilty of not expending his full efforts in the work, or the suspicion thereof, shall be subject to the death penalty. Such are the results of complete domination. This paper impressed Kidder as much as it did because it was completely spontaneous. It was the neoterics' own creed, developed by them for their own greatest good. And so at last Kidder had his fulfillment. Crouched in the upper room, going from telescope to telescope, running off slowed-down films from his high-speed cameras, he found himself possessed of a tractable, dynamic source of information. Housed in the great square building with its 4 half-acre sections was a new world, to which he was God. President Conant's mind was similar to Kidder's in that its approach to any problem was along the shortest distance between any 2 points, regardless of whether that approach was along the line of most or least resistance. His rise to the bank presidency was a history of ruthless moves whose only justification was that they got him what he wanted. Like an over-efficient general, he would never vanquish an enemy through sheer force of numbers alone. He would also skillfully flank his enemy, not on one side, but on both. Innocent bystanders were creatures deserving no consideration. The time he took over a certain 1,000-acre property, for instance, from a man named Grady, he was not satisfied with only the title to the land. Grady was an airport owner, had been all his life, and his father before him. Conant exerted every kind of pressure on the man and found him unshakable. Finally, judicious persuasion led the city officials to dig a sewer right across the middle of the field, quite efficiently wrecking Grady's business. Knowing that this would supply Grady, who was a wealthy man with motive for revenge, Conant took over Grady's bank at half again its value and caused it to fold up. Grady lost every cent he had and ended his life in an asylum. Conant was very proud of his tactics. Like many another who has had mammon by the tail, Conant did not know when to let go. His vast organization yielded him more money and power than any other concern in history, and yet he was not satisfied. Conant and money were like Kidder and knowledge. Conant's pyramided enterprises were to him what the neoterics were to Kidder. Each had made his private world. Each used it for his instruction and profit. Kidder, though, disturbed nobody but his neoterics. Even so, Conant was not wholly villainous. He was a shrewd man, and had discovered early the value of pleasing people. No man can rob successfully over a period of years without pleasing the people he robs. The technique for doing this is highly involved, but master it, and you can start your own mint. Conant's one great fear was that Kidder would someday take an interest in world events and begin to become opinionated. Good heavens, the potential power he had! A little matter like swinging an election could be managed by a man like Kidder as easily as turning over in bed. The only thing he could do was to call him periodically and see if there was anything that Kidder needed to keep himself busy. Kidder appreciated this. Conant, once in a while, would suggest something to Kidder that intrigued him, something that would keep him deep in his hermitage for a few weeks. The light pump was one of the results of Conant's imagination. Conant bet him it couldn't be done. Kidder did it. One afternoon, Kidder answered the squeal of the radiophone signal. Swearing mildly, he shut off the film he was watching and crossed the compound to the old laboratory. He went to the radiophone through a switch. The squealing stopped. "Well?" "Hello, Kidder," said Conant. "Busy?" "Not very," said Kidder. He was delighted with the pictures his camera had caught, showing the skillful work of a gang of neoterics synthesizing rubber out of pure sulfur. He would rather have liked to tell Conant about it, but somehow he had never got around to telling Conant about the neoterics, and he didn't see why he should start now. Conant said, Kidder, I was down at the club the other day, and a bunch of us were filling up an evening with loose talk. Something came up which might interest you. What? A couple of the utilities boys there. You know the power setup in this country, don't you? 30% atomic, the rest hydroelectric, diesel, and steam. Why, I hadn't known, said Kidder, who was as innocent as a babe of current events. Well, we were arguing about what chance a new power source would have. One of the men there said it would be smarter to produce a new power and then talk about it. Another one waved that, said he couldn't name that new power, but he could describe it. Said it would have to have everything the present power sources have, plus one or two more things. It could be cheaper, for instance. It could be more efficient. It might supersede the others by being easier to carry from the power plant to the consumer. See what I mean? Any one of these factors might prove a new source of power competitive to the others. What I'd like to see is a new power with all of these factors. What do you think of it? Not impossible. Think not? Well, try it. Well, keep me posted. Conant's transmitter clicked off. The switch was a little piece of false front that Kidder had built into the set, which was something that Conant didn't know. The set switched itself off when Conant moved from it. After the switch's sharp crack, Kidder heard the banker mutter, "If he does it, I'm all set. If he doesn't, at least the crazy fool will keep himself busy on the aisle." Kidder eyed the radiophone for an instant with raised eyebrows and then shrugged them down again with his shoulders. It was quite evident that Conant had something up his sleeve, but Kidder wasn't worried. Who on earth would want to disturb him? He wasn't bothering anybody. He went back to the Neoterics building, full of the new power idea. 11 days later, Kidder called Conant and gave specific instructions on how to equip his receiver with a facsimile set, which would enable Kidder to send written matter over the air. As soon as this was done and Kidder informed, the biochemist for once in his life spoke at some length. "Conant, you infer that a new power source that would be cheaper, more efficient, and more easily transmitted than any now in use did not exist. You might be interested in the little generator I've just set up. It has power, Conant, unbelievable power. Broadcast, a beautiful little tight beam. Here, catch this on the facsimile recorder." Kidder slipped a sheet of paper under the clips on his transmitter, and it appeared on Conant's set. "Now here's the wiring diagram for a power receiver. Now listen, the beam is so tight, so highly directional, that not 0.003% of the power would be lost in a 2,000-mile transmission. The power system is closed. That is, any drain on the beam returns a signal along it to the transmitter, which automatically steps up to increase the power output. It has a limit, but it's way up. And something else. This little gadget of mine can send out 8 different beams with a total horsepower output of around 8,000 per minute per beam. From each beam, you can draw enough power to turn the page of a book or fly a superstratosphere plane." Now hold on. I haven't finished yet. Each beam, as I told you before, returns a signal from receiver to transmitter. And this not only controls the power output of the beam, but directs it. Once contact is made, the beam will never let go. It will follow the receiver anywhere. You can power land, air, or water vehicles with it, as well as any stationary plant. Like it? Conant, who was a banker and not a scientist, wiped his shining pate with the back of his hand and said, "I've never known you to steer me wrong yet, Kidder. How about the cost of this thing?" "High," said Kidder promptly, "as high as an atomic plant. But there are no high-tension lines, no wires, no pipelines, no nothing. The receiver's a little more complicated than a radio set. The transmitter is, well, that's quite a job." "Didn't take you long," said Conant. "No," said Kidder, "it didn't, did it?" It was the life work of nearly 1,200 highly cultured people, but Kidder wasn't going into that. "Of course, the one I have here is just a model." Conant's voice was strained. "Model? And it delivers?" Over 60,000 horsepower, said Kidder gleefully. Good heavens! In a full-size machine, why, one transmitter would be enough to— The possibilities of the thing choked Conant for a moment. How is it fueled? It isn't, said Kidder. I won't begin to explain it. I've tapped a source of power of unimaginable force. It's, well, big. So big that it can't be misused. What? Snapped Conant. What do you mean by that? Kidder cocked an eyebrow. Conant had something up his sleeve then. At the second indication of it, Kidder, the least suspicious of men, began to put himself on guard. I mean just what I say, he said evenly. Don't try too hard to understand me. I'm barely savvy it myself. But the source of this power is a monstrous resultant caused by the unbalance of two previously equalized forces. Now, those equalized forces are cosmic in quantity. Actually, the forces are those which make suns crush atoms the way they crush those that compose the companion of Sirius. It's not anything you can fool with. I don't, said Conant, and his voice ended puzzledly. I'll give you a parallel of it, said Kidder. Now, suppose you take two rods, one in each hand, place their tips together and push. As long as your pressure is directly along their long axes, the pressure is equalized. Right and left hands cancel each other out. Now I come along. I put out one finger and touch the rods ever so lightly where they come together. They snap out of line violently. You break a couple of knuckles. The resultant force is at right angles to the original force you exerted. My power transmitter is on the same principle. It takes an infinitesimal amount of energy to throw those forces out of line. Easy enough when you know how to do it. The important question is whether or not you can control the resultant when you get it. I can. I see. Conant indulged in a 4-second gloat. Heaven help the utility companies. I don't intend to. Kidder, I want a full-size power transmitter. Kidder clucked into the radiophone. Ambitious, aren't you? I haven't a staff out here, Conant, you know that, and I can't be expected to build 4,000 or 5,000 tons of apparatus myself. I'll have 500 engineers and laborers out there in 48 hours. You will not? Why bother me with it? I'm quite happy here, Conant, and one of the reasons is that I've got no one to get in my hair. Oh, now, Kidder, don't be like that. I'll pay you. You haven't got that much money, said Kidder briskly. He flipped the switch on his set. His switch worked. Conant was furious. He shouted into the phone several times, then began to lean on the signal button. On his island, Kidder let the thing squeal and went back to his projection room. He was sorry he had sent the diagram of the receiver to Conant. It would have been interesting to power a plane or car with a model transmitter he had taken from the Neoterics, but if Conant was going to be that way about it, well, anyway, the receiver would be no good without the transmitter. Any radio engineer would understand the diagram, but not the beam which activated it, and Conant wouldn't get his beam. Pity he didn't know Conant well enough. Kidder's days were endless sorties into learning. He never slept, nor did his Neoterics. He ate regularly every 5 hours, exercised for half an hour in every 12. He did not keep track of time, for it meant nothing to him. Had he wanted to know the date, or the year even, he knew he could get it from Conant. He didn't care, that's all. The time that was not spent in observation was used in developing new problems for the Neoterics. His thoughts just now ran to defense. The idea was born in his conversation with Conant. Now the idea was primary, its motivation something of no importance. The Neoterics were working on a vibration field of quasi-electrical nature. Kidder could see little practical value in such a thing, an invisible wall which would kill any living thing which touched it. But still, the idea was intriguing. He stretched and moved away from the telescope in the upper room, through which he had been watching his creations at work. He was profoundly happy here in the large control room. Leaving it to go to the old laboratory for a bite to eat was a thing he hated to do. He felt like bidding it goodbye each time he walked across the compound and saying a glad hello when he returned. A little amused at himself, he went out. There was a black blob, a distant powerboat, a few miles off the island, toward the mainland. Kidder stopped and stared distastefully at it. A white petal of spray was affixed to each side of the black body. It was coming toward him. He snorted, thinking of the time a yacht-load of silly fools had landed out of curiosity one afternoon, spewed themselves over his beloved island, peppered him with lame brain questions, and thrown his nervous equilibrium out for days. Lord, how he hated people. The thought of unpleasantness bred two more thoughts that played half-consciously with his mind as he crossed the compound and entered the old laboratory. One was that perhaps it might be wise to surround his buildings with a field of force of some kind and post warnings for trespassers. The other thought was of Conant and the vague uneasiness the man had been sending to him through the radiophone these last weeks. His suggestion 2 days ago that a power plant be built on the island. Horrible idea. Conant rose from his seat on a laboratory bench as Kidder walked in. They looked at each other wordlessly for a long moment. Kidder hadn't seen the bank president in years. The man's presence, he found, made his scalp crawl. "Hello," said Conant genially. "You're looking fit." Kidder grunted. Conant eased his unwieldy body back onto the bench and said, "Just to save you the energy of asking questions, Mr. Kidder, I arrived 2 hours ago on a small boat. Rotten way to travel. I wanted to be a surprise to you. 2 men rowed me the last couple of miles. You're not very well equipped here for defense, are you? Why, anyone could slip up on you the way I did." "Who'd want to?" growled Kidder. The man's voice edged annoyingly into his brain. He spoke too loudly for such a small room. At least, Kidder's hermit's ears felt that way. Kidder shrugged and went about preparing a light meal for himself. "Well," drawled the banker, "I might want to." He drew out a Dow metal cigar case. "Mind if I smoke?" "I do," said Kidder sharply. Conant laughed easily and put the cigars away. "I might," he said, "want to urge you to let me build a power station on this island." "Radiophone work?" "Oh, yes. But now that I'm here, you can't switch me off. Now, how about it?" "I haven't changed my mind." "Oh, but you should, Kidder, you should. Think of it. Think of the good it would do for the masses of people that are now paying exorbitant power bills." "I hate the masses." "Why do you have to build here?" "Oh, that. It's an ideal location. You own the island. Work could begin here without causing any comment whatsoever. The plant would spring full-fledged on the power markets of the country, having been built in secret. The island can be made impregnable." "I don't want to be bothered." "We wouldn't bother you. We'd build on the north end of the island, 1.25 miles from you and your work. By the way, where's the model of the power transmitter?" Kidder, with his mouth full of synthesized food, waved a hand at a small table on which stood the model, a 4-foot, amazingly intricate device of plastic and steel and tiny coils. Conant rose and went over to look at it. "Actually works, eh?" He sighed deeply and said, "Kidder, I really hate to do this, but I want to build that plant rather badly. Corson, Robbins."
2 bull-necked individuals stepped out from their hiding places in the corners of the room. One idly dangled a revolver by its trigger guard. Kidder looked blankly from one to the other of them. "These gentlemen will follow my orders implicitly, Kidder. In half an hour a party will land here, engineers, contractors. They will start surveying the north end of the island for the construction of the power plant. These boys here feel about the same way I do as far as you are concerned. Do we proceed with your cooperation or without it? It's immaterial to me whether or not you are left alive to continue your work. My engineers can duplicate your model."
Kidder said nothing. He had stopped chewing when he saw the gunman, and only now remembered to swallow. He sat crouched over his plate without moving or speaking. Conant broke the silence by walking to the door. "Robbins, can you carry that model there?" The big man put his gun away, lifted the model gently, and nodded. "Take it down to the beach and meet the other boat. Tell Mr. Johansson, the engineer, that that is the model he is to work from." Robbins went out. Conant turned to Kidder. "There's no need for us to anger ourselves," he said oilily. "I think you're stubborn, but I don't hold it against you. I know how you feel. You'll be left alone, you have my promise. But I mean to go ahead on this job, and a small thing like your life can't stand in my way." Kidder said, "Get out of here." There were two swollen veins throbbing at his temples. His voice was low and it shook. "Very well. Good day, Mr. Kidder. Oh, by the way, you're a clever devil." No one had ever referred to the scholastic Mr. Kidder that way before. "I realize the possibility of your blasting us off the island. I wouldn't do it if I were you. I'm willing to give you what you want, privacy. I want the same thing in return. If anything happens to me while I'm here, the island will be bombed by someone who is working for me. I'll admit they might fail. If they do, the United States government will take a hand. You wouldn't want that, would you? That's rather a big thing for one man to fight. The same thing goes if the plant is sabotaged in any way after I go back to the mainland. You might be killed. You will most certainly be bothered interminably. Thanks for your, cooperation." The banker smirked and walked out, followed by his taciturn gorilla. Kidder sat there for a long time without moving. Then he shook his head, rested it in his palms. He was badly frightened, not so much because his life was in danger, but because his privacy and his work, his world, were threatened. He was hurt and bewildered. He wasn't a businessman. He couldn't handle men. All his life he had run away from humans and what they represented to him. He was like a frightened child when men closed in on him. Cooling a little, he wondered vaguely what would happen when the power plant opened. Certainly the government would be interested, unless by then Conant was the government. That plant was an unimaginable source of power, and not only the kind of power that turned wheels. He rose and went back to the world that was home to him, a world where his motives were understood and where there were those who could help him. Back to the Neoteryx building, he escaped yet again from the world of men into his work. Kidder called Conant the following week, much to the banker's surprise. His 2 days on the island had gotten the work well underway, and he had left with the arrival of a shipload of laborers and material. He kept in close touch by radio with Johansen, the engineer in charge. It had been a blind job for Johansen and all the rest of the crew on the island. Only the bank's infinite resources could have hired such a man, or the picked gang with him. Johansen's first reaction when he saw the model had been ecstatic. He wanted to tell his friends about this marvel, but the only radio set available was beamed to Conant's private office in the bank, and Conant's armed guards, 1 to every 2 workers, had strict orders to destroy any other radio transmitter on site. About that time he realized that he was a prisoner on the island. His instant anger subsided when he reflected that being a prisoner at $50,000 a week wasn't too bad. 2 of the laborers and an engineer thought differently and got disgruntled a couple of days after they arrived. They disappeared one night, the same night that 5 shots were fired down on the beach. No questions were asked, and there was no more trouble. Conant covered his surprise at Kidder's call and was as offensively jovial as ever. "Well, now, anything I can do for you?" "Yes," said Kidder. His voice was low, completely without expression. "I want you to issue a warning to your men, not to pass the white line I have drawn 500 yards north of my buildings, right across the island." "Warning? Why, my dear fellow, they have orders that you are not to be disturbed on any account." "You've ordered them. All right. Now warn them. I have an electric field surrounding my laboratories that will kill anything living which penetrates it. I don't want to have murder on my conscience. There will be no deaths unless there are trespassers." "You'll inform your workers?" "Oh, now, Kidder," the banker expostulated. "That was totally unnecessary. You won't be bothered. Why—" But he found he was talking into a dead mic. He knew better than to call back. He called Johansen instead and told him about it. Johansen didn't like the sound of it, but he repeated the message and signed off. Conant liked that man. He was for a moment a little sorry that Johansen would never reach the mainland alive. But that Kidder, he was beginning to be a problem. As long as his weapons were strictly defensive, he was no real menace. But he would have to be taken care of when the plant was operating. Conant couldn't afford to have genius around it unless it was unquestionably on his side. The power transmitter and Conant's highly ambitious plans would be safe as long as Kidder was left to himself. Kidder knew that he could, for the time being, expect more sympathetic treatment from Conant, than he could from a horde of government investigators. Kidder only left his own enclosure once after the work began on the north end of the island, and it took all of his unskilled diplomacy to do it. Knowing the source of the plant's power, knowing what could happen if it were misused, he asked Conant's permission to inspect the great transmitter when it was nearly finished. Ensuring his own life by refusing to report back to Conant until he was safe within his own laboratory again, he turned off his shield and walked up to the north end. He saw an awe-inspiring sight. The 4-foot model was duplicated nearly 100 times as large. Inside a massive 300-foot tower, a space was packed nearly solid with the same bewildering maze of coils and bars that the Neoterics had built so delicately into their machine. At the top was a globe of polished golden alloy, the transmitting antenna. From it would stream thousands of tight beams of force, which could be tapped to any degree by corresponding thousands of receivers placed anywhere at any distance. Kidder learned that the receivers had already been built, but his informant, Johansen, knew little about that end of it and was saying less. Kidder checked over every detail of the structure, and when he was through, he shook Johansen's hand admiringly. "I didn't want this thing here," he said shyly, "and I don't. But I will say that it's a pleasure to see this kind of work." "It's a pleasure to meet the man that invented it." Kidder beamed. "I didn't invent it," he said. "Maybe someday I'll show you who did. Well, goodbye." He turned before he had a chance to say too much and marched off down the path. "Shall I?" said a voice at Johansen's side. One of Conant's guards had his gun out. Johansen knocked the man's arm down. "No!" He scratched his head. "So that's the mysterious menace from the other end of the island, eh? Why, he's a hell of a nice little feller." Built on the ruins of Denver, which was destroyed in the Great Battle of the Rockies during the Western War, stands the most beautiful city in the world, our nation's capital, New Washington. In a circular room deep in the heart of the White House, the president, 3 army men, and a civilian sat. Under the president's desk, a dictaphone unostentatiously recorded every word that was said. 2,000 and more miles away, Conant hung over a radio receiver, turned to receive the signals of the tiny transmitter in the civilian's side pocket. One of the officers spoke. "Mr. President, the impossible claims made for this gentleman's product are absolutely true. He has proved beyond doubt each item on his prospectus." The president glanced at the civilian, back at the officer. "I won't wait for your report," he said. "Tell me, what happened?" Another of the army men mopped his face with a khaki bandana. "I can't ask you to believe us, Mr. President, but it's true all the same. Mr. Wright here has in his suitcase 3 or 4 dozen small, bombs." "They're not bombs," said Wright casually. "All right, they're not bombs. Mr. Wright smashed 2 of them on an anvil with a sledgehammer. There was no result. He put 2 more in an electric furnace. They burned away like so much tin and cardboard. We dropped 1 down the barrel of a field piece and fired it. Still nothing." He paused and looked at the 3rd officer, who picked up the account. "We really got started then. We flew to the proving grounds, dropped 1 of the objects, and flew to 30,000 feet. From there, with a small hand detonator no bigger than your fist, Mr. Wright set the thing off. I've never seen anything like it. 40 acres of land came straight up at us, breaking up as it came. The concussion was terrific. You must have felt it here, 400 miles away." The president nodded. "I did. Seismographs on the other side of the earth picked it up. The crater it left was 1/4 of a mile deep at the center, where 1 plane load of those things could demolish any city. There isn't even any necessity for accuracy." "You haven't heard anything yet," another officer broke in. "Mr. Wright's automobile is powered by a small plant similar to the others. He demonstrated it to us. We could find no fuel tank of any kind, or any other driving mechanism, but with a power plant no bigger than 6 cubic inches, that car, carrying enough weight to give it traction, outpulled an army tank." "And the other test," said the 3rd excitedly, "he put 1 of the objects into a replica of a treasury vault. The walls were 12 feet thick, super-reinforced concrete. He controlled it, from over 100 yards away. He burst that vault. It wasn't an explosion. It was as if some incredibly powerful expansive force inside filled it and flattened the walls from inside. They cracked and split and tottered, and the steel girders and rods came twisting and shearing out like... Whew. Well, after that, he insisted on seeing you. We knew it wasn't usual, but he said he has more to say and would say it only in your presence. The president said gravely, "What is it, Mr. Wright?" Wright rose, picked up his suitcase, opened it, and took out a small cube about 8 inches on a side, made of some light, absorbent red material. 4 men edged nervously away from it. "These gentlemen," he began, "have seen only part of the things this device can do. I'm going to demonstrate to you the delicacy of control that is possible with it." He made an adjustment with a tiny knob on the side of the cube, set it on the edge of the president's desk. "You have asked me more than once if this is my invention, or if I am representing someone. The latter is true. It might also interest you to know that the man who controls this cube is, right now, several thousand miles from here. He and he alone can prevent it from detonating now that I—" He pulled his detonator out of the suitcase and pressed a button. "Have done this. It will explode the way the one we dropped from the plane did, completely destroying this city and everything in it in just 4 hours. It will also explode," he stepped back and threw a tiny switch on his detonator, "if any moving object comes within 3 feet of it, or if anyone leaves this room but me. It can be compensated for that. If after I leave I am molested, it will detonate as soon as a hand is laid on me. No bullets can kill me fast enough to prevent me from setting it off." The 3 army men were silent. One of them swiped nervously at the beads of cold sweat on his forehead. The others did not move. The president said evenly, "What's your proposition?" "A very reasonable one. My employer does not work in the open, for obvious reasons. All he wants is your agreement to carry out his orders, to appoint the cabinet members he chooses, to throw your influence in any way he dictates. The public, Congress, anyone else, need never know anything about it. I might add that if you agree to this proposal, this bomb, as you call it, will not go off. But you can be sure that thousands of them are planted all over the country. You will never know when you are near one. If you disobey, it means instant annihilation for you and everyone else within 3 or 4 square miles. In 3 hours and 50 minutes, that will be at precisely 7 o'clock, there is a commercial radio program on station RPRS. You will cause the announcer, after his station identification, to say, 'Agreed.' It will pass unnoticed by all but my employer. There is no use in having me followed. My work is done. I shall never see nor contact my employer again. That is all. Good afternoon, gentlemen." Wright closed his suitcase with a businesslike snap, bowed, and left the room. 4 men sat frozen, staring at the little red cube. "Do you think he can do all he says?" asked the president. The 3 nodded mutely. The president reached for his phone. There was an eavesdropper to all of the foregoing. Conant, squatting behind his great desk in the vault, where he had his sanctum sanctorum, knew nothing of it. But beside him was the compact bulk of Kidder's radiophone. His presence switched it on, and Kidder on his island blessed the day he had thought of that device. He had been meaning to call Conant all morning, but was very hesitant. His meeting with the young engineer Johansen had impressed him strongly. The man was such a thorough scientist, possessed of such complete delight in the work he did, that for the first time in his life Kidder found himself actually wanting to see someone again. But he feared for Johansen's life if he brought him to the laboratory, for Johansen's work was done on the island, and Conant would most certainly have the engineer killed if he heard of his visit, fearing that Kidder would influence him to sabotage the great transmitter. And if Kidder went to the power plant, he would probably be shot on sight. All one day, Kidder wrangled with himself and finally determined to call Conant. Fortunately, he gave no signal, but turned up the volume on the receiver when the little red light told him that Conant's transmitter was functioning. Curious, he heard everything that occurred in the president's chamber 3,000 miles away. Horrified, he realized what Conant's engineers had done. Built into tiny containers were tens of thousands of power receivers. They had no power of their own, but by remote control could draw on any or all of the billions of horsepower the huge plant on the island was broadcasting. Kidder stood in front of his receiver, speechless. There was nothing he could do. If he devised some means of destroying the power plant, the government would certainly step in and take over the island, and then what would happen to him and his precious neoterics? Another sound grated out of the receiver. A commercial radio program. A few bars of music, a man's voice advertising Stratoline fares on the installment plan. A short silence, then, "Station RPRS, voice of the nation's capital, District of South Colorado." The 3-second pause was interminable. "The time is exactly, agreed. The time is exactly 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time." Then came a half-insane chuckle. Kidder had difficulty believing it was Conant. A phone clicked. The banker's voice. "Bill? All set. Get out there with your squadron and bomb up the island. Keep away from the plant, but cut the rest of it to ribbons. Do it quick, and get out of there." Almost hysterical with fear, Kidder rushed about the room and then shot out the door and across the compound. There were 500 innocent workmen in barracks a quarter-mile from the plant. Conant didn't need them now, and he didn't need Kidder. The only safety for anyone was in the plant itself, and Kidder wouldn't leave his neoterics to be bombed. He flung himself up the stairs into the nearest teletype. He banged out, "Get me a defense. I want an impenetrable shield. Urgent." The words rippled out from under his fingers in the functional script of the neoterics. Kidder didn't think of what he wrote, didn't really visualize the thing he ordered, but he had done what he could. He'd have to leave them now, get to the barracks, warn those men. He ran up the path toward the plant, flung himself over the white line that marked death to those who crossed it. A squadron of 9 clip-wing mosquito-nosed planes rose out of a cove on the mainland. There was no sound from the engines, for there were no engines. Each plane was powered with a tiny receiver and drew its unmarked, light-absorbent wings through the air with power from the island. In a matter of minutes, they raised the island. The squadron leader spoke briskly into a microphone. "Take the barracks first. Clean 'em up. Then work south." Johansen was alone on a small hill near the center of the island. He carried a camera, and though he knew pretty well that his chances of ever getting ashore again were practically non-existent, he liked angle shots of his tower and took innumerable pictures. The first he knew of the planes was when he heard their whining dive over the barracks. He stood transfixed, saw a shower of bombs hurtle down and turn the barracks into a smashed ruin of broken wood, metal, and bodies. The picture of Kidder's earnest face flashed into his mind. Poor little guy. If they ever bombed his end of the island, he would... But his tower! Were they going to bomb the plant? He watched, utterly appalled, as the planes flew out to sea, cut back, and dove again. They seemed to be working south. At the third dive, he was sure of it. Not knowing what he could do, he nevertheless turned and ran toward Kidder's place. He rounded a turn in the trail and collided violently with the little biochemist. Kidder's face was scarlet with exertion, and he was the most terrified-looking object Johansen had ever seen. Kidder waved a hand northward. "Conant!" he screamed over the uproar. "It's Conant! He's going to kill us all!" "The plant?" said Johansen, turning pale. "It's safe. He won't touch that. But my place. What about all those men?" "Too late," shouted Johansen. "Maybe I can—" "Come on," called Kidder, and was off down the trail heading south. Johansen pounded after him. Kidder's little short legs became a blur as the squadron swooped overhead, laying its eggs in the spot where they had met. As they burst out of the woods, Johansen put on a spurt, caught up with the scientist, and knocked him sprawling not 6 feet from the white line. What, don't go any farther, you fool! Your own damn force field. It'll kill you." "Force field? But I came through it on the way up. Here, wait. If I can—" Kidder began hunting furiously about in the grass. In a few seconds, he ran up the line, clutching a large grasshopper in his hand. He tossed it over. It lay still. "See," said Johansen. Look! It jumped. Come on. I don't know what went wrong unless the neoterics shut it off. They generated that field. I didn't. Huh? Never mind, snapped the biochemist, and ran. They pounded, gasping, up the steps and into the neoterics control room. Kidder clapped his eye to a telescope and shrieked in glee. They've done it! They've done it! Who's my little people? The neoterics. They've made the impenetrable shield. Don't you see? It cut through the lines of force that start up that field out there. Their generator is still throwing it up, but the vibrations can't get out. They're safe! They're safe! And the overwrought hermit began to cry. Johansen looked at him pityingly and shook his head. Sure, your little men are all right, but we aren't, he added as the floor shook at the detonation of a bomb. Johansen closed his eyes, got a grip on himself, and let his curiosity overcome his fear. He stepped to the binocular telescope, gazed down it. There was nothing there but a curved sheet of gray material. He had never seen a gray quite like that. It was absolutely neutral. It didn't seem soft, and it didn't seem hard, and to look at it made his brain reel. He looked up. Kidder was pounding the keys of a teletype, watching the blank yellow tape anxiously. I'm not getting through to them, he whimpered. I don't know what's the matter. Oh, of course. What? The shield is absolutely impenetrable. The teletype impulses can't get through, or I could get them to extend the screen over the building, or the whole island. There's nothing those people can't do. He's crazy, Johansen said under his breath. Poor little... The teletype began clicking sharply. Kidder dove at it, practically embraced it. He read off the tape as it came out. Johansen saw the characters, but they meant nothing to him. Almighty, Kidder read falteringly. Pray have mercy on us, and be forbearing until we have said our say. Without orders, we have lowered the screen you ordered us to raise. We are lost, O Great One. Our screen is truly impenetrable, and so cut off your words on the word machine. We have never, in the memory of any neoteric, been without your word before. Forgive us our action. We will eagerly await your answer. Kidder's fingers danced over the keys. You can look now, he gasped. Go on! The telescope! Johansen, trying to ignore the whine of sure death from above, looked. He saw what looked like land, fantastic fields under cultivation, a settlement of some sort, factories, and beings. Everything moved with incredible rapidity. He couldn't see one of the inhabitants, except as darting, pinky-white streaks. Fascinated, he stared for a long minute. A sound behind him made him whirl. It was Kidder, rubbing his hands together briskly. There was a broad smile on his face. They did it, he said happily. You see? Johansen didn't see until he began to realize that there was a dead silence outside. He ran to a window. It was night outside, the blackest night, when it should have been dusk. What happened? The neoterics, said Kidder, and laughed like a child. My friends downstairs there. They threw up the impenetrable shield over the whole island. We can't be touched now. And at Johnson's amazed questions, he launched into a description of the race of beings below them. Outside the shell, things happened. 9 airplanes suddenly went dead stick. 9 pilots glided downward powerless, and some fell into the sea, and some struck the miraculous gray shell that loomed in place of an island, slid off and sank. And ashore a man named Wright sat in a chair half dead with fear, while government men surrounded him, approached cautiously, daring instant death from a now dead source. In a room deep in the White House, a high-ranking Army officer shrieked, I can't stand it anymore, I can't! And leaped up, snatched a red cube off the president's desk, ground it to ineffectual litter under his shining boots. And in a few days they took a broken old man away from the bank and put him in an asylum, where he died within a week. The shield, you see, was truly impenetrable. The power plant was untouched and sent out its beams, but the beams could not get out, and anything powered from the plant went dead. The story never became public, although for some years there was heightened naval activity off the New England coast. The Navy, so the story went, had a new target range out there, a great hemi-ovoid of gray material. They bombed it and shelled it and rayed it and blasted all around it, but never even dented its smooth surface. Kidder and Johansen let it stay there. They were happy enough with their researches and their neoterics. They did not hear or feel the shelling, for the shield was truly impenetrable. They synthesized their food and their light and air from the materials at hand, and they simply didn't care. They were the only survivors of the bombing, with the exception of 3 poor maimed devils that died soon afterward. All this happened many years ago, and Kidder and Johansen may be alive today, and they may be dead, but that doesn't matter too much. The important thing is that that great gray shell will bear watching. Men die, but races live. Someday the neoterics, after innumerable generations of inconceivable advancement, will take down their shield and come forth. When I think of that, I feel frightened.